1. Something in common. Thursday, May 12th. Chapter 1. Something nagged, yet she couldn't quite figure out what. Like a faint recurring ache somewhere in your body. Or a man on the street behind you as you near your apartment. Was he the same one who'd been glancing at you on the subway? Or a dark dot moving toward your bed but now vanished? A black widow spider? But then her visitor, sitting on her living room couch, glanced at her and smiled, and Alice Sanderson forgot the concern, if concern it was. Arthur had a good mind and a solid body, sure, but he had a great smile, which counted for a lot more. "How about some wine?" she asked, walking into her small kitchen. "Sure, whatever you got." "So this is pretty fun, playing hooky on a weekday? 2 grown adults, I like it." "Born to be wild," he joked. Outside the window, across the street, were rows of painted and natural brownstones. They could also see part of the Manhattan skyline, hazy on this pleasant spring weekday. Air, fresh enough for the city, wafted in, carrying the scents of garlic and oregano from an Italian restaurant up the street. It was their favorite type of cuisine, one of the many common interests they'd discovered since they'd met several weeks ago at a wine tasting in Soho. In late April, Alice had found herself in the crowd of about 40, listening to a sommelier lecture about the wines of Europe, when she'd heard a man's voice ask about a particular type of Spanish red wine. She had barked a quiet laugh. She happened to own a case of that very wine. Well, part of a case now. It was made by a little-known vineyard. Perhaps not the best Rioja ever produced, but the wine offered another bouquet, that of fond memory. She and a French lover had consumed plenty of it during a week in Spain. A perfect liaison, just the thing for a woman in her late 20s who'd recently broken up with her boyfriend. The vacation fling was passionate, intense, and, of course, doomed, which made it all the better. Alice had leaned forward to see who'd mentioned the wine, a nondescript man in a business suit. After a few glasses of the featured selections, she'd grown braver and, juggling a plate of finger food, had made her way across the room and asked him about his interest in the wine. He'd explained about a trip he'd taken to Spain a few years ago with an ex-girlfriend, how he'd come to enjoy the wine. They'd sat at a table and talked for some time. Arthur, it seemed, liked the same food she did, the same sports. They both jogged and spent an hour each morning in overpriced health clubs. "But," he said, "I wear the cheapest J.C. Penney shorts and T-shirts I can find. No designer garbage for me." Then he'd blushed, realizing he'd possibly insulted her. But she'd laughed. She took the same approach to workout clothes, in her case bought at Target when visiting her family in Jersey. She'd quashed the urge to tell him this, though, worried about coming on too strong. They'd played that popular urban dating game, What We Have in Common. They'd rated restaurants, compared Curb Your Enthusiasm episodes, and complained about their shrinks. A date ensued, then another. Art was funny and courteous, a little stiff, shy at times, reclusive, which she put down to what he described as the breakup from hell, a long-term girlfriend in the fashion business, and his grueling work schedule. He was a Manhattan businessman. He had little free time. Would anything come of it? He wasn't a boyfriend yet, but there were far worse people to spend time with. And when they'd kissed on their most recent date, she'd felt the low ping that meant, oh yeah, chemistry. Tonight might or might not reveal exactly how much. She'd noticed that Arthur had furtively, he thought, been checking out the tight pink little numbers she'd bought at Bergdorf's especially for their date, and Alice had made some preparations in the bedroom in case kissing turned into something else. Then the faint uneasiness, the concern about the spider returned. What was bothering her? Alice supposed it was nothing more than a residue of unpleasantness she'd experienced when a delivery man had dropped off a package earlier. Shaved head and bushy eyebrows, smelling of cigarette smoke and speaking in a thick Eastern European accent. As she'd signed the papers, he looked her over, clearly flirting, and then asked for a glass of water. She brought it to him reluctantly and found him in the middle of her living room staring at her sound system. She told him she was expecting company, and he'd left, frowning, as if angry over a snub. Alice had watched out the window and noted that nearly 10 minutes had passed before he got into the double-parked van and left. What had he been doing in the apartment building all that time? Checking out... "Hey, Earth to Alice." "Sorry." She laughed, continued to the couch, then sat next to Arthur, their knees brushing. Thoughts of the delivery man vanished. They touched glasses, these two people who were compatible in all important areas, politics, They contributed virtually the same amount to the Dems and gave money during NPR pledge drives. Movies, food, traveling. They were both lapsed Protestants. When their knees touched again, his rubbed seductively. Then Arthur smiled and asked, "Oh, that painting you bought, the Prescott? Did you get it?" Her eyes shone as she nodded. "Yep, I now own a Harvey Prescott." Alice Sanderson was not a wealthy woman by Manhattan standards, but she'd invested well and indulged her true passion. She'd followed the career of Prescott, a painter from Oregon who specialized in photorealistic works of families, not existing people, but ones he himself made up. Some traditional, some not so, single parent, mixed race, or gay. Virtually none of his paintings were on the market in her price range, but she was on the mailing lists of the galleries that occasionally sold his work. Last month she'd learned from one out west that a small early canvas might be coming available for $150,000. Sure enough, the owner decided to sell, and she'd dipped into her investment account to come up with the cash. That was the delivery she'd received today. But the pleasure of owning the piece now diminished again with a flare-up of concern about the driver. She recalled his smell, his lascivious eyes. Alice rose on the pretense of opening the curtains wider and looked outside. No delivery trucks, no skinheads standing on the street corner and staring up at her apartment. She thought about closing and locking the window, but that seemed too paranoid and would require an explanation. She returned to Arthur, glanced at her walls, and told him she wasn't sure where to hang the painting in her small apartment. A brief fantasy played out. Arthur's staying over one Saturday night and on Sunday after brunch, helping her find the perfect place for the canvas. Her voice was filled with pleasure and pride as she said, "You want to see it?" "You bet." They rose and she walked toward the bedroom, believing that she heard footsteps in the corridor outside. All the other tenants should have been at work this time of day. Could it be the delivery man? Well, at least she wasn't alone. They got to the bedroom door, which was when the Black Widow struck. With a jolt, Alice now understood what had been bothering her, and it had nothing to do with the delivery man. No, it was about Arthur. When they'd spoken yesterday, he'd asked when the Prescott would be arriving. She'd told him she was getting a painting, but had never mentioned the artist's name. Slowing now at the bedroom door. Her hands were sweating. If he'd learned of the painting without her telling him, then maybe he'd found other facts about her life. What if all of the many things they had in common were lies? What if he'd known about her love of the Spanish wine ahead of time? What if he'd been at the tasting just to get close to her? All the restaurants they knew, the travel, the TV shows. My God, here she was leading a man she'd known for only a few weeks into her bedroom, all her defenses down. Breathing hard now, shivering. "Oh, the painting," he whispered, looking past her. "It's beautiful." And, hearing his calm, pleasant voice, Alice laughed to herself. Are you crazy? She must have mentioned Prescott's name to Arthur. She tucked the uneasiness away. Calm down. You've been living alone too long. Remember his smiles, his joking. He thinks the way you think. Relax. A faint laugh. Alice stared at the 2-by-2-foot canvas, the muted colors, a half-dozen people at a dinner table looking out, some amused, some pensive, some troubled. "Incredible," he said. "The composition is wonderful, but it's their expressions that he captures so perfectly, don't you think?" Alice turned to him. Her smile vanished. "What's that, Arthur? What are you doing?" He'd put on beige cloth gloves and was reaching into his pocket. And then she looked into his eyes, which had hardened into dark pinpricks beneath furrowed brows, in a face she hardly recognized at all. 2. Transactions. Sunday, May 22nd. You often hear the old legend that our body is worth $4.50, stripped for parts. Our digital identity is worth far more. Robert O. Harrow, Jr., No Place to Hide. Chapter 2. The trail had led from Scottsdale to San Antonio to a rest area in Delaware off Interstate 95, filled with truckers and restless families, then finally to the improbable destination of London. And the prey who'd taken this route? A professional killer Lincoln Rhyme had been pursuing for some time, a man he'd been able to stop from committing a terrible crime, but who'd managed to escape from the police with only minutes to spare, waltzing, as Rhyme had put it bitterly, out of the city like a goddamn tourist who had to be back at work Monday morning. The trail had dried up like dust, and the police and FBI could learn nothing about where he was hiding or what he might be planning next. But a few weeks earlier, Rhyme had heard from contacts in Arizona that this very man was the likely suspect in the murder of a U.S. Army soldier in Scottsdale. Leads suggested he'd headed east, to Texas, then Delaware. The name of the perp, which might have been real or a cover, was Richard Logan. It was likely that he came from the western portion of the United States or Canada. Intense searches turned up a number of Richard Logans, but none fit the profile of the killer. Then, in a burst of happenstance, Lincoln Rhyme would never use the word luck, he'd learned from Interpol, the European Criminal Information Clearinghouse, that a professional killer from America had been hired for a job in England. He'd killed someone in Arizona to gain access to some military identification and information, met with associates in Texas, and been given a down payment on his fee at some truck stop on the East Coast. He had flown to Heathrow and was now somewhere in the UK, the exact location unknown. The subject of Richard Logan's well-funded plot, which originated at high levels, Rhyme could only smile when he read the polished Interpol description, was a Protestant minister from Africa who'd run a refugee camp and stumbled on a massive scam in which AIDS drugs were stolen and sold and the money used to purchase arms. The minister was relocated by security forces to London, having survived 3 attempts on his life in Nigeria and Liberia, and even one in a transit lounge at the airport in Milan, where the Polizia di Stato, armed with stubby machine guns, scrutinized much and miss very little. The Reverend Samuel G. Goodlight, a better name for a man of the cloth Rhyme couldn't imagine, was now in a safe house in London, under the watchful eye of officers from Scotland Yard, the home of the Metropolitan Police Service, and was presently helping British and foreign intelligence connect the dots of the drugs for arms plan. Via encrypted satellite calls and emails flying around several continents, Rhyme and an Inspector Longhurst of the Metropolitan Police had set up a trap to catch the perp. Worthy of the precise plots that Logan himself crafted, the plan involved lookalikes and the vital assistance of a larger-than-life former arms broker from South Africa who came with a network of curried informants. Danny Kruger had made hundreds of thousands selling weapons as efficiently and dispassionately as other businessmen sell air conditioners and cough syrup. But a trip to Darfur last year had shaken him badly, seeing the carnage his toys caused. He'd given up the arms trade cold and had resettled in England. Others on the task force included officers from MI5, as well as personnel from the London office of the FBI, and an agent from France's version of the CIA, La Direction Générale de la Sécurité Extérieure. They hadn't known even the region of Britain in which Logan was in hiding, planning his hit, but the boisterous Danny Kruger had heard the killer would be making his move in the next few days. The South African still had many contacts in the international underground and had put out hints about a secret location where the meetings between Goodlight and the authorities would take place. The building had an exposed courtyard that was a perfect shooting zone for the killer to assassinate the minister. It was also an ideal place to spot and take down Logan. Surveillance was in place and armed police, MI5 and FBI agents were on 24-hour alert. Rhyme was now sitting in his red battery-powered wheelchair on the first floor of his Central Park West townhouse, no longer the quaint Victorian parlor it had once been, but a well-equipped forensic laboratory, larger than many labs in medium-sized towns. He found himself doing what he'd done frequently over the past several days, staring at the phone, whose number 2 speed dial button would call a line in England. "The phone's working, right?" Rhyme asked. "Is there any reason for it not to be?" Tom, his caregiver, asked this in a measured tone, which Rhyme heard as a belabored sigh. "I don't know. Circuits overload, phone lines get hit by lightning, all kinds of things can go wrong." "Then maybe you should try it, just to make sure." "Command," Rhyme said, getting the attention of the voice recognition system hooked to his ECU, the computerized environmental control unit that substituted in many ways for his physical functioning. Lincoln Rhyme was a quadriplegic. He had only limited movement below the place where his neck was broken in a crime scene accident years before, the 4th cervical vertebra, near the base of the skull. He now ordered, "Dial directory assistance." The dial tone filled the speakers, followed by beep, beep, beep. This irritated Rhyme more than a non-performing phone would have. Why hadn't Inspector Longhurst called? "Command," he snapped, "disconnect." "Seems to be fine." Tom placed a coffee mug in the cup holder of Rhyme's wheelchair, and the criminalist sipped the strong brew through a straw. He looked at a bottle of Glenmorangie 18-year-old single malt whiskey on a shelf. It was nearby, but, of course, always just out of Rhyme's reach. "It's morning," Tom said. Obviously it's morning. I can see it's morning. I don't want any. It's just... He'd been waiting for a reason to ride the young man on the issue. I seem to recall being cut off rather early last night. 2 tumblers, virtually nothing. It was 3. If you were to add up the contents, the cubic centimeters I'm speaking of, it was the same as 2 small ones. Pettiness, like liquor, could be intoxicating in its own right. Well, no scotch in the morning. It helps me think more clearly. No, it doesn't. It does, and more creatively. Doesn't do that either. Tom was wearing a perfectly ironed shirt, tie, and slacks. His clothes were less wrinkled than they used to be. Much of the job of a quadriplegic's caregiver is physical, but Rhymes' new chair, an Invacare TDX for total driving experience, could fold out into a virtual bed and had made Tom's job much easier. The chair could even climb low stairs and speed along as fast as a middle-aged jogger. I'm saying I want some scotch. There, I've articulated my desire. How's that? No. Rhymes scoffed and stared at the phone again. If he gets away... His voice faded. Well, aren't you going to do what everybody does? What do you mean, Lincoln? The slim young man had been working with Rhyme for years. He'd been fired on occasion and had quit, too, but here he still was, a testament to the perseverance or perverseness of both principles. I say, if he gets away, and you say, oh, but he won't, don't worry, and I'm supposed to be reassured. People do that, they give reassurance when they have no idea what they're talking about. But I didn't say that. Are we having an argument about something I didn't say but could have? Isn't that like a wife being mad at her husband because she saw a pretty woman on the street and thought he would have stared at her if he'd been there? I don't know what it's like, Rhyme said absently, his mind mostly on the plan in Britain to capture Logan. Were there holes in it? How was security? Could he trust the informants not to leak information the killer might pick up on? The phone rang, and a caller ID box opened on the flat-screen monitor near Rhyme. He was disappointed to see the number wasn't a London exchange, but closer to home, in the big building, cop speak for One Police Plaza in downtown Manhattan. Command, answer phone. Click. Then, what? From 5 miles away, a voice muttered, Bad mood? No word from England yet. What are you, on call or something? Detective Lonsolito asked. Logan's disappeared. He can make a move at any time. Like having a baby, Solito said. If you say so. What do you need? I don't want to keep the line tied up. All that fancy equipment, and you don't have call waiting? Lon. Okay, something you ought to know about. There was a burglary murder a week ago Thursday. Vic was a woman, lived in the village. Alice Sanderson. Perp stabbed her to death and stole some painting. We got the doer. Why was he calling about this? A mundane crime and the perp in custody. Evidence problem? Nope. So I'd be interested why. The supervising detective just got a call a half hour ago? The chase, Lon, the chase. Rhyme was staring at the whiteboard that detailed the plan to catch the killer in England. The scheme was elaborate. And fragile. Solito brought him out of his reflection. Look, I'm sorry, Link, but I gotta tell you, the perp's your cousin, Arthur Rhyme. It's murder 1. He's looking at 25 years, and the DA says it's an airtight case. Chapter 3. It's been quite a while. Judy Rhyme sat in the lab. Hands together, face ashen, she fiercely avoided looking at anything except the criminalist's eyes. 2 responses to his physical condition infuriated Rhyme. When visitors struggled agonizingly to pretend his disability didn't exist, and when they considered it a reason to be his best friend, joking and slinging around tough talk as if they'd been through the war together. Judy fell into the first category, measuring her words carefully before she set them delicately in front of Rhyme. Still, she was family, of sorts, and he remained patient as he tried to keep from glancing at the telephone. A long time, the criminalist agreed. Tom was picking up the social details to which Rhyme was forever oblivious. He'd offered Judy coffee, which now sat untouched, a prop, on the table in front of her. Rhyme had glanced at the whiskey once more, a longing pique that Tom had no trouble ignoring. The attractive dark-haired woman seemed in better shape, solid, and more athletic than the last time he'd seen her, about 2 years before his accident. Judy risked a look at the criminalist's face. I'm sorry we never got here. Really, I wanted to. meaning not a social visit before he was injured, but a sympathy call after. Survivors of catastrophes can read what is unsaid in conversations as clearly as the words themselves. You got the flowers? Back then, after the accident, Rhyme had been dazed. Medication, physical trauma, and the psychological wrestling match with the inconceivable. The fact that he would never walk again. He didn't remember any flowers from them, but he was sure the family had sent them. A lot of people had. Flowers are easy. Visits are hard. Yes, thanks. Silence. An involuntary lightning-fast glance at his legs. People think if you can't walk, there's something wrong with your legs. No, they're fine. The problem was telling them what to do. You're looking good, she said. Rhyme didn't know whether he did or not, never really considered it. And you're divorced, I heard. That's right. I'm sorry. Why, he wondered, but that was a cynical thought, and he gave a nod, acknowledging her sympathy. What's Blaine up to? She's out on Long Island, remarried. We don't stay in touch much. Without kids, that usually happens. I enjoyed that time in Boston when you two came up for the long weekend. A smile that wasn't really a smile, painted on, a mask. It was nice, yes. A weekend in New England, shopping, a drive south to Cape Cod, a picnic by the water. Rhyme remembered thinking how lovely the place was. Seeing the green rocks by the shore, he'd had a brainstorm and decided to start a collection of algae from around the New York City area for the NYPD Crime Lab database. He'd spent a week driving around the metro area taking samples. And, on the trip to see Arthur and Judy, he and Blaine hadn't fought once. Even the drive home with a stop at a Connecticut inn was nice. He remembered making love on the back deck of their room, the smell of honeysuckle overwhelming. That visit was the last contact with his cousin in person. They'd had one other brief conversation, but only via the phone. Then came the accident and silence. Arthur kind of fell off the face of the earth. She laughed, an embarrassed sound. You know, we moved to New Jersey? Really? He was teaching at Princeton, but he got laid off. What happened? He was an assistant and a research fellow. They decided not to offer him a full professor's contract. Art says politics was behind it. You know how that is in colleges. Henry Rhyme, Art's father, was a renowned professor of physics at the University of Chicago. Academia was an esteemed pursuit in that branch of the Rhyme family. In high school, Arthur and Lincoln would debate the virtues of university research and teaching versus a private sector job. In academia, you can make a serious contribution to society, Art had said as the boys shared two somewhat illegal beers and managed to keep a straight face when Lincoln supplied the requisite follow-up line. That, and the teaching assistants can be pretty hot. Rhyme wasn't surprised that Art had gone for a university job. He could have continued to be an assistant, but he quit. He was pretty angry. Assumed he'd get another job right away, but that didn't happen. He was out of work for a while. Ended up at a private company, a medical equipment manufacturer. Another automatic glance, this time at the elaborate wheelchair. She blushed as if she'd committed a Don Imus. It wasn't his dream job, and he hasn't been real happy. I'm sure he wanted to come see you, but probably he was ashamed he hadn't done so well. I mean, with you being a celebrity and all. Finally, a sip of coffee. You both had so much in common. You two were like brothers. I remember Boston, all the stories you told. We were up half the night laughing. Things I never knew about him. And my father-in-law, Henry, when he was alive, he'd talk about you all the time. Did he? We wrote quite a bit. In fact, I had a letter from him a few days before he died. Rhyme had dozens of indelible memories of his uncle, but one particular image stood out. The tall, balding, ruddy-faced man is rearing back, braying a laugh, embarrassing every one of the dozen or so family members at the Christmas Eve dinner table. Embarrassing all, that is, except Henry Rhyme himself, his patient wife, and young Lincoln, who was laughing right along. Rhyme liked his uncle very much and would often go to visit Art and the family, who lived about 30 miles away on the shores of Lake Michigan in Evanston, Illinois. Now, though, Rhyme was in no mood for nostalgia and was relieved when he heard the door open on the sound of 7 firm footsteps, from threshold to carpet, the stride telling Rhyme who it was. A moment later, a tall, slim redhead wearing jeans and a black T-shirt under a burgundy blouse entered the lab. The shirt was loose, and the stern angle of a black Glock pistol was visible high on her hip. As Amelia Sachs smiled and kissed Rhyme on the mouth, the criminalist was aware, in his periphery, of Judy's body language response. The message was clear, and Rhyme wondered what had dismayed her. That she'd made this slip of not asking if he was seeing someone, or that she'd assumed a Crip couldn't have a romantic partner, at least not one as disarmingly attractive as Sachs, who'd been a model before going to the police academy. He introduced them. Sachs listened with concern to the story of Arthur Rhymes' arrest and asked how Judy was coping with the situation. Then, "Do you have children?" Rhyme realized that while he'd been noting Judy's faux pas, he'd committed one himself, neglecting to ask about their son, whose name he'd forgotten. And it turned out the family had grown. In addition to Arthur Jr., who was in high school, there were 2 others. A 9-year-old, Henry, and a daughter, Meadow. She's 6. Meadow? Sachs asked in surprise, for reasons Rhyme couldn't deduce. Judy gave an embarrassed laugh. And we lived in New Jersey, but it's got nothing to do with the TV show. She was born before I'd ever seen it. TV show? Judy broke the brief silence. I'm sure you're wondering why I called that officer to get your number, but first I have to tell you, Art doesn't know I'm here. No? In fact, to tell you the truth, I wouldn't have thought of it on my own. I've been so upset, not getting any sleep, not thinking straight. But I was talking to Art a few days ago in the detention center, and he said, I know what you're thinking, but don't call Lincoln. It's a case of mistaken identity or something. We'll get it straightened out. Promise me you won't. He didn't want to burden you. You know how Art is, just so kind, always thinking of everybody else. Rhyme nodded. But the more I got to thinking about it, the more sense it made. I wouldn't ask you to pull strings or do anything that wasn't right, but I thought maybe you could just make a call or two, tell me what you thought. Rhyme could imagine how that would go over at the big building. As a forensic consultant for the NYPD, his job was getting to the truth, wherever that journey led, but the brass definitely preferred him to help convict, not exonerate defendants. I went through some of your clippings. Clippings? Art keeps family scrapbooks. He has clippings about your cases from the newspapers, dozens. You've done some amazing things. Rhyme said, Oh, I'm just a civil servant. Finally, Judy delivered some unvarnished emotion, a smile, as she looked into his eyes. Art said he never believed your modesty for a minute. Is that right? But only because you never believed it either. Sachs chuckled. Rhyme snorted a laugh that he thought would pass for sincere. Then he grew serious. I don't know how much I can do, but tell me what happened. It was a week ago Thursday, the 12th. Art always takes off early every Thursday. He goes for a long run in a state park on the way home. He loves to run. Rhyme recalled dozens of times when the 2 boys, born within months of each other, would race along sidewalks or through the green-yellow fields near their Midwestern homes, grasshoppers fleeing, gnats sticking to their sweaty skin when they stopped for breath. Art always seemed to be in better shape, but Lincoln had made his school's varsity track team. His cousin hadn't been interested in trying out. Rhyme pushed aside the memories and concentrated on what Judy was saying. He left work about 3:30 and went for his run, then came home about 7:30. He didn't seem any different, wasn't acting odd. He took a shower, we had dinner. But the next day, the police came to the house, 2 from New York and a New Jersey trooper. They asked him questions and looked through the car. They found some blood. I don't know. Her voice conveyed traces of the shock she would have felt on that difficult morning. They searched the house and took away some things, and then they came back and arrested him. For murder. She had trouble saying the word. What was he supposed to have done exactly? Sachs asked. They claimed he killed a woman and stole a rare painting from her. She scoffed bitterly. Stole a painting? What on earth for? And murder? Why, Arthur never hurt a single soul in his life. He isn't capable of it. The blood that was found, have they run a DNA test? Well, yes, they did, and it seemed to match the victim, but those tests can be wrong, can't they? Sometimes, Rhyme said, thinking very, very rarely. Or the real killer could have planted the blood. This painting, Sachs asked, did Arthur have any particular interest in it? Judy played with thick black and white plastic bracelets on her left wrist. The thing is, yes, he used to own one by the same artist. He liked it, but he had to sell it when he lost his job. Where was the painting found? It wasn't. But how did they know it was taken? Somebody, a witness, said they saw a man carrying it from the woman's apartment to the car around the time she was killed. Oh, it's all just a terrible mix-up. Coincidences. That's what it has to be. Just a weird series of coincidences. Her voice cracked. Did he know her? At first Art said he didn't, but then, well, he thought they might have met at an art gallery he goes to sometimes, but he said he never talked to her that he can remember. Her eyes now took in the whiteboard containing the schematic of the plan to capture Logan in England. Rhyme was remembering other times he and Arthur had spent together. Race you to that tree. No, you wimp, the maple, way over there. Touch the trunk. On 3. 1, 2, go. You didn't say 3. There's more, isn't there, Judy? Tell us. Sachs had seen something in the woman's eyes, Rhyme supposed. I'm just upset. For the kids, too. It's a nightmare for them. The neighbors are treating us like terrorists. I'm sorry to push, but it's important for us to know all the facts. Please. The blush had returned, and she was gripping her knees. Rhyme and Sachs had a friend who worked as an agent for the California Bureau of Investigation, Catherine Dance. She was a kinesics, or body language expert. Rhyme considered such skills secondary to forensic science, but he'd come to respect Dance and had learned something about her specialty. He now could see easily that Judy Rhyme was a fountain of stress. Go on, Sachs encouraged. It's just that the police found some other evidence. Well, it wasn't really evidence, not like clues, but it made them think maybe Art and the woman were seeing each other. Sachs asked, What's your opinion of that? I don't think he was. Rhyme noted the softened verb, not as adamant a denial as with the murder and theft. She desperately wanted the answer to be no, though she'd probably come to the same conclusion Rhyme just had, that the woman's being his lover worked in Arthur's favor. You were more likely to rob a stranger than someone you were sleeping with. Still, as a wife and mother, Judy was crying out for one particular answer. Then she glanced up, less cautious now about looking at Rhyme, the contraption he sat in, and the other devices that defined his life. Whatever else was going on, he did not kill that woman. He couldn't have. I know it in my soul. Is there anything you can do? Rhyme and Sachs shared a look. He said, I'm sorry, Judy, we're in the midst of a big case right now. We're real close to catching a very dangerous killer. I can't drop that. I wouldn't want you to, but just something. I don't know what else to do. Her lip was trembling. He said, We'll make some calls, find out what we can. I can't give you information you couldn't otherwise get through your lawyer, but I'll tell you honestly what I think about the DA's chance of success. Oh, thank you, Lincoln. Who's his lawyer? She gave them the name and phone number. A high-profile and priced criminal defense attorney Rhyme knew, but he'd be a man with a lot on his plate and more experience with financial than violent crimes. Sachs asked about the prosecutor. Bernard Grossman, I can get you his number. That's all right, Sachs said. I have it. I've worked with him before. He's reasonable. I assume he offered your husband a plea bargain. He did, and our lawyer wanted to take it, but Art refused. He keeps saying this is just a mistake, it'll all get straightened out, but that doesn't always happen, does it? Even if people are innocent, they go to jail sometimes, don't they? They do, yes, Rhyme thought, then said, We'll make a few phone calls. She rose. I can't tell you how sorry I am that we let things slide. Inexcusable. Surprising him, Judy Rhyme strode directly to the wheelchair and bent down, brushing her cheek against his. Rhyme smelled nervous sweat and 2 distinct scents, perhaps deodorant and hairspray. No perfume. She didn't seem the perfume type. Thank you, Lincoln. She walked to the door and paused. To them both, she said, Whatever else you find about that woman and Arthur, it's all right. All I care about is that he doesn't go to jail. I'll do what I can. We'll give you a call if we find something concrete. Sachs saw her out. When she returned, Rhyme said, Let's check with the lawyers first. I'm sorry, Rhyme. He frowned, and she added, I just mean, it's got to be hard on you. How's that? Thinking a close relative got busted for murder. Rhyme shrugged, one of the few gestures he could manage. Ted Bundy was somebody's son, maybe a cousin, too. But still. Sachs lifted the receiver. Eventually, she tracked down the defense lawyer, got his answering service, and left a message. Rhyme wondered which hole of which golf course he was on at that moment. She then got in touch with the assistant district attorney, Grossman, who wasn't enjoying the day of rest but was in his office downtown. He'd never connected the last name of the perp to the criminalist. Hey, I'm sorry, Lincoln, he said sincerely, but I have to say it's a good case. I'm not blowing smoke. I'd tell you if there were gaps, but there aren't. A jury's going to nail him. If you can talk him into a plea, you'd be doing him a huge favor. I could probably go down to 12 solid. 12 years with no parole. It would kill Arthur, Rhyme reflected. Appreciate that, Sachs said. The ADA added that he had a complicated trial starting tomorrow, so he couldn't spend any more time talking to them now. He'd call later in the week if they liked. He did, however, give them the name of the lead detective in the case, Bobby LaGrange. I know him, she said, dialing him at home, too. She got his voicemail, but when she tried his cell, he answered immediately. LaGrange! The hiss of wind and the sound of slapping water explained what the detective was up to on this clear sky, warm day. Sachs identified herself. Oh, sure, how you doing, Amelia? I'm waiting for a call from a snitch. We've got something going down in Red Hook any time now. So, not on his fishing boat. I may have to hang up fast. Understood. You're on speaker. Detective, this is Lincoln Rhyme. A hesitation. Oh, yeah. A call from Lincoln Rhyme got people's full attention pretty fast. Rhyme explained about his cousin. Wait, Rhyme? You know, I thought it was a funny name. I mean, unusual, but I never put it together. And he never said anything about you. Not in any of the interviews. Your cousin. Man, I'm sorry. Detective, I don't want to interfere with the case, but I said I'd call and find out what the story is. It's gone to the ADA, I know. Just talk to him. I gotta say the caller was righteous. I've run homicides for 5 years, and short of somebody from patrol witnessing a gang clip, this was the cleanest rap I've seen. What's the story? Art's wife only gave me the bones. In the stiff voice that cops fall into when recounting details of a crime, stripped of emotion. Your cousin left work early. They went to the apartment of a woman named Alice Sanderson down in the village. She'd gotten off work early, too. We aren't sure how long he was there, but sometime around 6 she was knifed to death and a painting was stolen. Rare, I understand. Yeah, but not like Van Gogh. Who was the artist? Somebody named Prescott. Oh, and we found some direct mail things, flyers, that a couple of galleries had sent your cousin about Prescott. That didn't look so good. Tell me more about May 12th, Rhyme said. At about 6, a witness heard screams, and a few minutes later saw a man carrying a painting out to a light blue Mercedes parked on the street. It left the scene fast. The wit only got the first 3 letters on the tag, couldn't tell the state, but we ran everything in the metro area, narrowed the list down, and interviewed the owners. One was your cousin. My partner and me went out to Jersey to talk with him, had a trooper with us for protocol, We saw what looked like blood on the back door and in the back seat. A bloody washcloth was under the seat. It matched a set of linens in the Vic's apartment. And DNA was positive? Her blood, yeah. The witness identified him in a lineup? Nah, it was anonymous. Called from a payphone and wouldn't give their name. Didn't want to get involved. But we didn't need any wits. Crime scene had a field day. They lifted a shoe print from the Vic's entryway. Same kind of shoe your cousin wore, and got some good trace. Class evidence? Yeah, class. Traces of shave cream, snack food chips, lawn fertilizer from his garage. Exactly matched what was at the Vic's apartment. No, it didn't match, Rhyme reflected. Evidence falls into several categories. Individuating evidence is unique to a single source, like DNA and fingerprints. Class evidence shares certain characteristics with similar materials, but they don't necessarily come from the same source. Carpet fibers, for instance. A DNA test of blood at a crime scene can definitely match the criminal's blood, but a comparison of carpet fiber at a scene can only be associated with fibers found in the suspect's house, allowing the jury to infer he was at the scene. What was your take on whether or not he knew her? Sachs asked. He claimed he didn't, but we found 2 notes she'd written. One at her office and one at home. One was, Art, drinks. The other just said, Arthur. Nothing else. Oh, and we found his name in her phone book. His number? Rhyme was frowning. No, prepaid mobile. No record. So you figure they were more than friends. Crossed our minds. Why else only give her a prepaid number and not his home or office? He gave a laugh. Apparently she didn't care. You'd be surprised what people accept without asking questions. Not that surprised, Rhyme thought. And the phone? Toast. Never found it. And you think he killed her because she was pressuring him to leave the wife? That's what the prosecutor will argue. Something like that. Rhyme compared what he knew of his cousin, whom he hadn't seen in more than a decade, against this information. He could neither confirm nor deny the allegation. Sachs asked, Anybody else have a motive? Nope. Family and friends said she dated some, but real casual, no terrible breakups. I was even wondering if the wife did it, Judy, but she was accounted for at the time. Did Arthur have any alibi? None. Claims he went for a run, but nobody could confirm seeing him. Clinton State Park. Big place. Pretty deserted. I'm curious, Sachs said, what his demeanor was during interrogation. LaGrange laughed. Funny you bring that up. The weirdest part of the whole case. He looked like he was dazed, just blown away by seeing us there. I've collared a lot of people in my day, some of them pros. Connected guys, I mean. And he was hands down the best at playing the innocent me game. Great actor. You remember that about him, Detective Rhyme? The criminalist didn't reply. What happened to the painting? A pause. That's the other thing. Never recovered. Wasn't in his house or garage, but the crime scene folks found dirt in the back seat of the car in his garage. It matched the dirt in the state park where he went jogging every night near his house. We figured he buried it somewhere. One question, Detective, Rhyme said. A pause at the other end of the line, during which a voice spoke indecipherable words and the wind howled again. Go on. Can I see the file? The file? Not really a question, just stalling to consider. It's a solid case. We ran it by the book. Sachs said, We don't doubt that for a minute. The thing is, though, we understand he's rejected a plea. Oh, you want to talk him into one? Yeah, I get it. That's the best thing for him. Well, all I have is copies. The ADA's got everything else and the evidence, but I can get you the reports. A day or two, okay? Rhyme shook his head. Sachs said to the detective, If you could talk to records and okay it, I'll go down there and pick up the file myself. The wind filled the speakers again, then stopped abruptly. LaGrange must have moved into shelter. Yeah, okay, I'll give him a call now. Thanks. No problem. Good luck. After they disconnected, Rhyme gave a brief smile. That was a nice touch, the plea bargain thing. You gotta know your audience, Sachs said, and slung her purse over her shoulder, heading out of the door. Chapter 4. Sachs returned from her trip to Police Plaza a lot faster than if she'd taken public transportation, or paid attention to stoplights. Rhyme knew that she'd slapped a flashing light on the dash of her car, a 1969 Camaro SS, which she'd had painted fiery red a few years ago to match Rhyme's preferred shade for his wheelchairs. Like a teenager, she still looked for any excuse to fire up the massive engine and sear rubber off the tires. Copied everything, she said, carrying a thick folder into the room. She winced as she set it on an examining table. You okay? Amelia Sachs suffered from arthritis. She had all her life, and popped glucosamine, chondroitin, and Advil or naproxen like jelly beans, but she rarely acknowledged the condition, fearful that the brass might stick her behind a desk on a medical if they found out. Even when she and Rhyme were alone, she downplayed the pain. But today she admitted, some twinges are worse than others. Want to sit? A shake of the head. So, what do we got? Report, evidence inventory, and copies of the photos. No videos. They're with the DA. Let's get everything on the board. I want to see the primary crime scene in Arthur's house. She walked to a whiteboard, one of the dozens in the lab, and transcribed information as Rhyme watched. Alice Sanderson, homicide. Alice Sanderson apartment. Traces of Edge Advanced Gel Shave Cream with aloe. Crumbs determined to be Pringles, fat-free, barbecue flavor. Chicago cutlery knife, murder weapon. True Grow fertilizer. Shoe print of Alton Easy Walk, size 10.5. Fleck of latex glove. References to Art and a prepaid mobile number in phone book, now no longer active, untraceable. Possible affair? 2 notes, Art-drinks, office, and Arthur, home. Whitsaw light blue Mercedes, partial tag NLP. Arthur Rhyme's car. 2004 light blue Mercedes sedan, C-Class, New Jersey license NLP 745, registered to Arthur Rhyme. Blood on door, rear floor. DNA match to victims. Bloody washcloth, matching set found in victim's apartment. DNA match to victims. Dirt with composition similar to dirt in Clinton State Park. Arthur Rhyme's house. Edge Advanced Gel with aloe shave cream associated with that from primary crime scene. Pringles barbecue-flavored chips, fat-free. True Grow fertilizer, garage. Spade containing dirt similar to dirt in Clinton State Park, garage. Chicago cutlery knife, same type as the MW. Alton Easy Walk shoes, size 10.5, tread similar to that at primary crime scene. Direct mail flyers from Wilcox Gallery, Boston, and Anderson Billings Fine Arts, Carmel, about shows of Harvey Prescott paintings. Box of safe-hand latex gloves, rubber composition similar to that of Fleck found at primary crime scene, garage. Man, it's pretty incriminating, Rhyme, Sachs said, standing back, hand on her hips. And using a prepaid cell, and references to art, but no address where he lives or works. That would suggest an affair. Any other details? No, other than the pictures. Tape them up, he instructed, while scanning the chart, regretting that he hadn't searched the scene himself. Vicariously, that was, with Amelia Sachs, as they often did, via a microphone headset or a high-definition video camera she wore. It seemed like a competent CS job, but not stellar. No photos of the non-seen rooms. And the knife. He saw the picture of the bloody weapon beneath the bed. An officer was lifting a flap of dust ruffle to get a good shot. Was it invisible with the cloth down, which meant the perp might logically have missed it in the frenzy of the moment, or was it visible, suggesting it had been left intentionally as planted evidence? He studied the picture of packing material on the floor, apparently what the Prescott painting had been wrapped in. Something's wrong, he whispered. Sachs, standing at the whiteboard, glanced his way. The painting, Rhyme continued. What about it? LaGrange suggested two motives. One, Arthur stole the Prescott as a cover because he wanted to kill Alice to get her out of his life. Right. But, Rhyme went on, to make a homicide seem incidental to a burglary, a smart perp wouldn't steal the one thing in the apartment that could be connected to him. Remember, Art had owned a Prescott, and he had direct mail flyers about them. Sure, Rhyme, that doesn't make any sense. And say he really did want the painting and couldn't afford it. Well, it's a hell of a lot safer and easier to break in and cart it off during the day when the owner's at work rather than murder them for it. His cousin's demeanor, too, though not high in Rhyme's arsenal when he assessed guilt or innocence, nagged. Maybe he wasn't playing innocent. Maybe he was innocent. Pretty incriminating, you said? No, too incriminating. He thought to himself, let's just postulate that he didn't do it. If not, then the consequences were significant. Because this wasn't simply a case of mistaken identity. The evidence matched too closely, including a conclusive connection between her blood and his car. No, if Art was innocent, then someone had gone to a great deal of trouble to set him up. I'm thinking he was framed. Why? Motive, he muttered. We don't care at this point. The relevant question now is how. We answer that, it can point us to who. We might get why along the way, but that's not our priority. So we start with the premise that someone else, Mr. X, murdered Alice Sanderson and stole the painting, then framed Arthur. Now, Sachs. How could he have done it? A wince, her arthritis again, and she sat. She thought for several moments, then said, Mr. X followed Arthur and followed Alice. He saw they had an interest in art, put them together at the gallery, and found their identities. Mr. X knows she owns a Prescott. He wants one but can't afford it. Right. Sachs nodded at the evidence chart. Then he breaks into Arthur's house, sees that he owns Pringles, Edge Shave Cream, Trugo Fertilizer, and Chicago cutlery knives. He steals some to plant. He knows what shoes Arthur wears so he can leave the footprint, and he gets some of the dirt from the state park on Arthur's shovel. Now, let's think about May 12th. Somehow, Mr. X knows that Art always leaves work early on Thursdays and goes running in a deserted park, so he doesn't have an alibi. He goes to the Vic's apartment, kills her, steals the painting, and calls from a payphone to report the screams and seeing a man take the painting to a car that looks a lot like Arthur's, with a partial tag number. Then he heads out to Arthur's house in New Jersey and leaves the traces of blood, the dirt, the washcloth, the shovel. The phone rang. The caller was Arthur's defense lawyer. The man sounded harried as he reiterated everything that the assistant district attorney had explained. He offered nothing that might help them, and in fact tried several times to talk them into pressuring Arthur to take a plea. They'll nail him up, the man said. Do him a favor. I'll get him 15 years. That'll destroy him, Rhyme said. It won't destroy him as much as a life sentence. Rhyme said a chilly goodbye and hung up. He stared again at the evidence board. Then something else occurred to him. What is it, Rhyme? Sachs had noticed that his eyes were rising to the ceiling. Think maybe he's done this before? How do you mean? Assuming the goal, the motive, was to steal the painting. Well, it's not exactly a one-time score. Not like a Renoir you fence for $10 million and disappear forever. The whole thing smells like an enterprise. The perp's hit on a smart way to get away with the crime, and he's going to keep at it until somebody stops him. Yeah, good point. So we should look for thefts of other paintings. No. Why should he steal just paintings? It could be anything. But there's one common element. Sachs frowned, then provided the answer. Homicide. Exactly. Since the perp frames somebody else, he has to murder the victims, because they could identify him. Call somebody at homicide, at home if you need to. We're looking for the same scenario. An underlying crime, maybe a theft, the Vic murdered, and strong circumstantial evidence. And maybe a DNA link that might have been planted? Good, he said, excited at the thought they might be onto something here. And if he's sticking to his formula, there'll be an anonymous witness who gave 911 some specific identifying information. She walked to a desk in the corner of the lab, sat and placed the call. Rhyme leaned his head back in his wheelchair and observed his partner on the phone. He noticed dried blood in her thumbnail. A mark was just visible above her ear, half hidden by her straight red hair. Sachs did this frequently, scratching her scalp, teasing her nails, damaging herself in small ways, both a habit and an indicator of the stress that drove her. She was nodding, and her eyes took on a focused gaze as she wrote. His own heart, though he couldn't feel it directly, had speeded up. She'd learned something significant. Her pen dried up. She tossed it onto the floor and whipped out another as quickly as she drew her pistol in combat shooting competitions. After 10 minutes, she hung up. Hey, Rhyme, get this. She sat next to him in a wicker chair. I talked to Flintlock. Ah, good choice. Joseph Flintick, his nickname intentionally or otherwise a reference to the old-time gun, had been a homicide detective when Rhyme was a rookie. The testy old guy was familiar with nearly every murder that had been committed in New York City and many nearby during his lengthy tenure. At an age when he should have been visiting his grandchildren, Flintlock was working Sundays. Rhyme wasn't surprised. I laid it all out for him, and he came back with 2 cases that might fit our profile right off the top of his head. One was a theft of rare coins, worth about 50 G. The other, a rape. Rape? This added a deeper and much more disturbing element to the case. Yep, in both of them, an anonymous witness called to report the crime and gave some information that was instrumental in IDing the perp, like the wit calling about your cousin's car. Both male callers, of course. Right, and the city offered a reward, but neither of them came forward. What about the evidence? Flintlock didn't remember it too clearly, but he did say that the trace and circumstantial connections were right on. Just what happened to your cousin. 5 or 6 types of associated class evidence at the scene and in the perp's houses. And in both cases, the victim's blood was found on a rag or article of clothing in the suspect's residence. And I'll bet there weren't any fluid matches in the rape case. Most rapists are convicted because they leave behind traces of the 3 S's: semen, saliva, or sweat. Nope, none. And the anonymous callers, did they leave partial license plate numbers? She glanced at her notes. Yeah, how did you know? Because our perp needed to buy some time. If he left the whole tag number, the cops would head right to the fall guy's house and he wouldn't have time to plant the evidence there. The killer had thought out everything. And the suspects denied everything? Yep, totally. Rolled the dice with the jury and lost. No, this is all too coincidental, Rhyme muttered. I want to see... I asked somebody to pull the files from the disposed case's archives. He laughed. One step ahead of him, as often. He recalled when they'd first met, years ago. Sachs, a disillusioned patrol officer ready to give up her career in policing. Rhyme ready to give up more than that. How far they'd both come since then. Rhyme spoke into his stock mic. Command, call Salido. He was excited now. He could feel that unique buzz, the thrill of a budding hunt. Answer the damn phone, he thought angrily, and for once he wasn't thinking about England. Hey, Link! Salido's Brooklyn-inflected voice filled the room. What's... Listen, there's a problem. I'm kind of busy here. Rhyme's former partner, Lieutenant Detective Lon Salido, hadn't been in the best of moods himself lately. A big task force case he'd worked on had just tanked. Vladimir Dienko, the thug of a Russian mob boss from Brighton Beach, had been indicted last year for racketeering and murder. Rhyme had assisted with some of the forensics. To everyone's shock, the case against Dienko and 3 of his associates had been dismissed just last Friday, after witnesses had stonewalled or vanished. Salido and agents from the Bureau had been working all weekend, trying to track down new witnesses and informants. I'll make it fast. He explained what he and Sachs had found out about his cousin and the rape and coin theft cases. 2 other cases? Friggin' weird. What's your cousin say? Haven't talked to him yet, but he denies everything. I want to have this looked into. Looked into? The hell's that mean? I don't think Arthur did it. He's your cousin. Of course you don't think he did it, but what do you have concrete? Nothing yet. That's why I want your help. I need some people. I'm up to my ass in the Dianco situation in Brighton Beach, which, I gotta say, you'd be helping on, except, no, you're too busy sipping tea with the Brits. This could be big, Lon. 2 other cases that stink of planted evidence? I'll bet there are more. I know how much you love your cliches, Lon. Doesn't getting away with murder move you? You can throw all the clauses you want at me, Link. I'm busy. That's a phrase, Lon. A clause has a subject and predicate. Whatever. I'm trying to salvage the Russian connection. Nobody at City Hall or the Federal Building's happy about what happened. And they have my deepest sympathies. Get reassigned. It's homicide. I'm major cases. The Major Cases Division of the NYPD didn't investigate murders, but Salido's excuse brought a cynical laugh to Rhymes' lips. You work homicides when you want to work them. When the hell have department protocols meant anything to you? Tell you what I'll do, the detective mumbled. There's a captain working today, downtown. Joe Malloy. Know him? No. I do, said Sachs. He's solid. Hey, Amelia. You surviving the cold front today? Sachs laughed. Rhymes snarled. Funny, Lon. Who the hell's this guy? Smart, no compromises, and no sense of humor. You'll appreciate that. Lots of comedians around here today, Rhyme muttered. He's good, and a crusader. His wife was killed in a B&E 5-6 years ago. Sachs winced. I didn't know that. Yeah, and he gives the job 150%. Word is he's headed for a corner office upstairs someday, or maybe even next door, meaning City Hall. Salido continued, Give him a call, see if he can get a few people released for you. I want you released. Not gonna happen, Link. I'm running a stakeout. It's a nightmare, but keep me posted and... Gotta go, Lon. Command disconnect phone. You hung up on him, Sachs pointed out. Rhyme grunted and placed a call to Malloy. He'd be furious if he got voicemail. But the man answered on the second ring. Another senior cop working on Sunday. Well, Rhyme had done so pretty often, too, and had the divorce to show for it. Malloy here. Rhyme identified himself. A brief hesitation, then. Well, Lincoln, I don't believe we've ever met, but I know about you, of course. I'm here with one of your detectives, Amelia Sachs. We're on speaker, Joe. Detective Sachs, afternoon, said the stiff voice. What can I do for you two? Rhyme explained about the case and how he believed Arthur was being set up. Your cousin? I'm sorry to hear that. But he didn't sound particularly sorry. Malloy would be worried that Rhyme wanted him to intervene and get the charges reduced. Appearance of impropriety at the most innocent, or, at the worst, an internal affairs investigation in the media. Weighed against that, of course, was the bad form of not helping out a man who provided invaluable service to the NYPD, and one who was a gimp. Political correctness thrives in city government. But Rhyme's request, of course, was more complicated. He added, I think there's a good chance that this same perp committed other crimes. He gave the details of the coin theft and the rape. So not 1, but 3 individuals had been wrongly arrested by Malloy's NYPD, which meant that 3 crimes had in fact gone unsolved and the real perp was still at large. This portended a major public relations nightmare. Well, it's pretty odd. Irregular, you know. I understand your loyalty to your cousin. I have loyalty to the truth, Joe, Rhyme said, not caring if he sounded pompous. Well, I just need a couple of officers assigned to us to look over the evidence in these cases again, maybe do some legwork. Oh, I see. Well, sorry, Lincoln, we just don't have the resources. Not for something like this, but I'll bring it up tomorrow with the deputy commissioner. Actually, think we could call him now? Another hesitation. No, he's got something going on today. Brunch, barbecue, a Sunday matinee performance of Young Frankenstein, or Spamalot? I'll raise the issue tomorrow at the briefing. It's a curious situation, but you won't do anything until you hear from me. Or someone. Of course not. They disconnected. Rhyme and Sachs were both silent for a few long seconds. A curious situation. Rhyme gazed at the whiteboard, on which sat the corpse of an investigation shot dead just as it had lurched to life. Snapping the quiet, Sachs asked, "Wonder what Ron's up to?" "Let's find out, why don't we?" He gave her a genuine and rare smile. She pulled out her phone, hit a speed dial number, then speaker. A youthful voice crackled, "Yes, ma'am, detective." Sachs had been after young patrolman Ron Pulaski to call her Amelia for years, but usually he couldn't bring himself to do it. "You're on speaker, Pulaski," Rhyme warned. "Yes, sir." And the sir bothered Rhyme, but he had no inclination to correct the young man now. "How are you?" Pulaski asked. "Does it matter?" Rhyme responded. "What are you doing? Right now. And is it important? Right now? I think I just asked that." "Washing dishes. Jenny and I just had Sunday brunch with my brother and his wife. We went to the farmer's market with the kids. It's a blast. Do you and Detective Sachs ever get to—" "You're at home then, and not doing anything?" "Well, the dishes." "Leave him. Get over here." Rhyme, a civilian, had no authority to order anybody in the NYPD, even traffic cops, to do anything. But Sachs was a detective third class. While she couldn't order him to help them, she could formally request a shift in assignment. "We need you, Ron, and we might need you tomorrow, too." Ron Pulaski worked regularly with Rhyme, Sachs, and Salito. Rhyme had been amused to learn that his assignments for the quasi-celeb forensic detective elevated the status of the young officer within the department. He was sure that the supervisor would agree to hand over Pulaski for a few days, as long as he didn't call Malloy or anyone else downtown and learn that the case wasn't a case at all. Pulaski gave Sachs the name of the commander at the precinct house, then asked, "Oh, sir, is Lieutenant Salito working on this one? Should I call and coordinate with him?" "No," blurted both Rhyme and Sachs. A brief silence followed, then Pulaski said uncertainly, "Well, then, I guess I'll be there as soon as I can. Just, can I dry the glasses first? Jenny hates water spots." Chapter 5. Sundays are the best, because most Sundays I'm free to do what I love. I collect things. Everything you can imagine. If it appeals to me, and I can get it into my backpack or into my trunk, I'll collect it. I'm not a pack rat like some people might say. Those rodents leave something in place of what they've taken. Once I find something, it's mine. I never let go. Ever. Sunday's my favorite day because it's the day of rest for the masses, the 16s who call this amazing city home. Men, women, children, lawyers, artists, cyclists, cooks, thieves, wives, and lovers. I collect DVDs, too, politicians, joggers, and curators. It's amazing the number of things that 16s do for enjoyment. They roam like happy antelope through the city and the parks of New Jersey and Long Island and upstate New York. And I'm free to hunt them, which is what I'm up to right now, having deflected all the other boring distractions of Sunday, brunch, movies, and even an invitation to go play golf. Oh, and worship, always popular with the antelope, provided, of course, that a visit to church is followed by the aforementioned brunch or 9 holes of smack the ball. Hunting. Right now, I'm thinking of my most recent transaction, the memory tucked away in my mental collection, the transaction with young Alice Sanderson, 3895-0967-7524-3630, who was looking fine, very fine, until the knife, of course. Alice 3895 in that nice pink dress, accentuating her breasts, flirting at the hip. I also think of her as 382636, but that's a joke on my part. Pretty enough, perfume the scent of Asian flowers. My plans for her had only partly to do with the Harvey Prescott painting that she was lucky enough to snatch off the market, or unlucky, as it turned out for her. Once I was sure she'd received the delivery, out would come the duct tape, and I'd spend the next few hours with her in the bedroom. But she'd ruined it all. Just as I was coming up behind her, she turned and gave that nightmare scream. I had no choice but to slice her neck like tomato skin, grab my beautiful Prescott, and sneak out, through the window, so to speak. No, I can't stop thinking about pretty enough Alice 3895 in a skimpy pink dress, her skin floral scented like a tea house. So, bottom line, I need a woman. strolling along these sidewalks glancing at the 16s through my sunglasses. They, on the other hand, don't really see me. As I intend, I groom myself to be invisible, and there's no place like Manhattan to be invisible. I turn corners, slip along an alleyway, make a purchase, cash, of course, then plunge into a deserted area of the city, formerly industrial, becoming residential and commercial near Soho. Quiet here. That's good. I want it peaceful for my transaction with Myra Weinberg. 9834-4452-6740-3418. A 16 I've had my eye on for a while. Myra 9834, I know you very well. The data have told me everything. Ah, that debate again. Data. Plural or singular? Data has told or data have told? Merriam-Webster's assures us either is correct. By myself, I tend to be purist, data plural. But in public, I try hard to treat the word as singular, like most of society, and hope I don't slip up. Language is a river. It goes where it will, and if you swim against that current, you get noticed. And that, of course, is the last thing in the world I want. Now, the data on Myra 9834. She lives on Waverly Place, Greenwich Village, in a building the owner wants to sell as co-op units via an eviction plan. I know this, though the poor tenants don't yet, and judging from incomes and credit histories, most of them are totally screwed. The beautiful, exotic, dark-haired Myra 9834 is a graduate of NYU and has worked in New York for several years at an advertising agency. Her mother's still alive, but her father's dead. Hit and run. The John Doe warrant's still outstanding after all these years. Police don't pull out the stops for crimes like that. At the moment, Myra 9834 is between boyfriends, and friendships must be problematic because her recent 32nd birthday was marked with a single order of moose shoe pork from Hunan Dynasty on West 4th, not a bad choice, and a Camus Conundrum White, $28 from overpriced Village Wines. A subsequent trip to Long Island on Saturday, coinciding with local travel by other family members and acquaintances, and a large bill with copious Brunello at a Garden City restaurant of which Newsday speaks highly, made up for the solitary evening, I imagine. Myra 9834 sleeps in a Victoria's Secret tea, a fact I deduce because she owns 5 of them in a size too big to wear out in public. She wakes early to the thought of an Entenmann's Danish pastry, never low-fat, I'm proud of her for that, and home-brewed Starbucks. She rarely goes to the coffee shops, which is a shame, since I do like to observe in person the antelope I've had my eye on, and Starbucks is among the best places on the veldt to do so. Around 8:20, she leaves her apartment and heads for work in Midtown, Maple Reed and Summers Advertising, where she's a junior account executive. Onward and upward. I continue on my way this Sunday, wearing a nondescript baseball cap. They account for 87.3% of all men's headgear in the metro area. And, as always, eyes down. If you think a satellite can't record your smiling face from 30 miles up in space, think again. Somewhere in a dozen servers around the world there are hundreds of pictures of you taken from on high, and let's hope all you were doing when they snapped the shutter was squinting away the sun while you glanced up at the Goodyear blimp, or cloud shaped like a lamb. My passion for collecting includes not only these daily facts, but the minds of the 16s I'm interested in, and Myra 9834 is no exception. She goes for drinks with friends after work with some frequency, and I've noticed that she picks up the tab often. Too often, in my opinion. Clearly, she's buying their love. Right, Dr. Phil? Possibly had acne during the adolescence terrible. She still sees a dermatologist once in a while, though the bills are low, as if she's just debating dermabrasion. Completely unnecessary from what I've seen. Or checking to make sure the zits aren't returning like ninjas in the night. Then, after the 3 rounds of cosmopolitans with the gals or a visit to a Fit and Start health club, it's home to phone calls, the ubiquitous computer, and basic, not premium, cable. I enjoy tracking her viewing habits. Her show selections suggest extreme loyalty. She changed networks when Seinfeld did, and she blew off 2 dates to spend the night with Jack Bauer. Bedtime follows, and she sometimes enjoys a bit of distraction. Buying AA batteries in bulk tells the tale, her digital camera and iPod being rechargeable. Of course, those are the data on her weekday life, But today's a glorious Sunday, and Sundays are different. This is when Myra 9834 climbs aboard her beloved and very expensive bicycle and heads out to cruise the streets of her city. The routes vary. Central Park might figure, as does Riverside Park and Prospect Park in Brooklyn. But whatever the path, Myra 9834 makes one particular stop without fail toward the end of her journey, Hudson's Gourmet Deli on Broadway. And then, food and shower beckoning, she takes the fastest bike route home, which, owing to the madness of downtown traffic, is right past the very spot where I'm standing at the moment. I'm in front of a courtyard leading to a ground-floor loft owned by Maury and Stella Grzinski. Imagine buying 10 years ago for $278,000. The Grzinskis aren't home, though, because they're enjoying a springtime cruise in Scandinavia. They've stopped the mail and have hired no plant waterers or pet sitters. And there's no alarm system. No sign of her yet. Has something intervened? I might be wrong, but I rarely am. 5 agonizing minutes pass. I pull images of the Harvey Prescott painting out of my mental collection. I enjoy them for a time and tuck them back. I glance around and I resist a salivating urge to go through the fat trash bin here to see what treasures it might hold. Stay in the shadows, stay off the grid, especially at times like this, and avoid the windows at all costs. You'd be amazed at the lure of voyeurism and how many people are watching you from the other side of the glass, which, to you, is only a reflection or glare. Where is she? Where? If I don't get my transaction soon... And then, I feel the slam within me as I see her, Myra 9834. Moving slowly, low gear, beautiful legs pumping away. A $1,020 bike, more than my first car cost. The bicycle outfit is tight. My breath is fast. I need her so badly. A glance up and down the street. Empty except for the approaching woman who's now getting close, 30 feet away. Cell phone off but flipped open and up to my ear, food emporium bag dangling. I glance at her once. Stepping to the curb, as I carry on an animated and entirely fictitious conversation, I pause to let her pass. Frowning, looking up, then smiling. Myra? She slows. Biking outfit's so tight. Control it, act casual. Nobody in the empty windows facing the street, no traffic. Myra Weinberg? The squeal of bike brakes. Hi! The greeting and attempted flash of recognition are due solely to the fact that people would rather do almost anything than be embarrassed. I'm totally in the role of the mature businessman as I walk toward her, telling my invisible friend I'll call back and close the phone. She replies, I'm sorry, a smiling frown. You're Mike, I'm the AE from Ogilvy. I think we met at, yeah, that's it, the National Food Shoot at David's. We were in the second studio. I came by and met you and, what's his name? Richie? You guys had a better caterer than we did. Now a hearty smile. Oh, sure. She remembers David and National Foods and Richie and the photo studio's caterer, but she can't remember me because I was never there. And nobody named Mike was there either, but she won't focus on that because it happens to be the name of her dead father. Good seeing you, I say, giving her my best how's this for a coincidence grin. You live around here? Village, you? A nod to the Grzinskis. There. Wow, a loft, sweet. I ask about her job. She asks about mine. Then I wince. Better get inside. I just ran out for lemons, holding up the citrus prop. Got some people over. My voice fades as a brilliant idea comes to mind. Hey, I don't know if you have plans, but we're having a late brunch. You want to join us? Oh, thanks, but I'm a mess. Please. We were out all day on a walk for the cure, my partner and me. Nice touch, I think, and wholly improvised. We're sweatier than you, believe me. This is way casual. It'll be fun. There's a senior AE from Thompson there, and a couple of guys from Burston. Cute, but straight. I shrug mournfully. And we've got a surprise actor, too. I won't tell you who. Well, oh, come on. You look like you need a Cosmo. At the photo shoot, didn't we both decide that was our favorite drink? Chapter 6. The Tombs. Okay, it wasn't the Tombs any longer, the original one from the 1800s. That building was long gone, but everybody still used the name when describing this place. The Manhattan Detention Center, downtown, in which Arthur Rhyme was now sitting, his heart doing the same despairing thud, thud, thud it had regularly since he was arrested. But whether the place was called the Tombs, the MDC, or the Bernard Carrick Center, as it had been temporarily until the former police chief and corrections head went down in flames, to Arthur the place was simply hell. Absolute hell. He was in an orange jumpsuit like everyone else, but there the similarity with his fellow cons ended. The 5'11" man, 190 pounds, with corporate clipped brown hair, was as different as could be from the other souls awaiting trial here. No, he wasn't big and inked. He'd learned that meant tattooed, or shaved, or stupid, or black, or Latino. The sort of criminal Arthur would resemble, businessmen charged with white-collar crimes, didn't reside in the Tombs until trial. They were out on bond. Whatever sins they'd committed, the infractions didn't warrant the $2 million bail set for Arthur. So the Tombs had been his home since May 13th, the longest and most wrenchingly difficult period of his life. And bewildering. Arthur might have met the woman he was supposed to have killed, but he couldn't even recall her. Yes, he'd been to that gallery in Soho, where apparently she'd browsed too, though he couldn't remember talking to her. And yes, he loved the work of Harvey Prescott, and had been sick at heart when he'd had to sell his canvas after losing his job, but stealing one? Killing someone? Were they mad? Do I look like a killer? It was a hopeless mystery to him, like Fermat's theorem, the mathematical proof that even after learning the explanation he still didn't get. Her blood in his car? He was being framed, of course, even thinking the police might have done it themselves. After 10 days in the Tombs, O.J.'s defense seems a bit less Twilight Zone. Why? Who was behind this? He thought of the angry letters he'd written when Princeton passed him over. Some were stupid and petty and threatening. Well, there were plenty of unstable people in the academic field. Maybe they'd wanted revenge for the stink he'd made. And then that student in his class who'd come on to him? He told her no, he didn't want to have an affair. She'd gone ballistic. Fatal attraction. The police had checked her out and decided she wasn't behind the killing, but how hard had they worked to verify her alibi? He looked around the large common area now, the dozens of nearby cons, the inside word for prisoners. At first, he'd been regarded as a curiosity. His stock seemed to rise when they'd learned he'd been arrested for murder, but then it fell at the news that the victim hadn't tried to steal his drugs or cheat on him, two acceptable reasons for killing a woman. Then, when it was clear he was just one of those white guys who'd screwed up, life got ugly. Jostling, challenges, taking his milk carton, just like in middle school. The sex thing wasn't what people thought. Not here. But he'd been assured by a number of his new friends that his virginity wouldn't last long once he got to one of the long hauls, like Attica, especially if he earned a quarter-pounder, 25 to life. He'd been punched in the face 4 times, tripped twice, and pinned to the floor by psycho Aquila Sanchez, who dripped sweat into his face as he screamed in Spanglish until some bored hacks, that is, guards, pulled him off. Arthur had peed his pants twice and puked a dozen times. He was a worm, scum, not worth screwing. Until later. And the way his heart kept thudding, he expected it to pop apart at any moment. As had happened to Henry Rhyme, his father. Though the famed professor had died not in an ignoble place like the Tombs, of course, but on an appropriately stately collegiate sidewalk in Hyde Park, Illinois. How had this happened? A witness? An evidence? It made no sense. "Take the plea, Mr. Rhyme," the assistant district attorney had said. "I'd recommend it." His attorney had too. "I know the ins and outs, Art. It's like I'm reading a GPS map. I can tell you exactly where this is going, and it's not the needle. Albany can't write a death penalty law to save its life. Sorry, bad joke. But you're still looking at 25 years. I can get you 15. Go for it." "But I didn't do it." "Uh-huh. That doesn't really mean a whole lot to anybody, Arthur." "But I didn't." "Uh-huh. Well, I'm not taking a plea. The jury'll understand. They'll see me. They'll know I'm not a killer." Silence. Then, "Fine." Though it wasn't fine. Clearly he was pissed off, despite the 600 plus an hour he was racking up. And where the hell was that kind of money going to come from? Then suddenly Arthur looked up to see 2 cons studying him, Latinos. They were regarding him now with no expression whatsoever on their faces. Not friendly, not challenging, not tough. They seemed curious. As they approached him, he debated whether to get up or to stay put. Stay, but look down. He looked down. One of the men stood in front of him, putting his scuffed running shoes right in Arthur's line of vision. The other went around to the back. He was going to die. Arthur Rhyme knew it. Just do it fast and get it over with. Yo, the man behind him said in a high voice. Arthur looked up at the second in front. He had bloodshot eyes and a large earring, bad teeth. Arthur couldn't speak. Yo, came the voice again. Arthur swallowed. Didn't want to, but couldn't help himself. We're talking to you, me and my friend. You know, be civil. Sorry, I just... hello? Yo, what you do for work, man? High voice asked his back. His mind froze. What should I say? I'm a scientist. Earring man. Scientist? What you do, like make rockets? They both laughed. No, medical equipment. Like that stuff, you know, they say clear and electrocute you, like ER? No, it's complicated. Earring man frowned. I didn't mean that, Arthur said quickly. It's not that you couldn't understand it, it's just hard to explain. Quality control systems for dialysis and... High voice. Make good money, huh? Hear you had a nice suit when you got prossed. I got... Oh, processed. I don't know, I got it at Nordstrom. Nordstrom? The hell is Nordstrom? A store. As Arthur looked back down at Earring Man's feet, the con continued. I said good money? How much you make? You gonna say you don't know? Yes, he was. How much you make? I'd guess about 6 figures. Man! Arthur didn't know if this meant the amount was a lot or a little to them. The high voice laughed. You got a family? I'm not telling you anything about them. This was defiant. You got a family? Arthur Rhyme was looking away at the wall nearby, where a nail protruded from mortar between cinder blocks, meant to hold a sign, he assumed, that had been taken down or stolen years ago. Leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you. He tried to make his voice forceful, but he sounded like a girl approached by a nerd at a dance. We trying to make civil conversation, man. He actually said that? Civil conversation? Then he thought, hell, maybe they are just trying to be pleasant. Maybe they could have been friends. Watched his back for him. Christ knew he needed all the friends he could get. Could he salvage this? I'm sorry. It's just, this is a really weird thing for me. I've never been in any trouble before. I'm just... What's your wife do? She a scientist too? She a smart girl? The intended words evaporated. She got big titties? Listen up, science man. Here's how it's going to work. You smart wife, she going to get some money from the bank, 10,000, and she going to take a drive up to my cousin in the Bronx, and... The tenor voice faded. A black prisoner, 6'2", massive with muscle and fat, his jumpsuit sleeves rolled up, approached the trio. He was gazing at the 2 Latinos and squinting mean. Yo, Chihuahuas, get the hell out of here. Arthur Rhyme was frozen. He couldn't have moved if someone had started shooting at him, which wouldn't have surprised him, even here in the realm of the magnetometers. Screw you, nigger, Earring Man said. Piece of crap. High Voice put an arm around Earring Man and led him away, whispering something to him. The Latino's eyes glazed, and he nodded to his buddy, who joined him. The 2 walked to the far corner of the area, feigning indignity. If Arthur weren't so frightened, he would have thought this was amusing. Face-down bullies from his children's school. The black man stretched, and Arthur heard a joint pop. His heart was thudding even harder. A half-formed prayer crossed his mind, for the coronary to take him away now, right now. Thanks. The black guy said, They gotta know the way it is. You understand what I'm saying? No clue, but Arthur Rhyme said, Still, my name's Art. I know your name. Everybody know everything round here, except you. You don't know nothing. But one thing Arthur Rhyme knew, and knew it with certainty. He was dead. And so he said, Okay, then tell me who the hell you are. The huge face turned toward him. Smelling sweat and smoky breath, Arthur thought of his family, his children first and then Judy, his parents, mother first, then father. Then, surprisingly, he thought of his cousin, Lincoln, recalling a foot race through a hot Illinois field one summer when they were teenagers. Race you to that oak tree. See it, that one over there. On 3. You ready? 1, 2, 3, go!" But the man just turned away and stalked across the hall to another black prisoner. They tapped fists together, and Arthur Rhyme was forgotten. He sat watching their camaraderie, feeling more and more forlorn. Then he closed his eyes and lowered his head. Arthur Rhyme was a scientist. He believed that life advanced via the process of natural selection. Divine justice played no role. But now, sunk in a depression as relentless as winter tides, he couldn't help wondering if some system of retribution, as real and invisible as gravity, existed, and was now at work, punishing him for the bad he'd done in his life. Oh, he'd done much good, raised children, taught them open-minded values and tolerance, been a good companion to his wife, helped her through a cancer incident, contributed to the great body of science that enriched the world. Yet there was bad, too. There always is. Sitting here in his stinking orange jumpsuit, he struggled to believe that by the right thoughts and vows, and faith in the system he dutifully supported every election day, he could work his way back to the other side of the scale of justice and be reunited with his family and life. That with the right spirit and intention he could outrun fate through the same breathless effort with which he'd beaten Lincoln in that hot, dusty field, charging all out toward the oak tree. That maybe he could be saved. It might move. He jumped at the word, though the speaker's voice was soft. Another prisoner, white, shaggy hair, full of tats, but light on teeth and twitchy as the drugs leached from his system, had come up behind him. He stared at the bench where Arthur sat, though he could have picked anywhere. His eyes were just plain mean. And Arthur's momentary hope in some measurable and scientific system of moral justice vanished. One word from this small but damaged and dangerous man killed it. Move. Struggling to hold back tears, Arthur Rhyme moved. Chapter 7. The phone rang, and Lincoln Rhyme was irritated by the distraction. He was thinking about their Mr. X and the mechanics of planting the evidence, if in fact that was what happened, and wanted no distractions. But then reality struck. He saw the 44 in the caller ID, the country code that included England. "Command, answer phone," he ordered instantly. Click. "Yes, Inspector Longhurst." He'd given up on first names. Relations with Scotland Yard required a certain propriety. "Detective Rhyme, hello," she said. "We have some movement here." "Go on," Rhyme said. "Danny Kruger heard from one of his former gun runners. It seems that the reason Richard Logan left London was to collect something in Manchester. We aren't sure what, but we do know that Manchester's got more than its share of black market weapons dealers." "Any idea where he is exactly?" "Danny's still trying to find out. It would be lovely if we could take him there rather than wait till London." "Is Danny being subtle?" Rhyme remembered from the video conference a big, tanned, loud South African with a belly and a gold pinky ring. Both jutted outward alarmingly. Rhyme had had a case involving Darfur, and he and Kruger had spent some time talking about the country's tragic conflict. "Oh, he knows what he's doing. He's subtle when he needs to be. Fierce as a hound when the situation calls for it. He'll get the details if there's any way. We're working with our counterparts in Manchester to get an assault team ready. We'll call you back when we know something more." He thanked her, and they disconnected. "We'll get him, Rhyme," Sachs said, not simply for his benefit. She, too, had an interest in finding Logan. Sachs herself had nearly died in one of his plots. Sachs took a call. She listened and said she'd be there in 10 minutes. "The files and those other cases Flintlock mentioned, they're ready. I'll go get them. Oh, and Pam might stop by." "What's she up to?" "Studying with a friend in Manhattan. A boyfriend." "Good for her. Who?" "Some kid from school. Can't wait to meet him. He's all she talks about. She sure deserves somebody decent in her life, but I just don't want her getting too close too fast. I'll feel better when I've met him and given him the 3rd degree in person." Rhyme nodded as Sachs left, but his mind was elsewhere. He was staring at the whiteboard containing the information on the Alice Sanderson case as he ordered the phone to make another call. "Hello?" A soft male voice answered as a waltz played in the background. Loud. "Mel, is that you?" "Lincoln?" "What's that damn music? Where are you?" "New England ballroom competition," answered Mel Cooper. Rhyme sighed. Washing dishes, theater matinees, ballroom dancing. He hated Sundays. "Well, I need you. I've got a case. It's unique." "They're all unique with you, Lincoln." This one's more unique than others, if you'll forgive the grammatical misdemeanor. Can you come in? You mentioned New England. Don't tell me you're in Boston or Maine. Midtown. And I guess I'm free. Greta and I were just eliminated. Rosie Talbot and Brian Marshall are going to win. It's all the scandal. He said this with some significance. How soon? Now? Cooper chuckled. How long will you need me? Maybe a while. As in 6 o'clock tonight, or as in Wednesday? Better call your supervisor and tell him you're being reassigned. I hope it won't be longer than Wednesday. I'll have to give him a name. Who's running the investigation? Lon? Let me put it this way. Be a little vague. Well, Lincoln, you do remember being a cop, don't you? Vague doesn't fly. Very specific does. There isn't exactly a lead detective. You're on your own? His voice was uncertain. Not exactly. There's Amelia, there's Ron. That's all? You? I see. Who's the perp? Actually, the perps are already in jail. 2 are convicted, 1's awaiting trial. And you have your doubts that we got the right parties? Something like that. A detective with the NYPD crime scene unit, Mel Cooper specialized in lab work, and he was one of the most brilliant officers on the force, as well as one of the most savvy. Oh, so you want me to help you find out how my bosses screwed up and arrested the wrong people, then talk them into opening 3 new and expensive investigations against the real perps, who, by the way, probably won't be real tickled either when they learn that they're not getting off scot-free after all? This is sort of a lose-lose-lose situation, isn't it, Lincoln? Apologize to your girlfriend for me, Mel. Be here soon. Sachs was halfway to her crimson Camaro SS when she heard, Hey, Amelia. She turned to see a pretty teenage girl with long chestnut hair, streaked with red, and a few tasteful piercings in both ears. She was lugging 2 canvas bags. Her face, dusted with delicate freckles, was radiant with happiness. You're leaving? She asked Sachs. Big case. I'm going downtown. Want a ride? Sure, I'll get the train at City Hall. Pam climbed into the car. How is studying? You know. So where's your friend? Sachs was looking around. You just missed him. Stuart Everett was a student at the Manhattan high school Pam was attending. She'd been going out with him for several months. They'd met in class and immediately discovered a mutual love of books and music. They were in the school's poetry club, which reassured Sachs. At least he wasn't a biker or a knuckle-dragging jock. Pam tossed one of her bags, containing school books, into the back seat and opened the other one. A fuzzy-headed dog looked out. Hey, Jackson, Sachs said, petting his head. The tiny Havanese grabbed the milk bone the detective offered from an add-on cup holder whose sole purpose was as a reservoir of dog treats. Sachs's acceleration and cornering habits weren't conducive to keeping liquids contained. Stuart couldn't walk you here? What kind of gentleman is that? He's got this soccer game. He's way into sports. Are most guys like that? Pulling into traffic, Sachs gave a wry laugh. Yep. It seemed an odd question from a girl this age, most of whom would know all about boys and sports, but Pam Willoughby wasn't like most girls. When she was very young, her father died on a UN peacekeeping mission, and her unstable mother had flung herself into the political and religious right-wing underground, growing more and more militant. She was now serving a life sentence for murder. She was responsible for the UN bombing some years ago in which 6 people died. Amelia Sachs and Pam had met back then when the detective had saved the girl from a serial kidnapper. She then disappeared, but by sheer coincidence, Sachs had rescued her again, not long ago. Liberated from her sociopath family, Pam had been placed with a foster family in Brooklyn, though not before Sachs had checked out the couple like a Secret Service agent planning a presidential visit. Pam enjoyed life with the family, but she and Sachs continued to hang out together and were close. With Pam's foster mother often fully occupied with taking care of 5 younger children, Sachs took on the role of older sister. This worked for them both. Sachs had always wanted children, but complications existed. She'd planned on a family with her first serious live-in boyfriend, though he, a fellow cop, proved to be about the worst choice in the world. Extortion, assault, and eventually prison for a start. After him, she'd been alone until she'd met Lincoln Rhyme and had been with him ever since. Rhyme didn't quite get children, but he was a good man, fair and smart, and could separate his stony professionalism from his home life. A lot of men couldn't. But starting a family would be difficult at this point in their lives. They had to contend with the dangers and demands of policing, and the restless energy they both felt, and the uncertainty about Rhyme's future health. They also had a certain physical barrier to be overcome, though the problem they'd learned was Sax's, not Rhyme's. He was perfectly capable of fathering a family. So, for now, the relationship with Pam was enough. Sax enjoyed her role and took it seriously. The girl was lowering her reticence to trust adults, and Rhyme genuinely enjoyed her company. Presently, he was helping her outline a book about her experiences in the right-wing underground to be called Captivity. Tom had told her that she had a chance of getting on Oprah. Speeding around a taxi, Sax now said, "You never answered. How was studying?" "Great." "You set for that test on Thursday?" "Got it down, no problem." Sax gave a laugh. "You didn't even crack a book today, did you?" "Amelia, come on. It was such a neat day. The weather's been sucky all week. We had to get outside." Sax's instinct was to remind her of the importance of getting good scores on her finals. Pam was smart with a high IQ and a voracious appetite for books, but after her bizarre schooling, she'd find it tough to get into a good college. The girl, though, looked so happy that Sax relented. "So, what did you do?" "Just walked, all the way up to Harlem around the reservoir. Oh, and there was this concert by the boathouse, just a cover band, but they totally nailed Coldplay." Pam thought back. "Mostly, like, Stuart and I just talked about nothing. That's the best, you ask me." Amelia Sax couldn't disagree. "Is he cute?" "Oh, yeah, way cute." "Have a picture?" "Amelia, that'd be so uncool." "After this case is over, how about we have dinner, the three of us?" "Yeah? You really want to meet him?" "Any boy going out with you better know that you've got somebody watching your back. Somebody who carries a gun and handcuffs." "Okay, hold on to the dog. I'm in the mood to drive." Sax downshifted hard, pumped the gas, and left 2 exclamation points of rubber on the dull black asphalt. Chapter 8. Since Amelia Sax had begun spending occasional nights and weekends here at Rhymes, certain changes had occurred around the Victorian townhouse. When he'd lived here alone, after the accident and before Sax, the place had been more or less neat, depending on whether or not he'd been firing aides and housekeepers, but homey wasn't a word that described it. Nothing personal had graced the walls. None of the certificates, degrees, commendations, and medals he'd received during his celebrated tenure as head of the NYPD crime scene operation, nor any pictures of his parents, Teddy and Ann, or his Uncle Henry's family. Sax hadn't approved. "It's important," she lectured, "your past, your family. You're purging your history, Rhyme." He'd never seen her apartment. The place wasn't disabled accessible. But he knew that the rooms were chock-a-block with evidence of her history. He'd seen many of the pictures, of course. Amelia Sax is a pretty young girl with freckles that had long since vanished, who didn't smile a lot, as a high school student with mechanics tools in hand, as a college-age daughter flanked on holidays by a grinning cop father and a stern mother, as a magazine and advertising model, her eyes offering the chic frigidity that was au courant, but which Rhyme knew was contempt for the way models were considered mere coat hangers. Hundreds of other pics, too, shot mostly by her father, the man with a quick-draw Kodak. Sax had studied Rhyme's bare walls and had gone where the aides, even Tom, did not. The boxes in the basement, scores of cartons containing evidence of Rhyme's prior life, his life in the before, artifacts hidden away and as unmentioned as first wife to second. Many of these certificates and diplomas and family pictures now filled the walls and mantelpiece, including the one he was presently studying, of himself as a lean teenager in a track uniform, taken after he'd just competed in a varsity meet. It depicted him with unruly hair and a prominent Tom Cruise nose, bending forward with his hands on his knees, having just finished what was probably a mile run. Rhyme was never a sprinter. He liked the lyricism, the elegance of the longer distances. He considered running a process. Sometimes he would not stop running even after crossing the finish line. His family would have been in the stands. Both father and uncle resided in suburbs of Chicago, though some distance apart. Lincoln's home was to the west, in the flat, balding sprawl that was then still partly farmland, a target of both thoughtless developers and frightening tornadoes. Henry Rhyme and his family were somewhat immune to both, being on the lakefront in Evanston. Henry commuted twice a week to teach his advanced physics courses at the University of Chicago, a long 2-train trek through the city's many social divides. His wife, Paula, taught at Northwestern. The couple had 3 children, Robert, Marie, and Arthur, all named after scientists, Oppenheimer and Curie being the most famous. Art was named after Arthur Compton, who, in 1942, ran the famed metallurgic lab at the University of Chicago, the cover for the project to create the world's first controlled nuclear chain reaction. All the children had attended good schools. Robert, Northwestern Medical; Marie, UC Berkeley; Arthur went to MIT. Robert had died years earlier in an industrial accident in Europe. Marie was working in China on environmental issues. As for the Rhyme parents, only one remained of the four. Aunt Paula now lived in an assisted care facility amid vivid, coherent memories of 60 years ago, while experiencing the present in bewildering fragments. Rhyme now continued to stare at the picture of himself. He was unable to look away, recalling the track meet. In his college classes, Professor Henry Rhyme signified approval with a subtle, raised eyebrow. But on the playing field, he was always leaping to his feet in the bleachers, whistling and bellowing for Lincoln to push, 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 you can do it, encouraging him over the finish line first. He often was. Following the meet, Rhyme supposed he'd gone off with Arthur. The boys spent as much time together as they could, filling the sibling gap. Robert and Marie were considerably older than Arthur, and Lincoln was an only child. So Lincoln and Art adopted each other. Most weekends and every summer, the surrogate brothers would go off on their adventures, often in Arthur's Corvette. Uncle Henry, even as a professor, made several times what Rhyme's father did. Teddy was a scientist too, though he was more comfortable out of the spotlight. The boys' outings were typical teenage venture: girls, ball games, movies, arguing, eating burgers and pizza, sneaking beer, and explaining the world. And more girls. Now, sitting in the new TDX wheelchair, Rhyme wondered where exactly he and Arthur had gone after the meet. Arthur, his surrogate brother, who never came to see him after his spine was cracked like a piece of defective wood. Why, Arthur? Tell me why. But these memories were derailed by the ringing doorbell in his townhouse. Tom veered toward the hallway, and a moment later, a slightly built, balding man wearing a tuxedo strode into the room. Mel Cooper shoved his thick glasses up on his thin nose and nodded to Rhyme. Afternoon. Formal? Rhyme asked, glancing at the tux. The dance competition. If we'd been finalists, you know I wouldn't have come. He took off jacket and bow tie, then rolled up the sleeves of the frilly shirt. So what do we have? This unique case you were telling me about? Rhyme filled him in. I'm sorry about your cousin, Lincoln. I don't think you ever mentioned him. What do you think of the M.O.? If it's true, it's brilliant. Cooper gazed at the evidence chart of the Alice Sanderson homicide. Thoughts? Rhyme asked. Well, half the evidence at your cousin's was in the car or the garage. A lot easier to plant it there than in the house. Exactly what I was thinking. The doorbell rang again. A moment later, Rhyme heard his aide's footsteps returning solo. Rhyme was wondering if someone had delivered a package, but then his mind jumped. Sunday. A visitor could be in street clothes and running shoes, which would make no sound on the entryway floor. Of course. Young Ron Pulaski turned the corner and nodded shyly. He wasn't a rookie any longer, having been a uniformed patrolman for several years, but he looked like a rookie, and so, to Rhyme, that's what he was, and probably would always be. The shoes were indeed quiet Nikes, but he was wearing a very loud Hawaiian shirt over blue jeans. His blond hair was stylishly spiked, and a scar prominently marked his forehead, a remnant from a nearly fatal attack during his first case with Rhyme and Sachs. The assault was so vicious that he'd suffered a brain injury and nearly quit the force. The young man had decided to fight his way through rehab and stay on the NYPD, inspired largely by Rhyme, a fact he shared only with Sachs, of course, not the criminalist himself. She relayed the news. He blinked at Cooper's tux and then nodded hello to both men. Your dishes spotless, Pulaski? Your flowers watered? Your leftovers tucked away in freezer bags? I left right away, sir. The men were going over the case when they heard Sachs's voice from the doorway. A costume party? She was looking at Cooper's tuxedo and Pulaski's brass shirt. To the lab man, she said, You're looking pretty smart. That's the word for somebody in a tux, right? Smart? Sadly, semi-finalist is the only thing that comes to mind. Is Greta taking it well? His beautiful Scandinavian girlfriend was, he reported, hanging out with her friends and drowning her sorrows with aquavit, her homeland's beverage, but if you ask me, it's undrinkable. How's your mom? Cooper lived with his mother, a feisty lady who was a long-term Queensian. She's doing well, out for brunch at the boathouse. Sachs also asked about Pulaski's wife and 2 young children, then added, "Thanks for coming in on Sunday." To Rhyme, "You did tell him how much we appreciate it, didn't you?" "I'm sure I did," he muttered. "Now, if we could get to work. So what have you got?" He eyed the large brown folder she carried. "Evidence inventory and photos from the coin theft and rape." "Where's the actual PE?" "Archived in the evidence warehouse on Long Island." "Well, let's take a look." As she had with his cousin's file, Sachs picked up a marker and began writing on another whiteboard. Homicide, theft, March 27th. Crime, homicide, theft of 6 boxes of rare coins. Cause of death, blood loss, shock, due to multiple stab wounds. Location, Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. Victim, Howard Schwartz. Suspect, Randall Pemberton. Evidence log from victim's house. Grease, flecks of dried hairspray, polyester fibers, wool fibers, shoe print of size 9.5 Bass Walker. Witness reported man in tan-colored vest fleeing to black Honda Accord. Evidence inventory from suspect's house and car. Grease and umbrella on patio, matching what was found at victim's house. Pair of 9.5 Bass Walkers. Clairol hairspray matching fleck found at scene. Knife trace embedded in handle. Dust matching nothing at either crime scene or suspect's house. Flecks of old cardboard. Knife trace on blade. Victim's blood. Positive match. Suspect owned 2004 black Honda Accord. 1 coin identified as coming from the collection of victim. A Culberton Outdoor Company vest, tan. Polyester fiber found at the scene matches. A wool blanket in the car. The wool fiber at the scene matches. Note: prior to trial, investigators canvassed major coin dealers in metro area or on the internet. No one attempted to fence the particular stolen coins. So, if our perp stole the coins, he's kept them, and dust matching nothing at either crime scene. That means it probably came from the perp's house. But what the hell kind of dust is it? Didn't they analyze it? Rhyme shook his head. "Okay, I want to see the pictures. Where are they?" "I'm getting them. Hold on." Sachs found some tape and mounted printouts on a third white board. Rhyme maneuvered closer and squinted up at the dozens of photos of the crime scenes. The coin collector's living space was tidy, the perp's less so. The kitchen, where the coin and knife had been found, under the sink, was cluttered, the table covered with dirty dishes and food cartons. On the table was a pile of mail, most of it apparently junk. "Next one," he announced. "Let's go." He tried to keep his voice from tipping into impatience. Homicide, rape, April 18th. Crime, homicide, rape. COD, strangulation. Location, Brooklyn. Victim, Rita Moscone. Suspect, Joseph Knightley. Evidence from victim's apartment. Traces of Colgate-Palmolive soft soap hand soap. Condom lubricant. Rope fibers. Dust adhering to duct tape matching no samplers in apartment. Duct tape, American adhesive brand. Fleck of latex. Wool polyester fibers black. Tobacco on victim, see note below. Evidence from suspect's house. Durex condoms containing lubricant identical to that found on victim. Coil of rope, fibers matching those found at crime scene. 2-foot length of same rope, victim's blood on it, along with 2-inch strand of BASF B35 nylon 6, most likely source a doll's hair. Colgate-Palmolive soft soap. Duct tape, American adhesive brand. Latex gloves matching the fleck found at the scene. Men's socks, wool polyester blend matching fiber found at scene. Another identical pair in the garage containing traces of victim's blood. Tobacco from Tarryton cigarettes, see note below. The supposed perp saved his socks with blood on them and took them home with him? Ridiculous. Planted evidence. Rhyme read through the material again. "What's the note below?" Sachs found it. A few paragraphs to the prosecutor from the lead detective about possible problems with this case. She showed it to Rhyme. "Stan, a couple potential glitches the defense might try to bring up. Possible contamination issue. Similar tobacco flakes found at crime scene in perp's home, but neither the victim or the suspect smoked. Arresting officers and crime scene staff questioned, but assured lead detective that they were not the source. Found no DNA linking material other than victim's blood. Suspect has an alibi, eyewitness who placed him outside his own house.
about 4 miles away at around the time of the crime. Alibi witness is a homeless man whose suspect gives money to occasionally. Had an alibi, Sachs pointed out, who the jury didn't believe, obviously. What do you think, Mel? Rhyme asked. I'm sticking to my story. It all lines up too conveniently. Pulaski nodded. The hairspray, the soap, the fibers, the lubricant, everything. Cooper continued. They're obvious choices for planted evidence. And look at the DNA. It's not the suspects at the crime scene. It's the victims at the suspect's home. That's a lot easier to plant. Rhyme continued to examine the charts, scanning slowly. Sachs added, but not all of the evidence matches. The old cardboard and the dust, those aren't related to either scene. Rhyme said, and the tobacco. Neither the Vic nor the fall guy smoked. That means those might be from the real perp. Pulaski asked, what about the doll's hair? Does that mean he has kids? Rhyme ordered, tape up those pictures. Let's take a look. Like the other scenes, the victim's apartment and the perp's house and garage have been well documented by the crime scene unit. Rhyme scanned the photos. No dolls, no toys at all. Maybe the real killer has children or some contact with toys, and he smokes or has some access to cigarettes or tobacco. Good. Oh, we're onto something here. Let's do a profile chart. We've been calling him Mr. X, but we need something else for our perp. What's today's date? May 22nd, Pulaski said. Okay, unknown subject, 522. Sachs, if you would, he nodded toward a whiteboard. Let's start the profile. Unsub 522 profile. Male. Possibly smokes or lives, works with someone who does or near source of tobacco. Has children or lives works near them or near source of toys. Interest in art, coins. Non-planted evidence. Dust. Old cardboard. Hair from doll BASF B35 nylon 6. Tobacco from Tarryton cigarettes. Well, it was a start, he reflected, if a pretty lame one. Should we call Lon and Malloy? Sachs asked. Rhyme scoffed. And tell them what? He nodded at the chart. I think our little clandestine operation would get closed down pretty fast. You mean this isn't official? Pulaski asked. Welcome to the underground, Sachs said. The young officer digested this information. That's why we're in disguise, Cooper added, pointing at the black satin strip on his tuxedo trousers. He might have winked, but Rhyme couldn't tell through his dense glasses. What are our next steps? Sachs, call crime scene in Queens. We can't get our hands on the evidence in my cousin's case. With the trial coming up, all the PE will be in custody at the prosecutor's office, but see if anybody at the warehouse could send us the evidence from these earlier crimes, the rape and the coin theft. I want the dust, cardboard, and rope. And Pulaski, you go down to the big building. I want you to look through the files of every murder in the past 6 months. Every murder? The mayor's cleaned up the city, didn't you hear? Be thankful we're not in Detroit or Washington. Flintlock thought of these 2 cases. I'll bet there are others. Look for an underlying crime, maybe theft, maybe rape, ending in homicide. Clear class evidence and an anonymous call right after the crime. Oh, and a suspect who swears he's innocent. Okay, sir. And us? Mel Cooper asked. We wait, Rhyme muttered, as if the word were an obscenity. Chapter 9. A wonderful transaction. I'm satisfied now, walking down the street happy, content, flipping through the images I've just slipped into my collection. Images of Myra 9834. The visual ones are stored in my memory. The digital tape recorder has the others. Walking down the street, watching 16s around me. I see them streaming down sidewalks, in cars, buses, taxis, trucks. I see them through windows, oblivious to me as I study them. 16s. I'm not the only one who refers to human beings like this, of course. Not at all. It's a common shorthand in the industry, but I'm probably the only one who prefers to think of people as 16s, who feels comforted by the thought. A 16-digit number is far more precise and efficient than a name. Names make me edgy. I don't like that. It's not good for me, not good for anybody when I'm edgy. Names. Terrible. For instance, the surnames Jones and Brown each account for roughly 0.6% of the population of the United States. Moore is 0.3%. And as for everyone's favorite, Smith, a whopping 1%. Nearly 3 million of them in the country. And given names, if you're interested. John? Nope. It comes in number 2, 3.2%. James is the winner at 3.3%. So think of the implications. I hear someone say James Smith. Well, which James Smith does he mean when there are hundreds of thousands? And those are just the living ones. Tally up all the James Smiths in history. Oh my God, drives me crazy just to think about. Edgy. And the consequences of mistakes can be serious. Say it's 1938, Berlin. Is Herr Wilhelm Frankel the Jewish Wilhelm Frankel or the Gentile one? Made a big difference, and whatever else you feel about them, those brown-shirted boys were absolute geniuses at tracking identities, and they used computers to do it. Names lead to mistakes. Mistakes are noise. Noise is contamination. Contamination must be eliminated. There could be dozens of Alice Sandersons, but only one Alice 3895, who sacrificed her life that I might own an American family painting by dear Mr. Prescott. Myra Weinberg's? Not many, surely, but more than one. Yet only Myra 9834 sacrificed herself so that I might be satisfied. I'll bet there are plenty of DeLeon Williams, but only 6832-5794-8891-0923 is going to jail forever for raping and killing her so that I might remain free to do it all over again. I'm en route to his house at the moment. Technically, his girlfriend's, I've learned, carrying enough evidence to make sure the poor man is convicted of the rape murder in about 1 hour of deliberation. DeLeon 6832. I've already called 911, a transaction in which I reported an old beige Dodge, his model of car, speeding away from the scene. A man inside, a black man. I could see his hands. They were all bloody. Oh, get somebody there now. The screaming was terrible. What a perfect suspect you'll be, DeLeon 6832. About half of the perpetrators commit rape under the influence of alcohol or drugs. He drinks beer in moderation now, but was in AA several years ago. The majority of rape victims know their assailant. DeLeon 6832 had once done some carpentry for the grocery store where the late Myra 9834 regularly shopped, so it was logical to assume that they knew each other, though they probably didn't. Most rapists are 30 or under, the exact age of DeLeon 6832, as it turns out. Unlike drug dealers and users, they don't have many prior arrests except for domestic abuse, and my boy has a conviction for assaulting a girlfriend. How perfect is that? Most rapists are from the lower social classes and economically disadvantaged. He's been out of work for months. And then there's the evidence to link DeLeon 6832 to the crime scene itself, some of which I left behind, and some of which I'm carrying with me now. And now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please note that 2 days prior to the rape, the defendant bought a box of Trojan Ends condoms, just like the 2 found near the victim's body. As for the 2 actually used, my own, they're long gone, of course. That DNA stuff is very dangerous, especially now that New York is collecting samples from all felonies, not just rapes. And in Britain, you'll soon get swabbed when you get a citation because your dog messes the sidewalk or you make a dicey U-turn. There's another fact that the police might take into account if they do their homework. DeLeon 6832 was a combat vet who'd served in Iraq, and there was some question about what happened to his .45 caliber sidearm when he left the service. He had none to turn in. It had been lost in combat. But curiously, he bought .45 caliber ammunition a few years ago. If the police learn this, which they easily can, they might conclude that their suspect is armed, and digging a bit deeper, they'll find that he was treated at a Veterans Administration hospital for post-traumatic stress syndrome. An unstable, armed suspect? What police officer wouldn't be inclined to shoot first? Let's hope. I'm not always completely confident about the 16s I pick. You never know about unexpected alibis or idiotic juries. Maybe DeLeon 6832 will end today in a body bag. Why not? Don't I deserve a little good luck in compensation for the edginess God gave me? It's not always an easy life, you know. It should take about a half hour or so on foot to get to his house here in Brooklyn. Still warmly satisfied from my transaction with Myra 9834, I'm enjoying the walk. The backpack rides heavy on my spine. Not only does it contain the evidence to plant and the shoe that left DeLeon 6832's telltale footprint, but it's filled with some treasures I found prowling the streets today. In my pocket is, sadly, only a small trophy from Myra 9834, a portion of her fingernail. I'd like something more personal, but deaths in Manhattan are a big deal, and missing parts draw a lot of attention. I pick up my pace a bit, enjoying the triplet beat of the backpack, enjoying the clear spring Sunday and the memories of my transaction with Myra 9834, enjoying the complete comfort of knowing that, though I am probably the most dangerous person in the city of New York, I am also invulnerable, virtually invisible to all the 16s who would do me harm. The light caught his attention. A flash from the street. Red. Another flash. Blue. The phone sagged into Leon Williams's hand. He was calling a friend, trying to find the man he used to work for. The man who skipped town after his carpentry business went under and left only debt behind, including more than $4,000 owed to his most dependable employee, Leon Williams. Leon, the guy on the other end of the line, was saying, I myself don't know where he is. He left me holding. Call you back. Click. The big man's palms were sweating as he glanced through the curtain that he and Janice had just put up Saturday. Williams feeling bad that she'd had to pay for them. Oh, he hated being unemployed. He noticed that the flashes were from the grill lights of 2 unmarked police cars. A couple of detectives climbed out, unbuttoning their coats, and not because the spring day was so warm. Their cars sped off to block the intersections. They looked around cautiously, then, destroying the last hope that this was some strange coincidence, walked to Williams's beige Dodge, noted the tag, glanced inside. One spoke into his radio. Williams's lids lowered in despair as a disgusted sigh eased from his lungs. She was at it again. Last year, Williams had been involved with a woman who was not only sexy, but smart and kind. Or so it had seemed at first. Not long after they started going out seriously, though, she turned into a raging witch. Moody, jealous, vindictive, unstable. He was with her about 4 months, and they were the worst of his life. And he'd spent much of that time protecting her own children from their mother. His good deeds, in fact, had landed him in jail. One evening, Letitia had swung a fist at her daughter for not scrubbing a pot clean enough. Williams instinctively grabbed the woman's arm while the sobbing girl fled. He'd calmed her mother down, and the matter seemed settled, but several hours later, he had been sitting on the porch debating how he could get the children away from her, perhaps back to their father, when the police arrived, and he was arrested. Letitia had pressed assault charges, displaying the arm bruised by his restraint. Williams was appalled. He explained what had happened, but the officers had no choice but to arrest him. The case went to trial, but Williams wouldn't let the daughter take the stand in his defense, though the girl wanted to. He was found guilty of misdemeanor assault, the sentence community service. But during the trial, he testified to Letitia's cruelty. The prosecutor believed him and gave the woman's name to the Department of Social Services. A social worker showed up at her house to investigate the welfare of the children, and they were removed and placed in the custody of their father. Letitia began harassing Williams. It had persisted for a long time, but then she disappeared, months ago, and Williams was just thinking recently that he was safe. But now this. He knew she was behind it. Jesus, our Lord, how much can a man put up with? He looked again. No, the detectives had their guns out. A wave of horror zipped through him. Had she actually hurt one of her kids and claimed that he'd done it? He wouldn't be surprised. Williams's hand shook and he cried big tears which streamed down his broad face. He felt the same panic that had slammed him in the Desert War when he turned to his buddy just in time to see the grinning Alabaman turned into a red mass of nothing, thanks to an Iraqi's rocket-propelled grenade. Until that moment, Williams had been more or less fine, been shot at, spattered with sand from bullets, passed out from the heat. But seeing Jason turn into a thing had affected him fundamentally. The post-traumatic stress syndrome he'd wrestled with since was now kicking into high gear. Utter, helpless fear. No, 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 no. Gasping, struggling to breathe, he'd stopped taking his meds months ago, believing he was better. Now, watching the detectives fan out around the house, DeLeon Williams thought blindly, get the hell out. Run. He had to distance himself, To show that Janice had no connection to him, to save her and her son, two people he truly loved, he'd vanish. The man slipped the chain on the front door, the deadbolt too, and ran upstairs for a bag, tossed into it whatever he thought of. Nothing made sense. Shave cream, but no razors. Underwear, but no shirts. Shoes, but no socks. And he took one other thing from the closet. His military pistol, a Colt .45. The weapon was unloaded. He wouldn't think of shooting anyone, but he could use it to bluff his way past the police or hijack a car if he had to. All he could think was run. Go. Williams took a last look at the picture of Janice and him together with her son on a trip to Six Flags. He started to cry again, then wiped his eyes, slung the bag over his shoulder, and needing the grip of the heavy pistol, started down the stairs. Chapter 10. The fort snipers in position? Bo Howman, former drill sergeant and now head of the city's emergency service unit, NYPD's SWAT team, gestured at a building that provided a perfect shooting location, covering the tiny backyard of the detached house where DeLeon Williams was living. Yes, sir, an officer standing nearby said. And Johnny's got the back covered. Good. A graying man, crew-cut and tough as leather, Howman ordered the two ESU takedown teams into position. And stay out of sight. Howman had been in his own backyard not far from here, coaxing last year's charcoal to ignite, when a call came in about a rape murder and a solid lead to the suspect. He turned over the incendiary mission to his son, donned his gear, and sped out, thanking the good Lord that he hadn't popped that first beer. Howman would drive after he'd had a couple of brews, but he never fired a weapon within 8 hours of imbibing. And there was now a chance on this fine Sunday that they would see some gunplay. His radio crackled, and through the headset earpiece he heard, S&S 1 to base, K. The search and surveillance team was across the street, along with the second sniper. Base, go ahead, K. Getting some thermals. Somebody could be inside. No audible. Could be, Howman thought, irritated. He'd seen the budget for the equipment. It ought to be able to say for sure if somebody was inside, if not report their goddamn shoe size and whether they'd flossed that morning. Check again. After what seemed like forever, he heard, S&S 1. Okay, we've got only one person inside and a visual through a window. It's definitely DeLeon Williams from the DMV pic you passed out. K. Good. Out. Howman called the two tactical teams, which were moving into position around the house now, remaining nearly invisible. Now, we didn't have much time for a briefing, but listen up. This perp is a rapist and a killer. We want him alive, but he's too dangerous to let get away. If he makes any hostile gesture, you're green-lighted. B leader, roger that. Be advised, we're in position. Alley and streets to the north are covered and back door. K. A leader to base. Roger the green light. We're in position on front door and covering all streets to the south and east. Snipers, Howman radioed. You copy the green light? Roger. They added that they were locked and loaded. The phrase was a pet peeve of Howman's, since it was unique to the old M1 Army rifle, with which you had to lock the bolt back and load a clip of bullets through the top. You didn't have to lock a modern rifle to load it, but now wasn't the time for lectures. Howman unsnapped the thong on his Glock and slipped into the alley behind the house, where he was joined by yet more officers whose plans on this idyllic spring Sunday, like his, had changed so fast and dramatically. At that moment, a voice clattered into his earpiece. S&S 2 to base. I think we've got something. On his knees, DeLeon Williams carefully looked through a crack in the door, an actual crack in the wood that he'd been meaning to fix, and could see that the officers were no longer there. No, he corrected himself, they're no longer visible. Big difference. He saw a glint of metal or glass in the bushes, maybe from one of those weird elves or deer lawn ornaments the neighbor collected. Or it might be a cop with a gun. Lugging the bag, he crawled to the back of the house, another peek. This time, risking a look through the window, struggling hard to control the panic. The backyard and the alley beyond were empty, but once again he corrected, seemed to be empty. He felt another shiver of PTSD panic and an urge to race out the door, pull the gun and charge down the alley, threatening anybody he saw, screaming for them to stand back. Impulsively, his mind whirling, he reached for the knob. No, be smart. He sat back, head against the wall, working to slow his breathing. After a moment, he calmed and decided to try something else. In the basement was a window that led into the tiny side yard. Across 8 feet of anemic grass, a similar window opened into his neighbor's basement. The Wongs were away for the weekend. He was watering their plants for them, and Williams figured he could sneak inside, then upstairs and through their back door. If he was lucky, the police wouldn't be covering the side yard. Then he'd take the alley up to the main street and jog to the subway. The plan wasn't great, but it gave him more of a chance than just waiting here. Tears again, and panic. "Stop it, soldier, come on!" He rose and staggered down the stairs into the basement. Just get the hell out. The cops would be at the front door at any minute, kicking it in. He unlatched the window and climbed up and out. Starting to crawl toward the Wongs' basement window, he glanced to his right. He froze. Oh, Jesus Lord. Police, a male and a female detective, holding guns in their right hands, were crouching in the narrow side yard. They weren't looking his way, but staring out toward the back door in the alley. The panic again slammed hard. He'd pull out the Colt and threaten them, make them sit down, cuff themselves, and throw away their radios. He hated to do it. That would be a real crime, but he didn't have any choice. They were obviously convinced he'd done something terrible. Yes, he'd get their guns and flee. Maybe they had an unmarked car nearby. He'd take their keys. Was somebody covering them? Somebody he couldn't see? A sniper, maybe. Well, he'd just have to take that chance. He quietly set the bag down and began to reach for the gun, which was when the woman detective turned his way. Williams gasped. "I'm dead," he thought. "Janice, I love you." But the woman glanced at a piece of paper and then squinted as she looked him over. "DeLeon Williams?" His voice gurgled. He nodded, shoulders falling. He could only stare at her pretty face, her red hair in a ponytail, her cold eyes. She held up the badge that was hanging around her neck. "We're police officers. How'd you get out of your house?" Then she noted the window and nodded. "Mr. Williams, we're in the middle of an operation here. Could you go back inside? You'll be safer there." Panic was shattering his voice. Now," she said insistently. "We'll be with you as soon as everything's resolved. Be quiet. Don't try to leave again, please." Sure." He left the bag and started to ease through the window. She said into her radio, "This is Sachs. I'd expand the perimeter, Bo. He's going to be real cautious." What the hell was going on? Williams didn't waste time speculating. He awkwardly climbed back into the basement and walked upstairs. Once there, he headed straight into the bathroom. He lifted the lid off the back of the toilet and dropped the gun in. He walked to the window, going to peek out once more, but then paused and ran back to the toilet, just in time to be painfully sick.
A curious thing to say, given this fine day, and given what I've been up to with Myra 9834, but I miss being in the office. First, I enjoy working, always have, and I enjoy the atmosphere, the camaraderie with the 16s around you, almost like a family. Then there's the feeling of being productive, being involved in fast-paced New York business, cutting edge, one hears, and that's something I do hate, the corporate speak, a phrase that is itself corporate speak. No, the great leaders, FDR, Truman, Caesar, Hitler, didn't need to wrap themselves in the cloak of simple-minded rhetoric. Most important, of course, is how my job helps me with my hobby. No, it's more than that. It's vital. My particular situation is good, very good. I can usually get away when I want to. With some juggling of commitments, I can find time during the week to pursue my passion. And given who I am in public, my professional face, you could say, it would be very unlikely for someone to suspect that I'm a very different person at heart, to put it mildly. I'm often at work on weekends, too, and that's one of my favorite times, if, of course, I'm not engaging in a transaction with a beautiful girl like Myra 9834, or acquiring a painting, or comic books, or coins, or a rare piece of china. Even when there are few other 16s present at the office on a holiday, Saturday or Sunday, the halls hum with the white noise of wheels moving society slowly forward into a bold new world. Here's an antique store. I pause to look into the window. There are some pictures and souvenir plates, cups, and posters that appeal to me. Sadly, I won't be able to return here to shop because it's too close to DeLeon 6832's house. The odds of anyone making a connection between me and the rapist are quite minimal, but why take chances? I only shop in stores or scavenge. eBay is fun to look at, but buying something online, you'd have to be mad. For the time being, cash is still good, but soon it'll be tagged like everything else. RFIDs in the bills. It's already done in some countries. The bank will know which $20 bill was dispensed to you from which ATM or bank, and they'll know you spent it on coke or a bra for your mistress or as a down payment to a hitman. We should go back to gold, I sometimes think. Off the grid. Ah, poor DeLeon 6832. I know his face from the driver's license picture, a benign gaze at the civil servant camera. I can imagine his expression when the police knock on his door and display the warrant for his arrest on rape and murder charges. I can see, too, the horrified look he'll give to his girlfriend, Janice 9810, and her 10-year-old son if they're home when it happens. Wonder if he's a crier. I'm 3 blocks away, and... Oh, wait. Here's something unusual. 2 new Crown Victorias parked on this tree-filled side street. Statistically, it's unlikely that this sort of car in such pristine shape would be seen in this neighborhood. 2 identical cars are particularly unlikely and factor in that they're parked in tandem, with no flecks of leaves or pollen, unlike the others. They've arrived recently. And yes, a casual look inside, normal passerby curiosity, reveals that they're police cars. Not predicted procedure for a domestic dispute or break-in. Yes, statistically, those infractions occur pretty frequently in this part of Brooklyn, but rarely, the data show, at this time of day, before the six-packs appear. And you'd probably never see hidden unmarked, only blue and white squad cars in full view. Let's think. They're 3 blocks away from DeLeon 6832. Have to consider this. It wouldn't be inconceivable for their commander to tell the officers, he's a rapist, he's dangerous, we're going to go in 10 minutes. Park the car 3 blocks away and get back here, pronto. I casually glanced down the closest alley. Okay, getting worse. Parked there in the shade is an NYPD ESU truck. Emergency service. They often back up police arrests of people like DeLeon 6832. But how did they get here so soon? I dialed 911 only a half hour ago. That's always a risk, but if you call too long after a transaction, the cops might wonder why you were only now reporting screams, or that you'd seen a suspicious man earlier. Now, there are 2 explanations for the police's presence. The most logical is that after my anonymous call, they did a database search of every beige Dodge over 5 years old in the city, 1,357 of them as of yesterday, and that somehow they lucked out with this one. They're convinced, even without the evidence I was going to plant in his garage, that DeLeon 6832 is the rapist and murderer of Myra 9834, and they're arresting him right now, or lying in wait for him to return. The other explanation is far more troubling. The police have decided that he's being set up, and they're lying in wait for me. I'm sweating now. This is not good. This is not good. Not good. But don't panic. Your treasures are safe. Your closet is safe. Relax. Still, whatever's happened, I have to find out. If the police presence here is just a perverse coincidence, having nothing to do with DeLeon 6832 or with me, then I'll plant the evidence and get the hell back to my closet. But if they found out about me, they could find out about the others. Randall 6794 and Rita 2907 and Arthur 3480. Cap down a little more over the eyes, the sunglasses pushed high on my nose. I changed course completely, circling well around the house, moving through alleys and gardens and backyards, keeping the 3-block perimeter which they helpfully established as my safety zone by parking the Crown Vic beacons there. This takes me in a semicircle to a grassy embankment leading up to the highway. Climbing up it, I'm able to see the tiny backyards and porches of the houses on DeLeon 6832's block. I begin to count dwellings to find his. But I don't need to. I see clearly a police officer on the roof of a 2-story house behind the alley from his place. He has a rifle, a sniper. There's another with a pair of binoculars, too, and several more in suits or street clothes, crouching in bushes right next to the structure. Then 2 cops are pointing in my direction. I see that yet another officer was on the top of the house across the street. He's pointing my way, too. And since I'm not 6'3", 230 pounds, with skin dark as ebony, they aren't waiting for DeLeon 6832. They've been waiting for me. My hands are beginning to shake. Imagine if I blundered right into the middle of that with the evidence in my backpack.
A dozen other officers are running to their cars or jogging fast in my direction, running like wolves. I turn and scrabble up the embankment, breathing hard, panicked. I'm not even to the top when I hear the first of the sirens. No, no! My treasures. My closet. The highway, 4 lanes total, is crowded, which is good because the 16s have to drive slowly. I can dodge pretty well, even with my head down. I'm sure nobody gets a good look at my face. Then I vault the barrier and stumble down the other embankment. My collecting and other activities keep me in good shape, and soon I'm sprinting fast toward the closest subway station. I pause only once to pull on cotton gloves and rip from my backpack the plastic bag containing the evidence I was going to plant, then shove it into a trash can. I can't be caught with it. I can't. A half block closer to the subway, I dodge into an alley behind a restaurant. I turn my reversible jacket inside out, swap hats, and emerge again, my backpack now stuffed into a shopping bag. Finally, I'm at the subway station. And thank you, I can feel the musty tunnel breath preceding a train as it approaches. Then the thunder of the bulky car, the squeal of metal on metal. But before I get to the turnstile, I pause. The shock is now gone, but it's been replaced by the edgy. I understand I can't leave just yet. The significance of the problem crashes down on me. They might not know my identity, but they figured out what I was doing. Which means they want to take something away from me. My treasures, my closet, everything. And that, of course, is unacceptable. Making sure I stay clear of the CCTV camera, I casually walk back up the stairs, digging in my bag as I leave the subway station. Where? Rhymes' voice filled Amelia Sack's earphone. Where the hell is he? He spotted us, took off. You sure it was him? Pretty sure. Surveillance saw somebody a few blocks away. Looks like he spotted some of the detectives' cars and changed his route. We saw him watching us and he ran. We've got teams after him. She was in DeLeon Williams's front yard with Pulaski, Bo Howman, and a half-dozen other ESU officers. Some crime scene unit techs and uniformed patrolmen were searching the escape route for evidence and canvassing for witnesses. Any sign he has a car? Don't know. He was on foot when we saw him. Christ. Well, let me know when you find something. I'll... Click. She grimaced at Pulaski, who was holding his handy talkie up to his ear, listening to the pursuit. Howman was monitoring it too. The progress, from what she could hear, didn't seem fruitful. Nobody on the highway had seen him or was willing to admit it if they had. Sachs turned to the house and saw a very concerned and very confused DeLeon Williams looking out through a curtained window. Saving the man from being yet another fall guy of 522 had involved both happenstance and good police work. And they had Ron Pulaski to thank for it. The young officer in the brash Hawaiian shirt had done what Rhyme had requested, immediately gone to one police plaza and started looking for other cases that matched 522's modus operandi. He found none, but as he was talking to a homicide detective, the unit got a report from Central about an anonymous phone call. A man had heard screams from a loft near Soho and seen a black man fleeing in an old beige Dodge. A patrolman had responded and found that a young woman, Myra Weinberg, had been raped and murdered. Pulaski was struck by the anonymous call, echoing the earlier cases, and immediately called Rhyme. The criminalist figured that if 522 was in fact behind the crime, he was probably sticking to his plan. He would plant evidence blaming a fall guy, and they needed to find which of the more than 1,300 older beige Dodges was the one 522 might pick. Sure, maybe the man wasn't 522, but even if not, they had the chance to collar a rapist and kill her. At Rhyme's instruction, Mel Cooper cross-matched Department of Motor Vehicle records with criminal records and came up with 7 African-American men who had convictions for crimes more serious than traffic violations. One, though, was the most likely: an assault charge against a woman. DeLeon Williams was a perfect choice as a fall guy. Happenstance and police work. To authorize a tactical takedown, a lieutenant or higher was required. Captain Joe Malloy still had no clue about the clandestine 522 operations, so Rhyme called Salito, who grumbled but agreed to call Bo Howman and authorize an ESU op. Amelia Sachs had joined Pulaski and the team at Williams's house, where they'd learned from search and surveillance that only Williams was inside, not 522. There, they deployed to take the killer when he arrived to plant the evidence. The plan was tricky, improvised on the fly, and obviously hadn't worked, though they'd saved an innocent man from being arrested for rape and murder, and perhaps had discovered some good evidence to lead to the perp. Anything? She asked Howman, who'd been conferring with some of his officers. Nope. Then his radio clattered again, and Sachs heard the loud transmission. Unit 1, we're on the other side of the highway. Looks like he's rabbited clean. He must have made it to the subway. Damn, she muttered. Howman grimaced but said nothing. The officer continued. But we followed the route he probably took. It's possible he ditched some evidence in a trash can on the way. That's something, she said. Where? She jotted the address the officer recited. Tell them to secure the area. I'll be there in 10. Sachs then walked up the steps and knocked on the door. DeLeon Williams answered, and she said, Sorry I haven't had a chance to explain. A man we were trying to catch was headed to your house. Mine? We think so, but he got away. She explained about Myra Weinberg. Oh no, she's dead? I'm afraid so. I'm sorry, real sorry. Did you know her? No, never heard of her. We think the perp might have been trying to blame you for the crime. Me? Why? We have no idea. After we investigate a little more, we may want to interview you. Sure thing. He gave her his home and mobile numbers, then frowned. Can I ask? You seem pretty certain I didn't do it. How'd you know I was innocent? Your car and garage. Officers searched them and didn't find any evidence from the murder scene. The killer, we're pretty sure, was going to plant some things there to implicate you. Of course, if we'd gotten here after he'd done that, you'd have had a problem. Sachs added, Oh, one more thing, Mr. Williams? What's that, Detective? Just some trivia you might be interested in. Do you know owning an unregistered handgun in New York City is a very serious crime? I think I heard that somewhere. And some more trivia is that there's an amnesty program at your local precinct. No questions asked if you turn in a weapon. Okay, you take care. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'll try. Chapter 11. I'm watching the policewoman as she searches the trash can where I dumped the evidence. I was dismayed at first, but then I realized I shouldn't have been. If they were smart enough to figure out about me, they're smart enough to find the trash. I doubt they got a good look at me, but I'm being very careful. Of course, I'm not at the scene itself. I'm in a restaurant across the street, forcing down a hamburger and sipping water. The police have this outfit called the anti-crime detail, which has always struck me as absurd, as if other details are pro-crime. Anti-crime officers wear street clothes, and they circulate at crime scenes to find witnesses, and occasionally even the perps who have returned. Most criminals do so because they're stupid or behave irrationally, but I'm here for two specific reasons. First, because I've realized I have a problem. I can't live with it, so I need a solution, and you can't solve a problem without knowledge. I've already learned a few things. For instance, I know some of the people who are after me, like this red-headed policewoman in a white plastic jumpsuit concentrating on the crime scene the way I concentrate on my data. I see her step out of the area, surrounded by yellow tape with several bags. She sets these in gray plastic boxes and strips off the white suit. Despite the lingering horror from the disaster of this afternoon, I feel that twinge inside as I see her tight jeans, the satisfaction from my transaction with Myra 9834 earlier today wearing off. As the police head back to their cars, she makes a phone call. I pay the bill and walk nonchalantly out the door, acting like any other patron on this fine late afternoon Sunday. Off the grid. Oh, the second reason I'm here? Very simple. To protect my treasures. To protect my life, which means doing whatever's necessary to make them go away. What did 522 leave in that trash can? Rhyme was speaking into the hands-free phone. There's not much. We're sure it's his stuff, though. Bloody paper towel and some wet blood in plastic bags, so he could leave some in Williams's car or garage. I've already sent a sample to the lab for a preliminary DNA match. Computer printout of the Vic's picture, roll of duct tape, Home Depot house brand, and a running shoe. It looked new. Just one? Yep, the right. Maybe he stole it from Williams's place to leave a print at the scene. Anybody get a look at him? A sniper and two guys from the S&S team, but he wasn't very close. Probably white or light-skinned ethnic, medium build, tan cap and sunglasses, backpack. No age, no hair color. That's it? Yep. Well, get the evidence here stat. Then I want you to walk the grid at the Weinberg rape scene. They're preserving it till you get there. I've got another lead, Rhyme. You do? What's that? We found a post-it note stuck to the bottom of the plastic bag with the evidence in it. 522 wanted to ditch the bag. I'm not sure he wanted to pitch out the note. What is it? A room number of a residence hotel, Upper East Side, Manhattan. I want to check it out. You think it's 522's? No, I called the front desk and they say the tenant's been in the room all day. Somebody named Robert Jorgensen? Well, we need the rape scene searched, Sachs. Send Ron, he can handle it. I'd rather you ran it. I really think we need to see if there's any connection between this Jorgensen and 522, and fast. He couldn't dispute her point. Besides, both of them had ridden Pulaski hard in teaching him how to walk the grid, Rhyme's coined expression for searching a crime scene, a reference to looking over the area according to the grid pattern, the most comprehensive way of discovering evidence. Rhyme, feeling both like a boss and a parent, knew that the kid would have to run his first homicide scene solo sooner or later. All right, he grumbled. Let's hope this posted lead pays off. He couldn't help adding, and isn't a complete waste of time. She laughed. Don't we always hope that, Rhyme? And tell Pulaski not to screw up. They disconnected, and Rhyme told Cooper the evidence was on its way. Staring at the evidence charts, he muttered, He got away. He ordered Tom to put the sparse description of 522 on the whiteboard. Probably white or light-skinned. How helpful is that? Amelia Sachs was in the front seat of her parked Camaro, the door open. Late afternoon spring air was wafting into the car, which smelled of old leather and oil. She was jotting notes for her crime scene report. She always did this as soon as possible after searching a scene. It was amazing what one could forget in a short period of time. Colors changed, left became right, doors and windows moved from one wall to another or vanished altogether. She paused, distracted once again by the odd facts of the case. How had the killer managed to come so close to blaming an innocent man for an appalling rape and murder? She'd never run into a perp like this. Planting evidence to mislead the police wasn't unusual, but this guy was a genius at pointing them in the wrong direction. The street where she'd parked was 2 blocks away from the trash can crime scene, shadowed and deserted. Motion caught her eye. Thinking of 522, she felt a throb of uneasiness. She glanced up and in the rearview mirror saw somebody walking her way. She squinted, studying him carefully, though the man seemed harmless, a clean-cut businessman. He was carrying a takeout bag in one hand and talking on his cell phone, a smile on his face. A typical resident out to get Chinese or Mexican for dinner. Sachs returned to her notes. Finally, she was finished and tucked them into her briefcase. But then something struck her as strange. The man on the sidewalk should have passed the Camaro by now, but he hadn't. Had he gone into one of the buildings? She turned to the sidewalk where he'd been. No. She was staring at the takeout bag, sitting on the sidewalk to the left behind the car. It was just a prop. Her hand went for a Glock, but before she could draw, the right side door was ripped open, and she was staring into the face of the killer, eyes narrowed, lifting a pistol toward her face. The doorbell rang, and a moment later Rhyme heard yet another distinctive footfall. Heavy ones. In here, Lon. Detective Lon Salido nodded a greeting. His stocky figure was encased in blue jeans and a dark purple Izod shirt, and he was wearing running shoes, which surprised Rhyme. The criminalist rarely saw him in casual clothes. He was also struck by the fact that while Salido didn't seem to own a suit that wasn't fiercely wrinkled, this outfit looked hot off the ironing board. The only disfigurements were a few stretch marks in the cloth where his belly jutted past his waistband, and the bulge in the back where his off-duty pistol was not efficiently hidden. He rabbited, I heard. Rhyme spat out, gone completely. The floor creaked under the big man's weight as he ambled to the evidence charts and looked them over. That's what you're calling him? 522? May 22nd. What happened with the Russian case? Salido didn't answer. Mr. 522 leave anything behind? We're about to find out. He ditched a bag of evidence he was going to plant. It's on its way. That was courteous. Iced tea? Coffee? Yeah, the detective muttered to Tom. Thanks. Coffee. You have skim milk? 2%. Good. And any of those cookies from last time, the chocolate chip ones? Just oatmeal. Those are good, too. Mel, Tom asked, you want something? If I eat or drink near an examining table, I get yelled at. Rhymes snapped. It's hardly my fault if defense lawyers have this thing about excluding contaminated evidence. I didn't make the rules. Salito observed. See, your mood hasn't improved. What's going on in London? Now, that's a subject I don't want to talk about. Well, just to improve your spirits, we got another problem. Malloy? Yep. He heard Amelia was running a scene and I okayed an ESU action. He got all happy thinking it was the Dienko case, then all sad when he found out it wasn't. He asked if it was connected with you. I'll take a fist on the chin for you, Link, but not a bullet. I dimed you out. Oh, thanks. Nodding as Tom brought him the refreshments. The aide set a similar offering on a table not far from Cooper, who pulled on latex gloves and started on a cookie. Some scotch, if you please, Rhyme said quickly. No. Tom was gone. Scowling, Rhyme said, I figured Malloy'd bust us as soon as ESU was involved, but we need brass on our side now that it's a hot case. What do we do? Better think of something fast, 'cause he wants us to call, like a half hour ago. He sipped more coffee and, with some reluctance, set down the remaining quarter of his cookie with the apparent resolve not to finish it. Well, I need the brass on board. We've got to have people out there looking for this guy. Then let's call. You ready? Yeah. Salito dialed a number. Hit speaker. Lower the volume, Rhyme said. I suspect this could be loud. Malloy here. Rhyme could hear the sounds of the wind, voices, and the clink of dishes or glassware. Maybe he was at an outdoor cafe. Captain, you're on speaker with Lincoln, Rhyme, and me. Okay, what the hell is going on? You could have told me that the ESU operation was what Lincoln called me about earlier. Did you know I deferred the decision about any operation till tomorrow? No, he didn't, Rhyme said. The detective blurted, Yeah, but I knew enough to figure it out. I'm touched you're both taking the heat for each other, but the question is, why didn't you tell me? Salito said, 'Cause we had a good chance to collar a rapist-murderer. I decided we couldn't afford any delays. I'm not a child, Lieutenant. You make your case to me, and I'll make the judgment. That's how it's supposed to work. Sorry, Captain. It seemed like the right decision at the time. Silence. Then, but he got away. Yes, he did, Rhyme said. How? We got a team together as fast as we could, but the cover wasn't the best. The unsub was closer than we thought. He saw an unmarked or one of the team, I guess. He took off, but he ditched some evidence that could be helpful. Which is on its way to the lab in Queens, or to you? Rhyme glanced at Salito. People rise in rank in institutions like the NYPD based on experience, drive, and quick minds. Malloy was a good half-step ahead of them. I've asked for it to come here, Joe, Rhyme said. No silence this time. The sound from the speaker was a resigned sigh. Lincoln, you understand the problem, don't you? Conflict of interest, Rhyme thought. There's a clear conflict of interest with you as an advisor to the department and trying to exonerate your cousin. And beyond that, the implication is that there's been a wrongful arrest. But that's exactly what happened. And 2 wrongful convictions. Rhyme reminded Malloy about the rape and coin theft cases that Flintlock had told them about. And I wouldn't be surprised if this has happened other times, too. You know Lecar's principle, Joe? That was in your book, the one from the academy, right? The French criminalist Edmond Locard stated that whenever a crime occurs, there's always a transfer of evidence between the perpetrator and the crime scene or the victim. He was referring specifically to dust, but the rule applies to many substances and types of evidence. The connection may be difficult to find, but it exists. Locard's principle guides what we do, Joe. But here's a perp who's using it as a weapon. It's his M.O. He kills and gets away because somebody else is convicted of the crime. He knows exactly when to strike, what kind of evidence to plant, and when to plant it. The crime scene teams, the detectives, the lab people, the prosecutors and judges, he's used everybody, making them accomplices. This has nothing to do with my cousin, Joe. This has to do with stopping a very dangerous man. A silence now. Okay, I'll sanction it. Salito was lifting an eyebrow. With caveats. You keep me informed of every development in the case. I mean everything. Sure. And Lon, you try not being straight with me again, and I'll transfer you to budgets. Understand me? Yeah, Captain. Absolutely. And since you're at Lincoln's, Lon, I assume you want a reassignment from the Vladimir Dienko case? Petey Jimenez is up to speed. He's done more of the legwork than I have, and he's set up the stings personally. And Del Rey's running the snitches, right? And the federal jurisdiction? That's right. Okay, you're off it. Temporarily. Open a file on this unsub. I mean, send out a memo about the file you've already started on the sly. And listen to me. I'm not raising any issues of innocent people being convicted wrongly. Not raising it with anybody. And you're not going to either. That issue is not on the table. The only crime you're running is a single rape murder that occurred this afternoon. Period. As part of his MO, this unsub might have tried to shift the blame to somebody else, but that's all you can say, and only if the subject comes up. Don't raise the issue yourself, and for God's sake, don't say anything to the press. I don't talk to the press, Rhymes said. Who did if they could avoid it? But we'll need to look into the other cases to get an idea of how he operates. I didn't say you couldn't, the captain said, firm but not strident. Keep me posted. He hung up. Well, we got ourselves a case, Salito said, surrendering to the abandoned quarter of a cookie and washing it down with the coffee. Standing on the curb with 3 other men in street clothes, Amelia Sachs was talking to the compact man who'd ripped open the door of her Camaro and leveled his weapon at her. He turned out not to be 522, but a federal agent who worked for the Drug Enforcement Administration. We're still trying to put it together, he said, and glanced at his boss, an assistant special agent in charge of the Brooklyn DEA office. The ASAC said, We'll know more in a few minutes. Not long before, at gunpoint in the car, Sachs had lifted her hand slowly and identified herself as a police officer. The agent had taken her weapon and had checked her ID twice. He'd returned the gun, shaking his head. I don't get it, he said. He apologized, but his face didn't seem to suggest he was sorry. Mostly the expression said that, well, he just didn't get it. A moment later, his boss and 2 other agents had arrived. Now the ASAC got a call and listened for a few minutes. He then snapped his mobile shut and explained what seemed to have happened. Not long before, somebody had made an anonymous call from a payphone reporting that an armed woman, fitting Sachs's description, had just shot somebody in what seemed to be a drug dispute. We've got an operation going on here at the moment, he said, looking into some dealer and supplier assassinations. He nodded toward his agent, the one who tried to arrest Sachs. Anthony lives a block away. The operations director sent him here to assess the sit while we scrambled the troops. Anthony added, I thought you were leaving, so I grabbed some old takeout bags and moved in. Man! Now the import of what he'd nearly done was sinking in. He was now ashen, and Sachs reflected that Glocks have a very light trigger pull. She wondered just how close she'd come to being shot. What were you doing here? The ASAC asked. We had a homicide rape. She didn't explain about 522 setting up innocent people to take the fall. I'm guessing our perp spotted me and made a call to slow up pursuit. Or get me killed in a friendly fire incident. The federal agent shook his head, frowning. What? Sachs asked. Just thinking this guy is pretty sharp. If he called NYPD, which most people would have, they'd know about your operation and who you were, so he called us instead. All we'd know is that you were a shooter and we'd approach with caution, ready to take you out if you pulled a weapon. A frown. That's smart. Pretty scary, too, Anthony said, his face still white. The agents left, and she made a call. When Rhyme answered, she told him about the incident. The criminalist digested this, then he said, He called the feds? Yep. It's almost as if he knew they were in the middle of a drug op, and that the agent who tried to collar you lived nearby. He couldn't know that, she countered. Maybe not, but he sure as hell knew one thing. What's that? He knew exactly where you were, which means he was watching. Be careful, Sachs. Rhyme was explaining to Salito how the perp had set up Sachs in Brooklyn. He did that? Looks like it. The men were discussing how he might have gotten the information and coming to no helpful conclusions when the phone trilled. Rhyme glanced at caller ID and answered quickly. Inspector? Longhorse's voice filled the speaker. Detective Rhyme, how are you? Good. Excellent. Just wanted to let you know we found Logan's safe house. It wasn't in Manchester after all. It was in Oldham, nearby, east of the city. She then explained that Danny Kruger had learned from some of his people that a man believed to be Richard Logan had inquired about purchasing some parts for guns. Not guns themselves, mind, but if you have the parts to repair guns, presumably you could also make one. Rifles? Yes, large caliber. Any identity? No, though they thought Logan was U.S. military. Apparently, he promised he could get them some discount ammunition in bulk in the future. He seemed to have official Army documents about inventories and specifications. So the shooting zone in London's in play. It would seem. Now, about the safe house, we have contacts in the Hindi community in Oldham. They're quite impeccable. They heard about an American who's rented an old house on the outskirts of town. We managed to track it down. We haven't searched yet. Our team could have done it, but we thought it best to talk to you first. Longhurst continued. Now, Detective, my sense is that he doesn't know we found out about the safe house, and I suspect there may be some rather helpful evidence inside it. I've rung up some fellows at MI5 and borrowed a bit of an expensive toy from them. It's a high-definition video camera. We'd like to have one of our officers wear it and have you guide him through the scene. Tell us what you think. We should have the equipment on site in 40 minutes or so. To do a proper search of the safe house, including the exits and entrances, the drawers, the toilets, closets, mattresses, it would consume the better part of the night. Why was this happening now? He was convinced that 522 was a real threat. In fact, given the timeline with the earlier cases, his cousins and the murder today, the crime seemed to be accelerating. And he was particularly troubled by the latest event, 522's turning on them and nearly getting Sachs shot. Yes, no. After a moment of agonizing debate, he said, Inspector, I'm sorry to say, something's come up here. We've had a series of homicides. I need to focus on them. I see. Unflappable British Reserve. I'll have to hand over the case to your command. Of course, Detective, I understand. You're free to make any and all decisions. I appreciate the vote of confidence. We'll get it sorted out, and I'll keep you informed. I better ring off now. Good luck. And to you. This was hard for Lincoln Rhymes, stepping away from a hunt, especially when the quarry was this particular perp. But the decision had been made. 522 was now his only prey. Mel, get on the phone and find out where the hell that evidence from Brooklyn is. Chapter 12. Okay, this is a surprise. The Upper East Side address and the fact that Robert Jorgensen was an orthopedic surgeon had led Amelia Sachs to expect that the Henderson House residence, the address on the post-it note, would be a lot nicer than this. But it was a disgusting dive, a transient's hotel inhabited by druggies and drunks. The fly-blown lobby, filled with mismatched and moldy furniture, stank of garlic, cheap disinfectant, useless air freshener, and sour human odor. Most homeless shelters were more pleasant. Standing in the grimy doorway, she paused and turned. Still uneasy about 522's surveillance and the ease with which he'd set up the federal officers in Brooklyn, she looked carefully around the street. Nobody seemed to be paying much attention to her, but then the killer would have been nearby at DeLeon Williams' house too, and she'd missed him completely. She studied an abandoned building across the street. Was somebody gazing at her from one of the grime-covered windows? Or there, on the second floor, was a large broken window, and she was sure she saw motion in the darkness. Was it a face, or light from a hole in the roof? Sachs stepped closer and examined the building carefully, but she found no one and decided her eyes had played tricks on her. She turned back to the hotel and, breathing shallowly, stepped inside. At the front desk, she flashed her badge to the hopelessly overweight clerk. He didn't seem the least bit surprised or troubled that a cop was here. She was directed toward the elevator. It opened to a foul stench. Okay, the stairs. Wincing from the strain on her arthritic joints, she pushed through the door on the 6th floor and found room 672. She knocked, then stepped aside. Police? Mr. Jorgensen, please open the door. She didn't know what connection this man might have to the killer, so her hand hovered near the grip of her Glock, a fine weapon, as dependable as the sun. No answer, but she believed she heard the sound of the metal cover of the peephole. Police, she repeated. Put your ID under the door. She did. A pause, then several chains were undone, and a deadbolt. The door opened a short way, but was stopped by a security bar. The gap was bigger than that left by a chain, but not large enough for someone to get through. The head of a middle-aged man appeared. His hair was long and unwashed, his face marred with an unruly beard. The eyes were twitchy. You're Robert Jorgensen? He peered at her face, then at her ID again, turning the card over and holding it up to the light, though the laminated rectangle was opaque. He handed it back and unhooked the security bar. The door swung open. He examined the hall behind her, then gestured her in. Sachs entered cautiously, hand still near her weapon. She checked the room and closets. The place was otherwise unoccupied, and he was unarmed. "You're Robert Jorgensen?" she repeated. He nodded. She then looked over the sad room more carefully. It contained a bed, desk and chair, armchair, and ratty couch. The dark gray carpet was stained. A single pole lamp cast dim yellow light, and the shades were drawn. He was living, it seemed, out of 4 large suitcases and a gym bag. He had no kitchen, but a portion of the living room contained a miniature fridge and 2 microwaves. A coffee pot, too. His diet was largely soup and ramen noodles. 100 manila file folders were carefully lined up against the wall. His clothes were from a different time in his life, a better time. They seemed expensive, but were threadbare and stained. The heels of the rich-looking shoes were worn down. Guessing, he lost his medical practice due to a drug or drinking problem. At the moment, he was occupied by an odd task, dissecting a large hardcover textbook. A chipped magnifying glass on a gooseneck stand was clamped to the desk, and he'd been slicing out pages and cutting them into strips. Maybe mental illness had led to his downfall. "You're here about the letters? It's about time." "Letters?" He studied her suspiciously. "You're not?" "I don't know about any letters." "I sent them to Washington. But you do talk, don't you? All you law enforcers, you public safety people. Sure you do. You have to. Everybody talks. Criminal databases and all that." "I really don't know what you mean." He seemed to believe her. "Well, then—" His eyes went wide, looking down at her hip. "Wait, is your cell phone on?" "Well, yes." "Jesus Christ in heaven, what's wrong with you?" Why don't you run down the street naked and tell every stranger you see your address? Take the battery out. Not just shut it off, the battery." "I'm not doing that." "Take it out, or you can get the hell out right now. The PDA, too, and pager." This seemed to be a deal-breaker, but she said firmly, "I'm not dumping my memory. I'll do the phone and the pager." "Okay," he grumbled, and leaned forward as she slipped the batteries out of the 2 devices and shut off the PDA. Then she asked for his ID. He debated and dug out a driver's license. The address was Greenwich, Connecticut, one of the ritziest towns in the metro area. "I'm not here about any letters, Mr. Jorgensen. I just have some questions. I won't take up much of your time." He gestured her toward the gamey couch and sat down on a wobbly chair at the desk. As if he couldn't help himself, he turned to the book and with a razor knife cut a piece off the spine. He handled the knife expertly, fast and sure. Sachs was glad the desk was between them and her gun unobstructed. "Mr. Jorgensen, I'm here about a crime that was committed this morning." Sure. Of course." Lips pursing, he glanced at Sachs again, and his expression was clear: resignation and disgust. "And what was I supposed to have done this time?" "This time?" "The crime was a rape and murder, but we know you weren't involved. You were here." A cruel grin. Keeping track of me. Sure." Then a grimace. "Damn it." This was in response to something he found or didn't find in the bit of book spine he was dissecting. He tossed it into the trash. Sachs noticed half-open garbage bags containing remnants of clothes, books, newspapers, and small boxes that had also been cut apart. Then she glanced into the larger microwave and saw that it contained a book. Germ-phobic, she supposed. He noticed her gaze. "Microwaving's the best way to destroy them." "Bacteria? Viruses?" He laughed at the question as if she were joking. He nodded at the volume in front of him. "But sometimes they're really hard to find. You have to, though. You need to see what the enemy looks like." Now a nod at the microwave. "And pretty soon they'll start making ones that you can't even nuke. You better believe it." They. Them. Sachs had been a beat cop in the patrol division for some years. A portable, they were called in cop slang. She'd worked Times Square back when it was, Times Square, before the place became Disneyland North. Patrolwoman Sachs had had lots of experience with the homeless and emotionally disturbed. She recognized signs of paranoid personality, maybe even schizophrenia. "Do you know a DeLeon Williams?" "No." She offered the names of the other victims and fall guys, including Rhymes' cousin. No, never heard of any of them. He seemed to be answering truthfully. The book took all his attention for a long 30 seconds. He removed a page and held it up, grimacing again. He pitched it out. Mr. Jorgensen, this room number was found on a note near the crime scene today. The hand with the knife froze. He looked at her with scary, burning eyes. Breathlessly, he asked, Where? Where the hell did you find it? In a trash bin in Brooklyn. It was stuck to some evidence. It's possible this killer discarded it. In a ghastly whisper, he asked, You have a name? What does he look like? Tell me. He half rose and his face grew bright red. His lips trembled. Take it easy, Mr. Jorgensen. Calm down. We're not positive he's the one who left the note. Oh, he's the one. You bet he is. He leaned forward. You have a name? No. Tell me, damn it, do something for me for a change, not to me. She said firmly, If I can help you, I will, but you have to stay calm. Who are you talking about? He dropped the knife and sat back, shoulders slumped. A bitter smile spread across his face. Who? Who? Why, God, of course. God? And I'm Job. You know Job? The innocent man God tormented? All the trials he inflicted? That's nothing compared to what I've been through. Oh, it's him. He found out where I am now and wrote it down on that note of yours. I thought I'd escaped, but he's got me again. Sachs thought she saw tears. She asked, What's this all about? Please, tell me. Jorgensen rubbed his face. Okay. A few years ago, I was a practicing doctor, lived in Connecticut. Had a wife and 2 wonderful children, money in the bank, retirement plan, vacation house. A comfortable life. I was happy. But then a strange thing happened. No big deal, not at first. I applied for a new credit card to get miles in my frequent flyer program. I was making $300,000 a year. I'd never missed a credit card or mortgage payment in my life, but I was rejected. Some mistake, I thought, but the company said that I was a credit risk since I'd moved 3 times in the past 6 months. Only I hadn't moved at all. Somebody had gotten my name, social security number, and credit information and rented apartments as me. Then he defaulted on the rent, but not before he'd bought nearly $100,000 worth of merchandise and had it delivered to those addresses. Identity theft? Oh, the motherlode of identity theft. God opened credit cards in my name, ran up huge bills, had the statements sent to different addresses, never paid them, of course. As soon as I'd get one straightened out, he'd do something else, and he kept getting all this information on me. God knew everything. My mother's maiden name, her birthday, my first dog's name, my first car, all the things companies want to know for passwords. He got my phone numbers and my calling card number. He ran up a $10,000 phone bill. How? He'd call time and temperature in Moscow or Singapore or Sydney and leave the phone off the hook for hours. Why? Why? Because he's God. And I'm Job. The monster bought a house in my name. A whole house. And then defaulted on it. I only found out when a lawyer working for a collection agency tracked me down at my clinic in New York and asked about making payment arrangements for the $370,000 I owed. God also ran up $250,000 in online gambling debts. He made bogus insurance claims in my name, and my malpractice carrier dropped me. I couldn't work at my clinic without insurance, and nobody would insure me. We had to sell the house, and of course every penny went to the debt quote I had run up, which was by then about $2 million. $2 million? Jorgensen closed his eyes briefly. And then things got worse. My wife was hanging in there throughout all of this. It was hard, but she was with me. Until God had presents, expensive ones, sent in my name to some former nurses at the clinic, bought with my credit card, and that included invitations and suggestive comments. One of the women left a message at my home thanking me and saying she'd love to go away for the weekend. My daughter got it. She was crying uncontrollably when she told my wife. I think she believed I was innocent, but she still left me 4 months ago and moved in with her sister in Colorado. I'm sorry. Sorry. Oh, well, thank you very much. But I'm not through yet. Oh, no, just after my wife left, the arrests started. It seems guns purchased with a credit card and fake driver's license in my name were used in armed robberies in East New York, New Haven, and Yonkers. One clerk was seriously wounded. The New York Bureau of Investigation arrested me. They finally let me go, but I've still got an arrest on my record. That'll be there forever, along with the time the Drug Enforcement Agency arrested me because a check of mine was traced to the purchase of illegally imported prescription drugs. Oh, and I was actually in prison for a while. Well, no, not me. Somebody that God sold fake credit cards to and a driver's license in my name. Of course, the prisoner was somebody altogether different. Who knows what his real name is? But as far as the world is concerned, government records show that Robert Samuel Jorgensen, Social Security number 923674182, formerly of Greenwich, Connecticut, was a prisoner. It's on my record, too. Forever. You must have followed up, called the police. He scoffed. Oh, please, you're a cop. You know where something like this falls in the priority of police work? Just above jaywalking. Did you learn anything that might help us? Anything about him? Age, race, education, location? No, nothing. Everywhere I looked, there was only one person, me. He took me away from myself. Oh, they say there are safeguards, there are protections. Yes, if you lose a credit card, maybe you're protected to a point. But if somebody wants to destroy your life, there's nothing you can do about it. People believe what computers tell us. If they say you owe money, you owe money. If it says you're a bad insurance risk, you're a bad risk. The report says you have no credit, then you have no credit, even if you're a multimillionaire. We believe the data. We don't care about the truth. Want to see what my most recent job was? He jumped up and opened his closet, displaying a fast food franchise uniform. Jorgensen returned to his desk and set to work on the book again, muttering, "I'll find you." He glanced up. "Do you want to know the worst part of all?" She nodded. God never lived in the apartments he rented in my name. He never took delivery of the illegal drugs, or got any of the merchandise he had shipped. The police recovered everything. And he never lived in the beautiful house he bought. Get it? His only point was to torment me. He's God, I'm Job. Sachs noticed a picture on his desk. It was of Jorgensen and a blonde woman about his age, their arms around a teenage girl and young boy. The house in the background was very nice. She wondered why 522 would go to all the trouble to destroy a man's life if in fact their perp was behind this. Was he testing out techniques to use to get close to victims and to implicate fall guys? Was Robert Jorgensen a guinea pig? Or was 522 a cruel sociopath? What he'd done to Jorgensen might be called a non-sexual rape. "I think you should find another place to live, Mr. Jorgensen." A resigned smile. "I know. It's safer that way. Always be harder to find." Sachs thought to herself of an expression her father had used. She thought it described her own life view pretty well. "When you move, they can't get you." He nodded at the book. "You know how he found me here? This, I got a feeling. Everything started to go bad just after I bought it. I keep thinking it's got the answer. I nuked it, but that didn't work, obviously. There's got to be an answer inside. There's got to be." "What are you looking for exactly?" "Don't you know?" "No." "Well, tracking devices, of course. They put them in books and clothes. Pretty soon they'll be in almost everything." "So, not germs. Microwaves destroy tracking devices?" she asked, playing along. "Most of them you can break the antenna, too, but they're so small nowadays, almost microscopic." Jorgensen fell silent, and she realized he was staring at her intently as he considered something. He announced, "You take it." "What?" "The book." His eyes were dancing madly around the room. "It's got the answer in it, the answer to everything that's happened to me. Please. You're the first one who hasn't rolled their eyes when I told them my story. The only one who hasn't looked at me like I'm mad." He sat forward. "You want to get him as much as I do. You have all sorts of equipment, I'll bet. Scanning microscopes, sensors. You can find it. And it'll lead you to him. Yes." He thrust it toward her. "Well, I don't know what we're looking for." He nodded sympathetically. "Oh, you don't have to tell me. That's the problem. They change things all the time. They're always one step ahead of us. But please." They. She took the book, debating about slipping it into a plastic evidence bag and attaching a chain of custody card. She wondered how loud the ridicule would be in Rhymes' townhouse. Probably better just to carry it. He leaned forward and pressed her hand hard. "Thank you." He was crying again. "So you'll move?" she asked. He said he would and gave her the name of another transient hotel, one down on the Lower East Side. "Don't write it down. Don't tell anybody. Don't mention me on the phone. They're listening all the time, you know." "Call me if anything else comes to mind about God." She gave him her card. He memorized the information on it, then tore the cardboard up. He stepped into the bathroom, flushed half down the toilet. He noticed her curiosity. I'll flush the other half later. Flushing something all at once is as stupid as leaving bills in your mailbox with the red flag up. People are such fools. He walked her to the door, leaned close. The stink of unwashed clothing hit her. His red-rimmed eyes gazed fiercely at her. Officer, listen to me. I know you have that big gun on your hip, but that won't do any good against somebody like him. You have to get close before you can shoot him. But he doesn't have to get close at all. He can sit in a dark room somewhere, sip a glass of wine, and bring your life down in pieces. Jorgensen nodded at the book in her hand. And now that you've got that, you're infected too.
Chapter 13. I've been checking the news. There are so many efficient ways to get information nowadays, and I've heard nothing about any red-headed police officers gunned down by fellow law enforcers in Brooklyn. But at the least they're afraid. They'd be edgy now. Good. Why should I be the only one? As I walk, I reflect. How did this happen? How could it possibly have happened? This isn't good. This isn't good. This... They seemed to know exactly what I was doing, who my victim was, and that I was on the way to DeLeon 6832's house at just that moment. How? Running through the data, permutating them, analyzing them. No, I can't understand how they did it. Not yet. I have to think some more. I don't have enough information. How can I draw conclusions if I don't have the data? How? Slow down, I tell myself. When 16s walk quickly, they shed data, revealing all sorts of information, at least to those who are smart, who can make good deductions. Up and down the gray urban streets, Sunday no longer beautiful. An ugly day, ruined. The sunlight's harsh and tainted. The city's cold, its edges ragged. The 16s are mocking and snide and pompous. I hate them all. But keep your head down, pretend to enjoy the day. And most of all, think. Be analytical. How would a computer, confronted with a problem, analyze the data? Think. Now, how could they have found out? 1 block, 2 blocks, 3 blocks, 4... No answers. Only the conclusion. They're good. And another question. Who exactly are they? I suppose... I'm struck with a terrible thought. Please, no. I stop and dig through my backpack. No, it's gone. The Post-it stuck to the evidence bag, and I forgot to pull it off before I threw everything out. The address of my favorite 16, 3694-8938-5330-2498, my pet, known to the world as Dr. Robert Jorgensen. I just found out where he'd fled to, trying to hide, and jotted it on a Post-it. I'm furious I didn't memorize it and throw away the note. I hate myself, hate everything. How could I be so careless? I want to cry, to scream. My Robert 3694. For 2 years he's been my guinea pig, my human experiment. Public records, identity theft, credit cards. But, most of all, ruining him was a huge high. Orgasmic, indescribable. Like coke or heroin. Taking a perfectly normal, happy family man, a good, caring doctor, and destroying him. Well, I can't take any chances. I have to assume someone will find the note and call him. He'll flee, and I'll have to let him go. Something else has been taken away from me today. I can't describe how I feel when that happens. It's pain like fire. It's fear like blind panic. It's falling and knowing you'll collide with the blurring earth at any moment, but not quite yet. I blunder through the herds of antelope, these 16s roaming on their day of rest. My happiness is destroyed, my comfort gone. Whereas just hours ago I looked at everyone with benign curiosity or lust, but now I simply want to storm up to someone and slice his pale flesh thin as tomato skin with one of my 89 straight razors. Maybe my Crucius Brothers model from the late 1800s. It has an extra long blade, a fine stag's horn handle, and is the pride of my collection. Evidence, Mel. Let's look it over. Rhyme was referring to what had been collected in the trash can near DeLeon Williams's house. Friction ridges? The first items Cooper examined for fingerprints were the plastic bags. The one holding the evidence 522 had presumably intended to plant, and the bags inside, containing some still wet blood and a bloody paper towel. But there were no prints on the plastic, a disappointment since it preserves them so well.
Often they're visible, not latent, and can be observed without any special chemicals or lighting. Cooper did find indications that the unsub had touched the bags with cotton gloves, the sort experienced criminals preferred to latex gloves, which retain the perp's prints inside the fingers very efficiently. Using various sprays and alternative light sources, Mel Cooper examined the rest of the items and found no prints on these either. Rime realized that this case, like the others he suspected 522 was behind, was different from most in that it presented two categories of evidence. First, false evidence that the killer intended to plant to implicate DeLeon Williams. He'd undoubtedly made sure that none of this would lead back to himself personally. Second, real evidence that he'd left accidentally and that could very well lead to his home, such as the tobacco and the doll's hair. The bloody paper towel and wet blood were in the first category, intended to be left. Similarly, the duct tape, meant to be slipped into Williams's garage or car, would undoubtedly match strips used to gag or bind Myra Weinberg, but it would have been kept carefully protected from 522's dwelling so it didn't pick up any trace. The size 13 short-track running shoe probably wasn't going to be stashed at Williams's house, but it was still planted evidence in the sense that 522 had undoubtedly used it to leave a print of a shoe similar to one of Williams's. Mel Cooper tested the shoe anyway, and found some trace, beer on the tread. According to the database of fermented beverage ingredients created for the NYPD by Rime years ago, it was most likely Miller brand. That could be in either category, planted or real. They'd have to see what Pulaski recovered from the Myra Weinberg crime scene to know for sure. The bag also contained a computer printout of Myra's photo, probably included to suggest Williams had been stalking her online. It was therefore meant to be planted as well. Still, Rime had Cooper check it carefully, but a ninhydrin test revealed no fingerprints. Microscopic and chemical analyses revealed generic, untraceable paper, printed with Hewlett-Packard laser toner, also untraceable beyond the brand name. But they did make a discovery that might prove helpful. Rime and Cooper found something embedded in the paper, traces of Stachybotrys chartarum mold. This was the infamous sick building mold. Since the amounts found in the paper were so small, it was unlikely that 522 meant it to be planted. More likely it came from the killer's residence or place of work. The presence of this mold, which was found indoors almost exclusively, meant that at least part of his home or workplace would be dark and humid. Mold can't grow in a dry location. The Post-it note, also probably not intended to be planted, was a 3M brand. Not the cheap generic, but still impossible to source. Cooper had found no trace in the note other than a few more spores of the mold, which at least told them that the Post-it source probably was 522. The ink was from a disposable pen sold in countless stores around the country. And that was it for the evidence, though as Cooper was jotting the results, a tech from the outside lab Rime used for expedited medical analysis called and reported that the preliminary test confirmed the blood found in the bags was that of Myra Weinberg. Salito took a phone call, had a brief conversation, then hung up. Zip, the DEA traced the call about Amelia to a payphone. Nobody saw the caller, and nobody on the expressway saw anyone running. The canvas at the two closest subway stations didn't turn up anything suspicious around the time he got away. Well, he's not going to do anything suspicious now, is he? What did the canvassers think? An escaping murderer would jump a turnstile or strip his clothes off and change into a superhero outfit? Just telling you what they said, Link. Grimacing, he asked Tom to write the results of the search up on the whiteboard. Street near DeLeon Williams's house. 3 plastic bags, Ziploc freezer style, 1 gallon. 1 right size 13 short-track running shoe, dried beer and tread, probably Miller brand. No wear marks, no other discernible trace. Bought to leave imprint at scene of crime? Paper towel with blood in plastic bag. Preliminary test confirms it's the victim's. 2 cc's blood in plastic bag. Preliminary test confirms it's the victim's. Post-it with address of the Henderson House residence. Room 672, occupied by Robert Jorgensen. Note in pen untraceable, paper untraceable. Evidence of Stachybotrys chartarum mold in paper. Picture of victim, apparently computer printout, color, Hewlett-Packard printer ink. Otherwise untraceable. Paper untraceable. Evidence of Stachybotrys chartarum mold in paper. Duct tape, Home Depot house brand, not traceable to particular location. No friction ridge prints. The doorbell rang, and Ron Pulaski walked briskly into the room, carrying 2 milk crates containing plastic bags, evidence from the scene where Myra Weinberg had been killed. Rhyme noted immediately that his expression had changed. His face was still. Pulaski often cringed or seemed perplexed or occasionally looked proud. He even blushed. But now his eyes seemed hollow, not at all like the determined gaze of earlier. He glanced at Rhyme with a nod, walked sullenly to the examination tables, handed off the evidence to Cooper, and gave him the chain of custody cards, which the tech signed. The rookie stepped back, looking over the whiteboard chart Tom had created. Hands in his jeans pockets, Hawaiian shirt untucked, he wasn't seeing a single word. "You all right, Pulaski?" "Sure." "You don't look all right," Salito said. "Nah, it's nothing." But that wasn't true. Something about running his first solo homicide scene had upset him. Finally, he said, "She was just lying there, face up, staring at the ceiling. It's like she was alive and looking for something. Frowning, kind of curious. I guess I expected her to be covered up." "Yeah, well, you know we don't do that," Salito muttered. Pulaski looked out the window. "The thing is, okay, it's crazy. It's just she looked a little like Jenny," his wife. "Kinda weird." Lincoln Rhyme and Amelia Sachs were similar in many ways when it came to their work. They felt you needed to summon empathy in searching crime scenes, which allowed you to feel what the perp and the victim experienced. This helped to better understand the scene and find evidence you otherwise might not. Those who had this skill, as harrowing as its consequences might be, were masters at walking the grid. But Rhyme and Sachs differed in one important aspect. Sachs believed it was important never to become numb to the horror of crime. You needed to feel it every time you went to a scene, and afterward. If you didn't, she said, your heart grew hard. You moved closer to the darkness within the people you pursued. Rhyme, on the other hand, felt you should be as dispassionate as possible. Only by coldly putting aside the tragedy could you be the best police officer you could, and more efficiently stop future tragedies from occurring. "It's not a human being anymore," he'd lectured his new recruits. "It's a source of evidence, and a damn good one." Pulaski had the potential to be more like Rhyme, the criminalist believed, but at this early stage of his career, he fell into Amelia Sachs's camp. Rhyme felt for the young man now, but they had a case to solve. At home tonight, Pulaski could hold his wife close and silently mourn the death of the woman she resembled. He asked gruffly, "You with us, Pulaski?" "Yes, sir, I'm fine." Not exactly, but Rhyme had made his point. "You processed the body?" A nod. "I was there with the ME's tour doctor. We did it together. I made sure he wore rubber bands on his booties." To avoid confusion when it came to footprints, Rhyme had a policy of his crime scene searchers putting rubber bands around their feet, even when they were in the hooded plastic jumpsuits worn to prevent contamination from their own hair, skin cells, and other trace. "Good." Rhyme then glanced eagerly at the milk crates. "Let's get going. We ruined one plan of his. Maybe he's mad about it and is out targeting somebody else. Maybe he's buying a ticket to Mexico. Either way, I want to move fast." The young cop flipped open his notebook. Tom, come on in here." "Tom, where the hell are you?" "Oh, sure, Lincoln," said the aide with a cheerful smile, walking into the room. "Always happy to drop everything in the face of such polite requests." "We need you again. Another chart." "Do you?" "Please." "You don't mean it." "Tom." "All right." Myra Weinberg homicide scene. The aide wrote the heading and stood ready with the marker as Rhyme asked, "Now, Pulaski, I understand it wasn't her apartment?" "That's right, sir. A couple owned it. They're on vacation on a cruise ship. I managed to get through to them. They'd never heard of Myra Weinberg. Man, you should have heard them. They were way upset. They didn't have any idea who it might have been. And to get in, he broke the lock." "So he knew it was empty and there was no alarm," Cooper said. "Interesting." "What do you think?" Salito was shaking his head. "He just picked it for location?" "It was real deserted around there," Pulaski put in. "And what was she doing, do you think?" "I found her bike outside. She had a kryptonite key in her pocket and it fit." "Biking. Could be that he'd checked out her route and knew she'd be by there at a certain time. And somehow he knew the couple were going to be away so he wouldn't have any disturbances." "Okay, rookie, run through what you found." "Tom, if you would be so kind as to write this down." "You're trying too hard." "Huh. Cause of death?" Rhyme asked Pulaski. I told the doctor to have the medical examiner expedite the autopsy results. Solito laughed gruffly. And what did he say to that? Something like, yeah, right, and a couple other things, too. You need a bit more starch in your collar before you can make requests like that, but I appreciate the effort. What was the preliminary? He looked over his notes. Suffered several blows to the head. To subdue her, the M.E. thought. The young officer paused, perhaps recalling his own similar injury a few years ago. He continued. Cause of death was strangulation. There were petechiae in the eyes and inside the eyelids. Pinpoint hemorrhages. I know what they are, rookie. Oh, sure, right. And venous distension in the scalp and face. This is the probable murder weapon. He held up a bag containing a length of rope about 4 feet long. Mel? Cooper took the rope and carefully opened it over a large sheet of clean newsprint, dusting to dislodge trace. He then examined what he'd found and took a few samples of the fibers. What? Rhyme asked impatiently. Checking. The rookie took refuge in his notes again. As far as the rape, it was vaginal and anal. Post-mortem, the tour doctor thought. Posing in the body? No, but one thing I noticed, Detective, Pulaski said. All her fingernails were long, except one. It was cut really short. Blood? Yes, it was cut right down to the quick. He hesitated. Probably pre-mortem. So 522's a bit of a sadist, Rhyme reflected. He likes pain. Check the other crime scene photos from the earlier rape. The young officer hurried off to find the pictures. He shuffled through them and found one, squinting. Look at this, Detective. Yeah, he cut off a fingernail there, too. The same finger. Our boy likes trophies. That's good to know. Pulaski nodded enthusiastically. And think about it, the wedding ring finger. Probably something about his past. Maybe his wife left him, maybe he was neglected by his mother or a mother figure. Good point, Pulaski. Reminds me, we forgot something else. What's that, sir? Did you check your horoscope this morning before we started the investigation? Oh, and who got the tea leaf reading assignment? I forget. Solito was chuckling. Pulaski was blushing. Rhyme snapped. Psychological profiling isn't helpful. What's helpful about the nail is knowing that 522 now has in his possession a DNA connection to the crime. Not to mention that if we can decide what kind of implement he used to remove the trophy, we might be able to trace the purchase and find him. Evidence, rookie, not psychobabble. Sure, Detective, got it. Lincoln is fine. Okay, sure. The rope, Mel? Cooper was scrolling through the fiber database. Generic hemp, available in thousands of retail outlets around the country. He ran a chemical analysis. No trace. Crap. What else, Pulaski? Solito asked. He went through the list. Fishing line, binding her hands and cutting through the skin, which resulted in the bleeding. Duct tape covered her mouth. The tape was Home Depot brand, of course, torn off the roll 522 had ditched. The ragged ends matched perfectly. 2 unopened condoms were discovered near the body, the young officer explained, holding up the bag. They were Trojan Ends brand. And here are the swabs. Mel Cooper took the plastic evidence bags and checked the vaginal and rectal swabs. The ME's office would give a more detailed report, but it was clear that among the substances were traces of a spermicidal lubricant similar to that used with the condoms. There was no semen anywhere at the scene. Another swab from the floor, where Pulaski found the tread mark of a running shoe, revealed beer. It proved to be Miller brand. The electrostatic image of the tread was, naturally, a size 13 sure-track right shoe, the same that 522 had ditched in the trash can. And the owners of the loft had no beer, right? You did search the kitchen and pantry. Right, yes, sir, and I didn't find any. Lon Solito was nodding. Bet you $10 that Miller is DeLeon's brew of choice. I won't take you up on that one, Lon. What else was there? Pulaski held up a plastic bag containing a brown fleck that he'd found just above the victim's ear. Analysis revealed it to be tobacco. What's the story with that, Mel? The tech's examination revealed that it was a fine-cut piece, the sort used in cigarettes, but it was not the same as the Tarryton sampler in the database. Lincoln Rhyme was one of the few non-smokers in the country who decried the bans on smoking. Tobacco and ash were wonderful forensic links between criminal and crime scene. Cooper couldn't tell the brand. He decided, though, that because the tobacco was so desiccated, it was probably old. Did Myra smoke? Were the people in the loft? I didn't see any evidence of it, and I did what you're always telling us. I smelled the scene when I got there. No smell of smoking. Good. Rhyme was pleased with the search so far. What's the Friction Ridge situation? Checked fingerprint samples of the homeowners from the medicine cabinet and things in the bedside table. So you weren't fudging. You really did read my book. Rhyme had devoted a number of paragraphs in his forensic text to the importance of collecting control prints at crime scenes and where to best find them. Yes, sir. I'm so pleased. Did I make any royalties? I borrowed my brother's. Pulaski's twin was a cop down at the 6th Precinct in Greenwich Village. Let's hope he paid for it. Most of the prints found in the loft were the couple's, which they determined from the samples. The others were probably from visitors, but it wasn't impossible that 522 had been careless. Cooper scanned all of them into the Integrated Automated Fingerprint Identification System. The results would be available soon. Okay, tell me, Pulaski, what was your impression of the scene? The question seemed to throw him. Impression? Those are the trees. Rhyme lowered his eyes toward the evidence bags. What did you think of the forest? The young officer thought. Well, I did have a thought. It's stupid, though. You know, I'll be the first one to say if you've come up with a stupid theory, rookie. It's just, when I first got there, my impression was that the struggle seemed off. How do you mean? See, her bike was chained to a lamppost outside the loft, like she'd parked it, not thinking anything was wrong. So he didn't just grab her on the street? Right, and to get into the loft you went through a gate and then down a long corridor to the front door. It was real narrow, and it was packed with things the couple stored outside. Jars and cans, sports things, some stuff to be recycled, tools for their garden. But nothing was disturbed. He tapped another photo. But look inside. That's where the struggle began. The table and the vases. Right by the front door. His voice went soft again. Looks like she fought real hard. Rhyme nodded. All right, so 522 lures her to the loft, smooth-talking her. She locks up the bike, walks down the corridor, and they go into the loft. She stops in the entryway, sees he's lying, and tries to get out. He considered this. So he must have known enough about Myra to put her at ease and make her feel that she could trust him. Sure, think about it. He's got all this information about who people are, what people buy, when they're on vacation, whether they have alarms, where they're going to be. Not bad, rookie. Now we know something concrete about him. Pulaski struggled to keep a smile off his face. Cooper's computer dinged. He read the screen. No hints on the prints. 0. Rhyme shrugged, not surprised. I'm interested in this idea that he knows so much. Somebody give DeLeon Williams a call. Was 522 right about all the evidence? Salito's brief conversation revealed that, yes, Williams wore size 13 shirt-track shoes. He regularly bought Trojan Ends brand condoms. He had 40-pound fishing line, he drank Miller beer, and he'd recently been to Home Depot for duct tape and hemp rope to use as a tie-down. Looking at the evidence chart of the earlier rape, Rhyme noted that the condoms used by 522 in that crime were Durex. The killer had used those because Joseph Knightley bought that brand. On the speakerphone, he asked Williams, Is one of your shoes missing? No. Salito said, So he bought a pair. Same type, same size as you've got. How'd he know that? Have you seen anybody on your property recently, maybe in your garage, going through your car or trash? Or have you had a break-in recently? No, we sure haven't. I'm out of work here and most days taking care of the house. I'd know, and it's not the best neighborhood in the world. We've got an alarm. We always put it on. Rhyme thanked him, and they disconnected. He stretched his head back and gazed at the chart as he dictated to Tom what to write. Myra Weinberg crime scene. COD, strangulation. Awaiting final medical examiner report. No mutilation or arranging of body, but ring fingernail, left hand was cut short. Possible trophy. Pre-mortem most likely. Condom lubricant from Trojan Ends. Unopened condoms, 2 Trojan Ends. No used condoms or body fluids. Traces of Miller beer on floor. Source other than crime scene. Fishing line, 40-pound monofilament, generic brand. 4-foot length of brown hemp rope, MW. Duct tape on mouth. Tobacco flake, old, from unidentified brand. Footprint, short-track man's running shoe, size 13. No fingerprints. Rhyme asked, Our boy called 911, right, to report the dodge? Yeah, Salito confirmed. Find out about the call, what he said, what his voice sounded like. The detective added, the earlier cases, too. Your cousins and the coin theft and earlier rape. Good, sure, I didn't think about that. Salito got in touch with Central Dispatch. 911 calls are recorded and kept for varying periods of time. He requested the information. 10 minutes later, he received a callback. The 911 reports from Arthur's case and today's murder were still in the system, the dispatch supervisor reported, and had been sent to Cooper's email address as WAV files. The earlier cases had been sent to archives on CD. It could take days to find them, but an assistant had sent in a request for them. When the audio files arrived, Cooper opened and played them. They were of a male voice telling the police to hurry to an address where he'd heard screaming. He described the getaway vehicles. The voices sounded identical. Voice print? Cooper asked. If we get a suspect, we can compare it. Voice prints were more highly regarded in the forensic world than lie detectors, and were admissible in some courts, depending on the judge. But Rhyme shook his head. Listen to it. He's talking through a box, can't you tell? A box is a device that disguises a caller's voice. It doesn't produce a weird Darth Vader sound. The timbre is normal, if a little hollow. Many directory assistants and customer service operations use them to make employees' voices uniform. It was then that the door opened and Amelia Sachs strode into the parlor, carrying a large object under her arm. Rhyme couldn't tell what it was. She nodded, then gazed at the evidence chart, saying to Pulaski, Looks like a good job. Thanks. Rhyme noted that what she held was a book. It seemed half disassembled. What the hell is that? A present from our doctor friend, Robert Jorgensen? What is it, evidence? Hard to say. It was really an odd experience talking to him. What do you mean by odd, Amelia? Salito asked. Think Bat Boy, Elvis, and aliens behind the Kennedy assassination. That sort of odd. Pulaski exhaled a fast laugh, drawing a withering look from Lincoln Rhyme. Chapter 14. She told a story of a troubled man whose identity had been stolen and his life ruined. A man who described his nemesis as God and himself as Job. Clearly he was unhinged. Odd didn't go far enough. Yet, if even partly true, his story was moving and hard to listen to. A life completely in tatters and the crime pointless. But then Sachs caught Rhymes's complete attention when she said, Jorgensen claims the man behind it's been keeping track of him ever since he bought this book 2 years ago. He seems to know everything he's doing. Knows everything, Rhyme repeated, looking at the evidence charts. Just what we were talking about a few minutes ago. Getting all the information he needs on the victims and the fall guys. He filled her in on what they'd learned. She handed the book to Mel Cooper and told him Jorgensen believed it held a tracking device. Tracking device? Rhyme scoffed. He's been watching too many Oliver Stone movies. All right, search it if you want, but let's not neglect the real leads. Sachs's calls to the police in the various jurisdictions where Jorgensen had been victimized weren't productive. Yes, there'd been identity theft, no question. But, one cop in Florida asked, you know how much of this goes on? We find a fake residence and raid it, but by the time we get there, it's empty. They've taken all the merch they'd charged to the Vic's account and headed off to Texas or Montana. Most of them had heard of Jorgensen. He sure writes a lot of letters, and were sympathetic. But none had any specific leads to an individual or gang who might have been behind the crimes, and they couldn't devote nearly enough time to the cases as they would have liked. We could have another 100 people on staff and still not be able to make any headway. After she'd hung up, Sachs explained that since 522 knew Jorgensen's address, she told the residence hotel clerk to let her know immediately if anyone called or came around asking about him. If the clerk agreed, Sachs would neglect to bring up the residence hotel with the city's building inspection office. Nicely done, Rhyme said. You knew there were violations? Not until he agreed about the speed of light. Sachs walked to the evidence that Pulaski had gotten from the loft near Soho, looking it over. Any thoughts, Amelia? Salito asked. She stood staring at the boards, one fingernail taking on another as she tried to make sense out of the disparate collection of clues. Where'd you get this? She picked up the bag containing the printout of Myra Weinberg's face, looking sweet and amused, her eyes on the camera that had snapped her picture. We should find out. Good point. Rhyme hadn't considered the source of the picture, merely that 522 had downloaded it from a website somewhere. He'd been more interested in the paper as a source of clues. In the photo, Myra Weinberg was standing beside a flowering tree, gazing back at the camera, a smile on her face. She was holding a pink drink in a martini glass. Rhyme noticed Pulaski gazing at the picture, too, his eyes troubled again. The thing is, she looked a little like Jenny. Rhyme noted distinctive borders and what appeared to be the strokes of some letters to the right, disappearing out of frame. He'd have got it online to make it look like DeLeon Williams was checking her out. Salido said, "Maybe we could trace him through the site he downloaded it from. How can we tell where he got it?" "Google her name," Rhyme suggested. Cooper tried this and found a dozen hits, several referring to a different Myra Weinberg. The ones that related to the victim were all professional organizations, but none of the photos of her was similar to the one that 522 had printed out. Sachs said, "Got an idea. Let me call my computer expert." "Who, that guy at Computer Crimes?" Salido asked. "No, somebody even better than him." She picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Pammy, hi, where are you?" "Good. I've got an assignment. Go online for a web chat. We'll do audio by phone." Sachs turned to Cooper. "Can you boot up your webcam, Mel?" The tech typed, and a moment later his monitor filled with an image of Pam's room at her foster parents' house in Brooklyn. The face of the pretty teenager appeared as she sat down. The image was slightly distorted by the wide-angle lens. "Hi, Pam." "Hi, Mr. Cooper," came the lilting voice through the speakerphone. "I'll take over," Sachs said, and replaced Cooper at the keyboard. "Honey, we found a picture, and we think it came from the internet. Could you take a look and tell us if you know where?" "Sure." Sachs held up the sheet to the webcam. "It's kind of glary. Can you take it out of the plastic?" The detective pulled on latex gloves and carefully slipped the sheet out, held it up again. "That's better." "Sure. It's from Our World." "What's that?" "You know, a social networking site like Facebook and MySpace. It's the hot new one. Everybody's on it." "You know about those, Rhyme?" Sachs asked. He gave a nod. Curiously, he'd been thinking about this recently. He'd read an article in the New York Times about networking sites and virtual existence worlds like Second Life. He'd been surprised to learn that people were spending less time in the outside world and more in the virtual, from avatars to these social networking sites to telecommuting. Apparently, teenagers today spent less time out of doors than in any other period in U.S. history. Ironically, thanks to an exercise regimen that was improving his physical condition and his changing attitudes, Rhyme himself was becoming less virtual and was venturing out more. The dividing line between abled and disabled was blurring. Sachs now asked Pam, "You can tell for shorts from that site?" "Yeah, they've got that special border. If you look close, it's not just a line, it's little globes, like the Earth, over and over again." Rhyme squinted. Yes, the border was just as she described it. He thought back, recalling Our World from the article. "Hello, Pam. There are a lot of members, aren't there?" "Oh, hi, Mr. Rhyme. Yeah, like 30 or 40 million people. Whose realm is that one?" "Realm?" Sachs asked. "That's what they call your page, your realm. Who is she?" "I'm afraid she was killed today," Sachs said evenly. "That's the case I told you about earlier." Rhyme wouldn't have mentioned the murder to a teenager, but this was Sax's call. She'd know what to share and what not to. "Oh, I'm sorry." Pam was sympathetic, but not shocked or dismayed by the hard truth. Rhyme asked, "Pam, can anybody log on and get into your realm?" "Well, you're supposed to join, but if you don't want to post anything or host your own realm, you can crack in just to look around." "So you'd say that the man who printed this out knows computers?" "Yeah, he'd have to, I guess, only he didn't print it out." "What?" "You can't print or download anything, even with the print screen command. There's a filter on the system to prevent stalkers, you know, and you can't crack it. It's like what protects copyrighted books online." "Then how did he get the picture?" Rhyme asked. Pam laughed. "Oh, he probably did what we all do at school if we want a shot of a cute guy or some weird goth chick. We just take a picture of the screen with a digital camera. Everybody does that." "Sure," Rhyme said, shaking his head. "Never occurred to me." "Oh, don't worry, Mr. Rhyme," the girl said. "A lot of times people miss the obvious answer." Sachs glanced at Rhyme, who smiled at the girl's reassurance. "Okay, Pam, thanks. I'll see you later." "Bye." Let's fill in the portrait of our friend. Sachs picked up the marker and stepped to the whiteboard. Unsub 522 profile. Male. Possibly smokes or lives works with someone who does or near source of tobacco. Has children or lives works near them or near source of toys. Interest in art, coins. Probably white or light-skinned ethnic. Medium build. Strong, able to strangle victims. Access to voice disguise equipment. Possibly computer literate, knows our world, other social networking sites. Takes trophies from victims. Sadist. Portion of residence workplace dark and moist. Non-planted evidence. Dust. Old cardboard. Hair from doll, BASF B35 nylon 6. Tobacco from Tareyton cigarettes. Old tobacco, not Tareyton, but brand unknown. Evidence of Stachybotrys chartarum mold. Rhyme was looking over the details when he heard Mel Cooper laugh. Well, well, well. What? This is interesting. Be specific. I don't need interesting. I need facts. It's still interesting. The lab man had been shining a bright light on the slit-open spine of Robert Jorgensen's book. You were thinking the doctor was crazy, talking about tracking devices? Well, guess what? Oliver Stone may have a movie here. There is something implanted in it, in the spine tape. Really? Sachs said, shaking her head. I thought he was nuts. Let me see, Rhyme said, his curiosity piqued and skepticism on temporary hold. Cooper moved a small high-definition camera closer to the examining table and hit the book with an infrared light. It revealed underneath the tape a tiny rectangle of crisscrossed lines. Take it out, Rhyme said. Carefully, Cooper slit the spine tape and removed what appeared to be an inch-long piece of plasticized paper printed with what looked like computer circuit lines. Also, a series of numbers and the manufacturer's name, DMS Incorporated. Salito asked, The hell is it? Really a tracking device? I don't see how. There's no battery or power source that I can find, Cooper said. Mel, look up the company. A fast business search revealed it was Data Management Systems, based outside Boston. He read a description of the outfit, one division of which manufactured these little devices known as RFID tags, for radio frequency identification. I've heard about those, Pulaski said. It was on CNN? Oh, the definitive source for forensic knowledge, Rhyme said cynically. No, that's CSI, Salito said, drawing another aborted laugh from Ron Pulaski. Sachs asked, What does it do? This is interesting. Again, interesting. Essentially, it's a programmable chip that can be read by a radio scanner. They don't need a battery. The antenna picks up the radio waves, and that gives them enough juice to work. Sachs said, Jorgensen was talking about breaking off antennas to disable them. He also said you could destroy some of them in a microwave, but that one, she gestured, he couldn't nuke. Or so he said. Cooper continued. They're used for inventory control by manufacturers and retailers. In the next few years, nearly every product sold in the U.S. will have its own RFID tag. Some major retailers already require them before they'll stock a product line. Sachs laughed. That's just what Jorgensen was telling me. Maybe he wasn't as National Enquirer as I thought. Every product? Rhyme asked. Yep. So stores know where the stuff in inventory is, how much stock they have, what's selling faster than other things, when to restock the shelves, when to reorder. They're also used for baggage handling by airlines so they know where your luggage is without having to visually scan the barcode. And they're used in credit cards, driver's license, employee IDs. They're called smart cards then. Jorgensen wanted to see my department ID. He looked it over real carefully. Maybe that's what he was interested in. They're all over the place, Cooper continued. In those discount cards you use in grocery stores, and frequent flyer cards, and toll booth smart pass transponders. Sachs nodded at the evidence boards. Think about it, Rhyme. Jorgensen was talking about this man he called God knowing all about his life. Enough to steal his identity, to buy things in his name, take out loans, get credit cards, find out where he was. Rhyme felt the excitement of moving forward in the hunt. And 522 knows enough about his victims to get close to them, get inside their defenses. He knows enough about the fall guys to plant evidence that's identical to what they have at home. And, Salito added, he knows exactly where they were at the time of the crime, so they won't have an alibi. Sachs looked over the tiny tag. Jorgensen said his life started to fall apart around the time he got that book. Where'd he buy it? Any receipts or price stickers, Mel? Nope. If there were, he cut them out. Call Jorgensen back. Let's get him in here. Sachs pulled out her phone and called the transient hotel where she just met with him. She was frowning. Already? She asked the clerk. Doesn't bode well, Rhyme reflected. He's moved out, she said after hanging up. But I know where he's going. She found a slip of paper, placed another call, though after a brief conversation she hung up, sighing. Jorgensen wasn't at that hotel either, she said. He hadn't even called to make a reservation. Do you have a cell number? He doesn't have a phone. He doesn't trust them. But he knows my number. If we're lucky, he'll call. Sachs walked closer to the tiny device. Mel, cut the wire off, the antenna. What? Jorgensen said now that we've got the book, we're infected too. Cut it off. Cooper shrugged and glanced at Rhyme, who thought the idea was absurd. Still, Amelia Sachs didn't spook easily. Sure, go ahead. Just make a notation on the chain of custody card. Evidence rendered safe. A phrase usually reserved for bombs and handguns. Rhyme then lost interest in the RFID. He looked up. All right. Until we hear from him, let's speculate. Come on, folks, be ballsy. I need some thoughts here. We've got a perp who can get his hands on all this goddamn information about people. How? He knows everything the Fall Guys bought. Fishing line, kitchen knives, shave cream, fertilizer, condoms, duct tape, rope, beer. There have been 4 victims and 4 Fall Guys, at least. He can't follow everybody around. He doesn't break into their houses. Maybe he's a clerk at one of those big discount stores, Cooper suggested. But DeLeon bought some of the evidence at Home Depot. You can't buy condoms at snack food there. Maybe 522 works for a credit card company, Pulaski suggested. He can see what people buy that way. Not bad, rookie, but some of the time the Vicks must have paid cash. It was Tom, surprisingly, who provided one answer. He fished out his keys. I heard Mel mention the discount cards earlier. He displayed several small plastic cards on his keychain, one for A&P, one for Food Emporium. I swipe the card and get a discount. Even if I pay cash, the store still knows what I bought. Good, Rhyme said, but where do we go from there? We're still looking at dozens of different sources the victims and Fall Guys shopped at. Ah. Rhyme looked at Sachs, who was staring at the evidence board with a faint smile on her face. I think I've got it. What? Rhyme asked, expecting the clever application of a forensic principle. Shoes, she said simply. The answer's shoes. Chapter 15. It's not just about knowing generally what people buy, Sachs explained. It's knowing the specifics about all the Vicks and the Fall Guys. Look at 3 of the crimes. Your cousin's case, the Myra Weinberg case, and the coin theft. 522 not only knew the kind of shoe the Fall Guys wore, he knew the sizes. Rhyme said, Good. Let's find out where DeLeon Williams and Arthur buy their footwear. A fast call to Judy Rhyme and one to Williams revealed that the shoes were bought mail order. One through a catalog, one through a website, but both directly from the companies. All right, Rhyme said. Pick one, give them a call, and find out how the shoe business works. Flip a coin. Short Track won, and it took only 4 phone calls to reach somebody connected with the company, the president and CEO, no less. Water was sounding in the background, splashing, children laughing, as the man asked uncertainly, A crime? Nothing to do with you directly, Rhyme reassured him. One of your products is evidence. But not like that guy who tried to blow up the airplane with a bomb in his shoe? He stopped talking, as if even bringing this up was a breach of national security. Rhyme explained the situation. The killer's getting personal information about the victims, including specifics about Short Track shoes, as well as his cousin's Altons and the other Fall Guys' Bass Walkers. Do you sell through retail locations? No, only online. Do you share information with your competitors, information about customers? A hesitation. Hello? Rhyme asked the silence. Oh, we can't share information. That would be an antitrust violation. Well, how could somebody have gotten access to information about customers of Short Track shoes? That's a complicated situation. Rhyme grimaced. Sachs said, Sir, the man we're after is a killer and rapist. Do you have any thoughts about how he could have learned about your customers? Not really. Lancelito barked. Then we'll get a warrant and take your records apart line by line. Not the subtle way Rhyme would have handled it, but the sledgehammer approach worked just fine. The man blurted, Wait, I might have an idea. Which is? Salito snapped. Maybe he... Okay, if he had information from different companies, maybe he got it from a data miner. What's that? Rhyme asked. This pause was one of surprise, it seemed. You never heard of them? Rhyme rolled his eyes. No, what are they? What it sounds like. Information service companies. They dig through data about consumers, their purchases and houses and cars, credit histories, everything about them. They analyze it and sell it. To help companies spot market trends, find new customers, target direct mail pieces, and plan advertising, things like that. Everything about them. Rhyme thought maybe we're onto something here. Do they get information from RFID chips? Sure they do. That's one of the big sources for data. What data miner does your company use? Oh, I don't know. Several of them. His voice was reticent. We really need to know, Sachs said, playing good cop to Salito's bad. We don't want anybody else to get hurt. This man is very dangerous. A sigh floated over the man's debate. Well, I suppose SSD is the main one. They're pretty big, but if you're thinking that somebody from there was involved in the crime, impossible. They're the greatest guys in the world. And there's security, there's... Where are they based? Sachs asked. Another hesitation. Come on, damn it, Rhyme thought. In New York City. 522's playground. The criminalist caught Sachs' eye. He smiled. This was looking promising. Any others in the area? No, Axicom, Experian, and Choice Point, the other big ones aren't around here, but believe me, nobody from SSD could be involved. I swear. What does SSD stand for? Rhyme asked. Strategic Systems Data Corps. Do you have a contact there? Not anybody in particular exactly. He said this fast. Too fast. You don't? Well, there are sales reps we deal with. I can't recall their names at the moment. I could check it and find out. Who runs the company? Another pause. That would be Andrew Sterling. He's the founder and CEO. Look, I guarantee nobody there would do anything illegal. Impossible. Then Rhyme realized something. The man was scared. Not of the police, of SSD itself. What are you worried about? It's just... In a confessional tone, he said, We couldn't function without them. We're really partnered with them. Though from his tone, the spurious verb seemed to mean desperately dependent on. We'll be discreet, Sachs said. Thank you, really, thank you. The relief was obvious. Sachs politely thanked him for his cooperation, drawing an eye roll from Salito. Rhyme disconnected. Data mining. Anybody heard of it? Tom said, I don't know SSD, but I've heard of data miners. It's the business of the 21st century. Rhyme glanced at the evidence chart. So, if 522 works for SSD or is one of their customers, he could find out everything he'd need about who bought shave cream, rope, condoms, fishing line, all the evidence he could plant. Then another idea struck him. The head of the shoe company said that they sell the data from mailing lists. Arthur had gotten some direct mail about the Prescott painting, remember? 522 could have found out about it from their mailing lists. Maybe Alice Sanderson was on a list too. And look, the crime scene photos. Sachs walked to the whiteboards and pointed to several pictures from the coin theft scene. Direct mail pieces sat prominently on the tables and floor. Pulaski said, And, sir, Detective Cooper mentioned Easy Pass. If this SSD mines their data, then the killer might have been able to find out exactly when your cousin was in the city and when he headed home. Jesus, Salito muttered. If it's true, this guy stumbled on one hell of an M.O. Check out this data mining, Mel. Google it. I want to know for sure if SSD is the only one in the area. A few keystrokes later, I got over 20 million hits for data mining. 20 million? Over the next hour, the team watched as Cooper narrowed the list of the top data miners in the country, about a half dozen. He downloaded hundreds of pages of information from their sites and other details. Comparing the various data miners' client lists with the products used as evidence in the 522 case, it appeared that SSD was the most likely single source of all the information and was, in fact, the only one based in or near New York. If you want, Cooper said, I can download their sales brochure. Oh, we want Mel. Let's see it. Sachs sat next to Rhyme, and they looked over the screen as the SSD website appeared, topped by the company's logo. A watchtower with a window from which radiated lines of illumination. Strategic Systems Data Core. Finding your windows of opportunity. Knowledge is power. The most valuable commodity in the 21st century is information, and SSD is the #1 leader in using knowledge to handcraft your strategies, to redefine your goals, and to help you structure solutions to meet the myriad challenges you'll be facing in today's world. With more than 4,000 clients in the US and abroad, SSD sets the industry standard as the preeminent knowledge service provider on Earth. The database. Inner Circle is the largest private database in the world, with key information on 280 million Americans and 130 million citizens of other countries. Inner Circle resides on our proprietary Massively Parallel Computer Array Network, MPCAN, the most powerful commercial computer system ever assembled. Inner Circle presently holds more than 500 petabytes of information. That equals trillions of pages of data, and we anticipate that soon the system will grow to an exabyte of data, an amount so vast that it would take only 5 exabytes to store the transcript of every word spoken by every human being in history. We have troves of personal and public information: telephone numbers, addresses, vehicle registration, licensing information, buying histories and preferences, travel profiles, government records, and vital statistics, credit and income histories, and much, much more. We get these data into your hands at the speed of light in a form that's easily accessible and instantly usable, uniquely tailored to your specific needs. Inner Circle grows at the rate of hundreds of thousands of entries a day. The tools. Watchtower DBM, the most comprehensive database management system in the world. Your partner in strategic planning, Watchtower helps you target your goals, extracts the most meaningful data from Inner Circle, and delivers a winning strategy directly to your desk, 24/7, via our lightning-fast and super-secure servers. Watchtower meets and exceeds the standards that SQL set years ago. Expectation predictive behavior software, based on the latest artificial intelligence and modeling technology. Manufacturers, service providers, wholesalers, and retailers. Want to know where your market is going and what your customers will want in the future? Then this is the product for you. And law enforcers, take note. With Expectation, you can predict where and when crimes will occur, and, most important, who is likely to commit them. Fort, Finding Obscure Relationships Tool, a unique and revolutionary product which analyzes millions of seemingly unrelated facts to determine connections human beings couldn't possibly discover on their own. Whether you're a commercial company wishing to know more about the marketplace, or about your competitors, or a law enforcement organization faced with a difficult criminal case, Fort will give you the edge. Consumer choice monitoring software and equipment allows you to determine consumers' accurate responses to advertising, marketing programs, and new or proposed products. Forget subjective focus group opinions. Now, through biometric monitoring, you can gather and analyze individuals' true feelings about your potential plans, often without their awareness that they're being observed. Hub Overview Information Consolidation Software. This easy-to-use product allows you to control every database within your organization, and, in appropriate circumstances, within other companies' operations as well. Safeguard Security and Identity Verification Software and Services. Whether your concerns are terrorist threats, corporate kidnapping, industrial espionage, or employee or customer theft, Safeguard assures that your facilities will remain secure, letting you concentrate on your core business. This division includes the world's leading background verification, security, and substance screening companies used by corporate and government clients throughout the world. The Safeguard division of SSD is also home to the industry leader in biometric hardware and software, BioCheck. NanoCure Medical Research Software and Services. Welcome to the world of microbiologic intelligence systems for the diagnosis and treatment of illness. Working with MDs, our nanotechnologists are crafting solutions to the common health problems facing today's populace. From monitoring genetic issues to developing injectable tags to help in detecting and curing persistent deadly illnesses, our NanoCure division is working to create a healthy society. On-trial civil litigation support systems and services. From products liability to antitrust cases, On-trial streamlines document handling and deposition and evidence control. Public Sure law enforcement support software. This is the system for the consolidation and management of criminal and allied public records stored in international, federal, state, and local databases. Through Public Sure, search results can be downloaded to offices, patrol car computers, PDAs, or cell phones within seconds of the request, helping investigators bring cases to speedy conclusions and enhancing the preparedness and security of officers in the field. EduServe, Scholastic Support Software and Services. Managing what children learn is vital in a successful society. EduServe helps school boards and teachers in facilities from K to 12 most efficiently utilize their resources and offer services that guarantee the best education per tax dollar spent. Rhyme laughed in disbelief. If 522 can get his hands on all this information, well, he's the man who knows everything. Mel Cooper said, "Okay, listen to this. I was looking at the companies that SSD owns. Guess one of them." Rhyme replied, "I'll go with whatever the hell their initials were. DMS, the maker of that RFID tag in the book, right?" "Yep, you got it." No one said anything for some moments. Rhyme noticed everyone in the room was looking at the glowing window logo of SSD on the computer screen. "So," Solito muttered, eyes on the chart, "where do we go from here?" "Surveillance?" suggested Pulaski. "That makes sense," Solito said. "I'll give SNS a call, set up some teams." Rhyme gave a cynical glance. "Surveillance at a company with what, 1,000 employees?" He shook his head, then asked, "You know Occam's razor lawn?" "Who the hell is Occam, a barber?" "A philosopher. The razor's a metaphor, cutting away unnecessary explanations for a phenomenon. His theory was that when you have multiple possibilities, the simplest is almost always the correct one." "So, what's your simple theory, Rhyme?" Staring at the brochure, the criminalist answered Sachs, "I think you and Pulaski should go pay a visit to SSD tomorrow morning." "And do what?" He gave a shrug. "Ask if anybody who works there is the killer." Chapter 16. Home at last. I close the door and lock out the world. I breathe deeply and, setting my backpack on the couch, go into the spotless kitchen and drink some pure water. No stimulants for me at the moment. That edgy thing again. The townhouse is a nice one. Pre-war, huge. It would have to be when you live the way I do, given my collections. Not easy to find the perfect place. It took me some time, but here I am, largely unnoticed. It's obscenely easy to be virtually anonymous in New York. What a marvelous city. Here, the default mode of existence is life off the grid. Here, you have to fight to be noticed. Many 16s do that, of course, but then the world's always had more than its share of fools. Still, listen, you need to keep up appearances. The front rooms of my townhouse are simple and tastefully decorated. Thank you, Scandinavia. I don't socialize here much, but you need a facade to seem normal. You have to function in the real world. If you don't, 16s begin to wonder if there's something going on, if you're someone other than you seem. And it's a short step from that to someone coming around, poking into your closet, and taking everything away from you. Everything you've worked so hard for. Everything. And that's the worst of the worst. So you make sure your closet is secret. You make sure your treasures are hidden behind curtained or blocked windows while you maintain your other life in full view, the sunlit side of the moon. To stay off the grid, it's best to have a second living space. You do what I've done. Keep this Danish modern patina of normalcy clean and ordered, even if it grates on your nerves like steel on slate to be there. You have a normal house because that's what everybody has. And you maintain a pleasant connection with associates and friends because that's what everyone does. And you date occasionally and entice her to spend the night, and you go through the motions because that too is what everyone does. No matter that she doesn't get you as hard as when you've smooth-talked your way into a girl's bedroom, smiling, "Aren't we soulmates? Look at everything we have in common," with a tape recorder and a knife in your jacket pocket. Now I pull the shades in the bay windows and head to the back of the living room. Wow, this is like a really neat place. It looks bigger from the outside. Yeah, funny how that happens. Hey, you've got a door in your living room. What's through here? Oh, that, just storage, a closet, nothing to see. Want some wine? Well, what's through there, Debbie, Sandra, Susan, Brenda, is where I'm headed right now. My real home, my closet, I call it. It's like a keep, that last defensible spot of a medieval castle, the sanctuary in the center. When all else failed, the king and his family would retreat to the keep. I enter mine through that magic doorway. It actually is a closet, a walk-in, and inside you'll see hanging clothes and shoeboxes, but push them aside, and you'll find a second door. It opens onto the rest of the house, which is far, far bigger than the facade's horrifying blonde Swedish minimalism. My closet. I enter it now and lock the doors behind me and turn on the light. Trying to relax, but after today, after the disaster, I'm having trouble shaking the edgy. This isn't good. This isn't good. I drop into my desk chair and boot up the computer as I stare at the Prescott painting in front of me, courtesy of Alice 3895. What a touch he had. The eyes of the family members are fascinating. Prescott managed to give each one a different gaze. It's clear they're all related. The expressions are similar in that way. Yet they're also different, as if each is imagining a different aspect of life as a family. Happy, troubled, angry, mystified, controlling, controlled. It's what a family is all about, I suppose. I open the backpack and take out the treasures I've acquired today. A tin canister, a pencil set, an old cheese grater. Why would somebody throw these away? I also unload some practical items I'll use in the next few weeks, some pre-approved credit mailers that people carelessly discarded, credit card vouchers, phone bills. Fools, I was saying. There's another item from my collection, of course, but I'll get to the tape recorder later. It's not as great a find as it could be, since Myra 9834's throaty screams while I detached the fingernail had to be muted by duct tape. I was worried about passers-by. Still, everything in a collection can't be a crown jewel. You need the mundane to make the special soar. I then wander through my closet, depositing the treasures in the appropriate places. It looks bigger from the outside. As of today, I have 7,403 newspapers, 3,234 magazines, National Geographic's being the cornerstone, of course, 4,235 matchbooks, and foregoing the numbers, coat hangers, kitchen utensils, lunch boxes, soda pop bottles, empty cereal boxes, scissors, shaving gear, shoehorns and trees, buttons, cufflinks boxes, combs, wristwatches, clothes, tools useful and tools long outmoded, phonograph records in colors, records in black, bottles, toys, jam jars, candles and holders, candy dishes, weapons. It goes on and on and on. The closet consists of, what else? 16 galleries, like a museum's, ranging from those holding cheerful toys, though that howdy doody is pretty damn scary, to rooms of some things that I treasure, but most people would find, unpleasant. Hair and nail clippings and some shriveled mementos from various transactions, like this afternoon's. I deposit Myra 9834's fingernail in a prominent spot. And while this would normally give me enough pleasure to make me hard again, now the moment is dark and spoiled. I hate them so much. With quivering hands, I close the cigar box, taking no pleasure from my treasures at the moment. Hate, hate, hate. Back at the computer, I'm reflecting, maybe there's no threat. Maybe it's just an odd set of coincidences that led them to DeLeon 6832's house. But I can't take any chances. The problem, the risk that my treasures will be taken from me, which is consuming me now. The solution, to do what I started in Brooklyn, to fight back, to eliminate any threats. What most 16s, including my pursuers, don't understand and what puts them at a pathetic disadvantage is this. I believe in the immutable truth that there is absolutely nothing morally wrong with taking a life, because I know that there is eternal existence completely independent of these bags of skin and organ we cart around temporarily. I have proof. Just look at the trove of data about your life, built up from the moment you're born. It's all permanent, stored in 1,000 places, copied, backed up, invisible, and indestructible. After the body goes, as all bodies must, the data survive forever. And if that's not the definition of an immortal soul, I don't know what is. Chapter 17. The bedroom was quiet. Rhyme had sent Tom home to spend Sunday night with Peter Hoddens, the caregiver's longtime partner. Rhyme gave the aide a lot of crap. He couldn't help that, and sometimes he felt bad about it, but he tried to compensate, and when Amelia Sachs was staying with him, as tonight, he shooed Tom off. The young man needed more of a life outside the townhouse here, taking care of a feisty old crip. Rhyme heard tinkering in the bathroom, the sounds of a woman getting ready for bed. Clinks of glass and snaps of plastic lids, aerosol hisses, water running, fragrances escaping on humid bathroom air. He liked moments like these. They reminded him of his life in the before, which in turn brought to mind the pictures downstairs in the laboratory. Beside the one of Lincoln in his tracksuit was another in black and white. It showed two men wearing suits on their lanky frames, in their 20s, standing side by side. Their arms hung straight, as if they were wondering whether to embrace. Rhyme's father and uncle. He thought often of Uncle Henry. His father, not so much. This had been true throughout his life. Oh, there was nothing objectionable about Teddy Rhyme. The younger of the two siblings was simply retiring, often shy. He loved his 9-to-5 job crunching numbers in various labs, loved to read, which he did every evening while lounging in a thick, well-worn armchair while his wife, Anne, sewed or watched TV. Teddy favored history, especially the American Civil War, an interest that Rhyme supposed was the source of his own given name. The boy and his father coexisted pleasantly, though Rhyme recalled many awkward silences present when father and son were alone. What troubles also engages. What challenges you makes you feel alive, and Teddy never troubled or challenged. Uncle Henry did, though, in spades. You couldn't be in the same room with him for more than a few minutes without his attention turning to you like a searchlight. Then came the jokes, the trivia, recent family news, and always the questions. Some asked because he was genuinely curious to learn. Most, though, asked as a call to debate with you. Oh, how Henry Rhyme loved intellectual jousting. You might cringe, you might blush, you might grow furious, but you'd also burn with pride at one of the rare compliments he offered because you knew you'd earned it. No false praise or unwarranted encouragement ever slipped from Uncle Henry's lips. You're close, think harder, you've got it in you. Einstein had done all his important work when he was just a little older than you. If you got it right, you were blessed with a raised eyebrow of approval, tantamount to winning the Westinghouse Science Fair prize. But all too often your arguments were fallacious, your premises straw, your criticisms emotional, your facts skewed. At issue, though, wasn't his victory over you. His only goal was arriving at the truth and making sure you understood the root. Once he diced your argument to fine chop and made sure you saw why, the matter was over. So you understand where you went wrong? You calculated the temperature with an incorrect set of assumptions. Exactly. Now, let's make some calls. Get some people together and go see the White Sox on Saturday. I need a ballpark hot dog, and we sure as hell won't be able to buy one at Comiskey Park in October. Lincoln had enjoyed the intellectual sparring, often driving all the way to Hyde Park to sit in on his uncle's seminars or informal discussion groups at the university. In fact, he had gone more frequently than Arthur, who was usually busy with other activities. If his uncle were still alive, he'd undoubtedly stroll into Rhyme's room now without a glance at his motionless body, point at the gas chromatograph, and blurt, "Why are you still running that piece of crap?" Then, settling down across from the evidence whiteboards, he'd start questioning Rhyme about his handling of the 522 case. Yes, but is it logical for this individual to behave in this manner? State your givens once more for me. He thought back to the night he'd recalled earlier, the Christmas Eve of his senior year in high school, at his uncle's house in Evanston. Present were Henry and Paula and their children, Robert, Arthur, and Marie, Teddy and Anne with Lincoln, some aunts and uncles, other cousins, a neighbor or two. Lincoln and Arthur had spent much of the evening playing pool downstairs and talking about plans for the next fall and college. Lincoln's heart was set on MIT. Arthur, too, planned to go there. They were both confident of admission, and that night were debating rooming together in a dorm or finding an off-campus apartment. Male camaraderie versus a babe lair. The family then assembled at the massive table in his uncle's dining room, Lake Michigan churning nearby, the wind hissing through bare gray branches in the backyard. Henry presided over the table the way he presided over his class, in charge and aware, a faint smile below quick eyes, taking in all the conversations around him. He'd tell jokes and anecdotes and ask about his guests' lives. He was interested, curious, and sometimes manipulative. So, Marie, now that we're all here, tell us about that fellowship at Georgetown. I think we agreed it'd be excellent for you, and Jerry can come visit on weekends in that fancy new car of his. By the way, when's the deadline for the application? Coming up, I seem to recall. And his wispy-haired daughter avoided his eyes and said what with Christmas and final exams she hadn't quite finished the paperwork. But she would, definitely. Henry's mission, of course, was to get his daughter to commit in front of witnesses, no matter that she'd be separated from her fiancé for another 6 months. Rhyme had always believed that his uncle would have made an excellent trial lawyer or politician. After the remnants of the turkey and mincemeat pie were cleared away and the Grand Marnier, coffee, and tea had appeared, Henry ushered everyone into the living room, dominated by a massive tree, busy fireplace flames, and a stern painting of Lincoln's grandfather, a triple doctorate and a professor at Harvard. It was time for the competition. Henry would throw out a science question, and the first to answer it would win a point. The top 3 players would receive prizes picked by Henry and meticulously wrapped by Paula. Tensions were palpable. They always were when Henry was in charge, and people competed seriously. Lincoln's father could be counted on to nail more than a few chemistry questions. If the topic involved numbers, his mother, a part-time math teacher, answered some before Henry had even finished asking. The front-runners throughout the contest, though, were the cousins, Robert, Marie, Lincoln, and Arthur, and Marie's fiancé. Toward the end, nearly 8 p.m., the contestants were literally on the edge of their chairs. The rankings changed with every question. Palms were sweaty. With only minutes remaining on timekeeper Paula's clock, Lincoln answered 3 questions in a row and nosed ahead for the first-place win. Marie was second, Arthur third. Amid the clapping, Lincoln took a theatrical bow and accepted the top prize from his uncle. He still remembered his surprise as he unwrapped the dark green paper, a clear plastic box containing a 1-inch cube of concrete. It wasn't a joke prize, though. What Lincoln held was a piece of Stagg Field at the University of Chicago, where the first atomic chain reaction had occurred, under the direction of his cousin's namesake, Arthur Compton, and Enrico Fermi. Henry had apparently acquired one of the pieces when the stadium was torn down in the 1950s. Lincoln had been very touched by the historic prize and suddenly glad he'd played seriously. He still had the rock somewhere, tucked away in a cardboard box in the basement. But Lincoln had no time to admire his award, because that night he had a late date with Adriana. Like his family, unexpectedly thrust into his thoughts today, the beautiful red-haired gymnast had figured in his memories too. Adriana Valeska, echoing her second-generation Gdansk roots, worked in the college counselor's office in Lincoln's high school. Early in his senior year, delivering some applications to her, he'd spotted Stranger in a Strange Land on her desk, the Heinlein novel well thumbed. They'd spent the next hour discussing the book, agreeing often, arguing some, with the result that Lincoln realized he'd missed his chemistry class. No matter, priorities were priorities. She was tall, lean, had invisible braces, and an appealing figure under her fuzzy sweaters and flared jeans. Her smile ranged from ebullient to seductive. They were soon dating, the first foray into serious romance for both of them. They'd attend each other's sports meets, go to the Thorn Rooms at the Art Institute, the jazz clubs in Old Town, and occasionally visit the back seat of her Chevy Monza, which was hardly any back seat at all, and therefore just the ticket. Adriana lived a short run from his house by Lincoln's track and field standards, but that would never do, can't show up sweaty, so he'd borrow the family car when he could and head over to see her. They'd spend hours talking. As with Uncle Henry, he and Adie engaged. Obstacles existed, yes. He was leaving next year for college in Boston. She for San Diego to study biology and work in the zoo, but those were mere complications, and Lincoln Rhyme, then as now, would not accept complications as excuses. Afterward, after the accident, and after he and Blaine divorced, Rhyme often wondered what would have happened if he and Adriana had stayed together and pursued what they'd started. That Christmas Eve night, in fact, he'd come very close to proposing. He'd considered offering her not a ring, but, as he'd cleverly rehearsed, a different kind of rock, his uncle's prize from the science trivia contest. But he'd balked, thanks to the weather. As they'd sat clutching each other on a bench, the snow had begun to tumble suicidally from the silent Midwest sky, and in minutes their hair and coats were covered with a damp white blanket. She'd just made it back to her house and Lincoln to his before the roads were blocked. He lay in bed that night, the plastic box containing the concrete beside him, and practiced a proposal speech, which was never delivered. Events intruded in their lives, sending them on different paths, seemingly minute events, though small in the way of invisible atoms tricked to fission in a chilly sports stadium, changing the world forever. Everything would have been different. Rhyme now caught a glimpse of Sax brushing her long red hair. He watched her for some moments, glad she'd be staying tonight, more pleased than usual. Rhyme and Sax weren't inseparable. They were staunchly independent people, preferring often to spend time apart, but tonight he wanted her here, enjoying the presence of her body next to his, the sensation in those few places he was able to feel, all the more intense for its rarity. His love for her was one of the motivators for his exercise regimen, working on a computerized treadmill and electrologic bike. If medical science crept past that finishing line, allowing him to walk again, his muscles were going to be ready. He was also considering a new operation that might improve his condition until that day arrived. Experimental and controversial, it was known as peripheral nerve rerouting, a technique that had been talked about and occasionally tried for years without many positive results. But recently, foreign doctors had been performing the operation with some success, despite the reservation of the American medical community. The procedure involved surgically connecting nerves above the site of the injury to nerves below it, a detour around a washed-out bridge, in effect. The successes were mostly in bodies less severely damaged than Rhyme's, but the results were remarkable. Return of bladder control, movement of limbs, even walking. The latter would not be the result in Rhyme's case, but discussions with a Japanese doctor who'd pioneered the procedure and with a colleague at an Ivy League university teaching hospital gave some hope of improvement. Possibly sensation and movement in his arms, hands, and bladder. Sex, too. Paralyzed men, even quads, are perfectly capable of having sex. If the stimulus is mental, seeing a man or woman who appeals to us, then no, the message doesn't make it past the site of the damaged spinal cord. But the body is a brilliant mechanism, and there's a magic loop of nerve that operates on its own, below the injury. A little local stimulus, and even the most severely disabled man can often make love. The bathroom light clicked out, and he watched her silhouette join him and climb into what she'd announced long ago was the most comfortable bed in the world. He began, and his voice was immediately muffled by her mouth as she kissed him hard. What did you say? She whispered, moving her lips along his chin, then to his neck. He'd forgotten. I forgot. He gripped her ear with his lips and was then aware of the blankets being pulled down. This took some effort on her part. Tom made up the bed like a soldier afraid of his drill sergeant, but soon he could see that the blankets were bunched up at the foot. Sax's t-shirt had joined them. She kissed him again. He kissed her back hard, which is when her phone rang. She whispered. I didn't hear that. After 4 rings, blessed voicemail took over, but a moment later it rang again. Could be your mother, Rhyme pointed out. Rose Sax had been undergoing some treatments for a cardiac problem. The prognosis was good, but she'd had some recent setbacks. Sax grunted and flipped it open, bathing both of their bodies in a blue light. Looking at caller ID, she said, Pam, I better take it. Of course. Hey there, what's up? As the one-sided conversation continued, Rhyme deduced that something was wrong. Okay, sure, but I'm at Lincoln's. You want to come over here? She glanced at Rhyme, who was nodding agreement. Okay, honey, we'll be awake, sure. She snapped the phone shut. When is it? I don't know. She wouldn't say. She just said Dan and Enid had 2 emergency placements tonight, so all the older kids had to room together. She had to get out, and she doesn't want to be at my place alone. It's fine with me, you know that. Sax lay back down, and her mouth explored energetically. She whispered, I did the math. She's got to pack a bag, get her car out of the garage. It'll take her a good 45 minutes to be here. We've got a little time. She leaned forward and kissed him again. Just as the doorbell rang jarringly and the intercom clattered. Mr. Rhyme, Amelia, hi, it's Pam. Can you buzz me in? Rhyme laughed. Or she might have called from the front steps. They sat in one of the upstairs bedrooms, Pam and Sax. The room was the girl's for whenever she wished to stay. A stuffed animal or two sat neglected on the shelf. When your mother and stepfather are running from the FBI, toys don't figure much in your childhood. But she had several hundred books and CDs. Thanks to Tom, there always were plenty of clean sweats and T-shirts and socks. A Sirius satellite radio set and a disc player. Her running shoes, too. Pam loved to speed along the 1.6-mile path surrounding the Central Park Reservoir. She ran from love of running, and she ran from hungry need. The girl now sat on the bed, carefully painting gold polish on her toenails, cotton balls separating the canvases. Her mother had forbidden this, as well as makeup, out of respect for Christ, however that was supposed to work. And once sprung from the far-right underground, she took up small, comforting additions to her persona, like this, some ruddy hair tint and the 3 ear piercings. Sachs was relieved she didn't go overboard. If anybody had a reason to slingshot herself into the weird, it was Pamela Willoughby. Sachs was lounging in a chair, feet up, her own toenails bare. A breeze carried into the small room the complicated mix of spring scents from Central Park. Mulch, earth, dew-damp foliage, vehicle exhaust. She sipped her hot chocolate. Ouch! Blow on it first. Pam whistled into her cup and tasted it. It's good, yeah, hot. She returned to her nails. In contrast to her visage earlier in the day, the girl's face was troubled. You know what those are called? Sachs was pointing. Feet, toes? No, the bottoms. Sure, the bottoms of feet and the bottoms of toes. They laughed. Plantars. And they have prints, too, just like fingerprints. Lincoln convicted somebody once because the perp kicked somebody unconscious with his bare foot, but he missed once and whacked the door, left a print on it. That's cool. He should write another book. I'm after him, too, Sachs said. So, what's up? Stuart, go on. Maybe I shouldn't have come. It's stupid. Come on, I'm a cop, remember? I'll sweat it out of you. Just, Emily called, and it was weird her calling on Sunday, like she never does, and I'm thinking, okay, something's going on. And it's like she really doesn't want to say anything, but then she does, and she said she saw Stuart today with somebody else, this girl from school, after the soccer game, only he told me he was going right home. Well, what are the facts? Were they just talking? Nothing wrong with that. She said she wasn't sure, but it, kind of looked like he was hugging her. And then, when he saw somebody looking at him, he kind of walked away real fast with her, like he was trying to hide. The toenail project came to a stop, halfway done. I really, really like him. It'd suck if he didn't want to see me anymore. Sachs and Pam had been to a counselor together, and with Pam's agreement, Sachs had spoken to the woman alone. Pam would be undergoing a lengthy period of post-traumatic stress, not only from her lengthy captivity with a sociopath parent, but from a particular episode in which her stepfather had nearly sacrificed her life while trying to murder police officers. Incidents like this one with Stuart Everett, small to most people, were amplified in the girl's mind and could have devastating effects. Sachs had been told not to add to her fears, but not to downplay them either. To look at each one carefully and try to analyze it. Have you guys talked about seeing other people? He said, well, a month ago he said he wasn't. I'm not either, I told him that. Any other intelligence? Sachs asked. Intelligence? I mean, have any of your other friends said anything? No. Do you know any of his friends? Kind of, but not like I could ask them anything about it. That'd be way uncool. Sachs smiled. So, spies aren't going to work. Well, what you should do is just ask him point blank. You think? I think. What if he says he is seeing her? Then you should be thankful he's honest with you. That's a good sign. And then you convince him to dump the bimbo. They laughed. What you do is say that you just want to date one person. The startup mother in Sachs added quickly, we're not talking about getting married, not moving in, just dating. Pam nodded quickly. Oh, absolutely. Relieved, Sachs continued, and he's the one you want to see. But you expect the same thing from him. You have something important, you relate to each other, you can talk, you've got a connection, and you don't see that very much. Like you and Mr. Rhyme? Yeah, like that, but if he doesn't want it, then okay. No, it's not. Pam frowned. No, I'm just telling you what you say, but then tell him you're going to be dating other people too. He can't have it both ways. I guess, but what if he says fine? Her face was dark at the thought. A laugh. Sachs shook her head. Yep, it's a bummer when they call your bluff, but I don't think he will. All right, I'm going to see him tomorrow after class. I'll talk to him. Call me, let me know. Sachs rose, lifted away the polish, and capped it. Get some sleep. It's late. But my nails, I'm not finished. Don't wear open-toed. Amelia? She paused at the doorway. Are you and Mr. Rhyme going to get married? Sachs smiled and closed the door.
3. The Fortune Teller. Monday, May 23rd. With uncanny accuracy, computers predict behavior by sifting through mountains of data about customers collected by businesses. Called predictive analytics, this automated crystal ball gazing has become a $2.3 billion industry in the United States and is on track to reach $3 billion by 2008. Chicago Tribune. Chapter 18. They're pretty big. Amelia Sachs sat in Strategic Systems Data Corps' sky-high lobby and reflected that the shoe company president's description of SSD's data mining operation was, well, pretty understated. The Midtown building was 30 stories high, a gray spiky monolith, the sides smooth granite flashing with mica. The windows were narrow slits, which was surprising given the stunning views of the city from this location and elevation. She was familiar with the building, dubbed the Gray Rock, but had never known who owned it. She and Ron Pulaski, no longer in play clothes but wearing a Navy suit and Navy uniform, respectively, sat facing a massive wall on which were printed the locations of the SSD offices around the world, among them London, Buenos Aires, Mumbai, Singapore, Beijing, Dubai, Sydney, and Tokyo. Pretty big. Above the list of satellite offices was the company logo, the window in the watchtower. Her gut twisted slightly as she recalled the windows in the abandoned building across the street from Robert Jorgensen's residence hotel. She recalled Lincoln Rhymes' words about the incident with the federal agent in Brooklyn. He knew exactly where you were, which means he was watching. Be careful, Sachs. Looking around the lobby, she saw a half-dozen business people waiting here, many of them uneasy, it seemed, and she recalled the shoe company president and his concern about losing SSD's services. She then saw, almost en masse, their heads swivel, looking past the receptionist. They were watching a short man, youthful, enter the lobby and walk directly toward Sachs and Pulaski over the black and white rugs. His posture was perfect and his stride long. The sandy-haired man nodded and smiled, offering a fast greeting, by name, to nearly everybody here. A presidential candidate. That was Sachs's first impression. But he didn't stop until he came to the officers. Good morning. I'm Andrew Sterling. Detective Sachs, this is Officer Pulaski. Sterling was shorter than Sachs by several inches, but he seemed quite fit and had broad shoulders. His immaculate white shirt featured a starched collar and cuffs. His arms seemed muscular. The jacket was tight-fitting, no jewelry. Crinkles radiated from the corners of his green eyes when that easy smile crossed his face. Let's go to my office. The head of such a big company, yet he'd come to them rather than having an underling escort them to his throne room. Sterling walked easily down the wide, quiet halls. He greeted every employee, sometimes asking questions about their weekends. They ate up his smiles at reports of an enjoyable weekend and his frowns at word of ill relatives or canceled games. There were dozens of them, and he made a personal comment to each. Hello, Tony, he said to a janitor, who was emptying the contents of shredded documents into a large plastic bag. Did you see the game? No, Andrew, I missed it. Had too much to do. Maybe we should start 3-day weekends, Sterling joked. I'd vote for that, Andrew. And they continued down the hall. Sachs didn't think she knew as many in the NYPD as Sterling said hello to in their 5-minute walk. The decor of the company was minimal, some small, tasteful photographs and sketches, none in color, overwhelmed by the spotless white walls. The furniture, also black or white, was simple, expensive IKEA. It was a statement of some kind, she guessed, but she found it bleak. As they walked, she ran through what she'd learned last night, after saying goodnight to Pam. The man's bio, patched together from the web, was sparse. He was an intensely reclusive man, a Howard Hughes, not a Bill Gates. His early life was a mystery. She'd found no references at all to his childhood or his parents. A few sketchy pieces in the press had put him on the radar at age 17, when he'd had his first jobs, mostly in sales,
working door-to-door and telemarketing, moving up to bigger, more expensive products. Finally, computers. For a kid with a 7/8 of a bachelor's degree from a night school, Sterling told the press, he found himself a successful salesman. He'd gone back to college, finishing the last 1/8 of the degree and completing a master's in computer science and engineering in short order. The stories were all very Horatio Alger and included only details that boosted his savvy and status as a businessman. Then, in his 20s, had come the Great Awakening, he said, sounding like a Chinese communist dictator. Sterling was selling a lot of computers, but not enough to satisfy him. Why wasn't he more successful? He wasn't lazy, he wasn't stupid. Then he realized the problem. He was inefficient. And so were a lot of other salesmen. So Sterling learned computer programming and spent weeks of 18-hour days in a dark room writing software. He hocked everything and started a company, one based on a concept that was either foolish or brilliant. Its most valuable asset wouldn't be owned by his company, but by millions of other people, much of it free for the taking. Information about themselves. Sterling began compiling a database that included potential customers in a number of service and manufacturing markets, the demographics of the area in which they were located, their income, marital status, the good or bad news about their financial and legal and tax situations, and as much other information, personal and professional, as he could buy, steal, or otherwise find. "If there's a fact out there, I want it," he was quoted as saying. The software he wrote, the early version of the Watchtower database management system, was revolutionary at the time, an exponential leap over the famed SQL, pronounced SQL, Sachs had learned, program. In minutes, Watchtower would decide which customers would be worthwhile to call on and how to seduce them, and which weren't worth the effort, but whose names might be sold to other companies for their own pitches. The company grew like a monster in a science fiction film. Sterling changed the name to SSD, moved it to Manhattan, and began to collect smaller companies in the information business to add to his empire. Though unpopular with privacy rights organizations, there'd never been a hint of a scandal at SSD, a la Enron. Employees had to earn their salaries. No one received obscenely high Wall Street bonuses. But if the company profited, so did they. SSD offered tuition and home purchasing assistance, internships for children, and parents were given a year of maternity or paternity leave. The company was known for the familiar way it treated its workers, and Sterling encouraged hiring spouses, parents, and children. Every month he sponsored motivational and team-building retreats. The CEO was secretive about his personal life, though Sachs learned that he didn't smoke or drink and that no one had ever heard him utter an obscenity. He lived modestly, took a surprisingly small salary, and kept his wealth in SSD stock. He shunned the New York social scene. No fast cars, no private jets. Despite his respect for the family unit among SSD employees, Sterling was twice divorced and unmarried at the moment. There were conflicting reports about children he'd fathered in his youth. He had several residences, but he kept their whereabouts out of the public record. Perhaps because he knew the power of data, Andrew Sterling appreciated its dangers, too. Sterling, Sachs, and Pulaski now came to the end of a long corridor and entered an exterior office, where two assistants had their desks, both of which were filled with perfectly ordered stacks of papers, file folders, printouts. Only one assistant was in at the moment, a young man, handsome, in a conservative suit. His nameplate read, Martin Coyle. His area was the most ordered. Even the many books behind him were arranged in descending order of size, Sachs was amused to see. "Andrew?" He nodded a greeting to his boss, ignoring the officers as soon as he noted that they hadn't been introduced. "Your phone messages are on your computer." "Thank you." Sterling glanced at the other desk. "Jeremy's going to look over the restaurant for the press junket?" "He did that this morning. He's running some papers over to the law firm about that other matter." Sachs marveled that Sterling had two personal assistants, apparently one for the inside work, the other handling out-of-the-office matters. That the NYPD detectives shared, if they had help at all. They continued on to Sterling's own office, which wasn't much bigger than any other she'd seen in the company, and its walls were free of decoration. Despite the SSD logo of the voyeuristic window in the watchtower, Andrew Sterling's were curtained, cutting off what would be a magnificent view of the city. A ripple of claustrophobia coursed through her. Sterling sat in a simple wooden chair, not a leather swivel throne. He gestured them into similar ones, though padded. Behind him were low shelves filled with books, but curiously, they were stacked with spines facing up, not outward. Visitors to his office couldn't see his choice of reading matter without walking past the man and looking down or pulling out a volume. The CEO nodded at a pitcher and a half-dozen inverted glasses. "That's water, but if you like some coffee or tea, I can have some fetched." Fetched? She didn't think she'd ever heard anyone actually use the word. "No, thank you." Pulaski shook his head. "Excuse me, just one moment." Sterling picked up his phone, dialed. "Andy, you called?" Sachs deduced from the tone that it was someone close to him, though it was clearly a business call about a problem of some sort. Yet Sterling spoke emotionlessly. Well, you'll have to, I think. We need those numbers. You know, they're not sitting on their hands. They'll make a move any day now." "Good." He hung up and noticed Sachs watching him closely. "My son works for the company." A nod at a photo on his desk, showing Sterling with a handsome, thin young man who resembled the CEO. Both were wearing SSD t-shirts at some employee outing, maybe one of the inspirational retreats. They were next to each other, but there was no physical contact between them. Neither was smiling. So one question about his personal life had been answered. "Now," he said, turning his green eyes on Sachs, "what's this all about? You mentioned some crime." Sachs explained. "There have been several murders in the past few months in the city. We think that someone might have used information in your computers to get close to the victims, kill them, and then use that and other information to frame innocent people for the crimes." The man who knows everything. "Information?" His concerns seemed genuine. He was perplexed, too, though. "I'm not sure how that could happen, but tell me more." "Well, the killer knew exactly what personal products the victims used, and he planted traces of them as evidence at an innocent person's residence to connect them to the killing." From time to time, the eyebrows above Sterling's emerald irises narrowed. He seemed genuinely troubled as she gave him the details about the theft of the painting and coins and the 2 sexual assaults. "That's terrible." Troubled by the news, he glanced away from her. "Rapes?" Sachs nodded grimly and then explained how SSD seemed to be the only company in the area that had access to all the information the killer had used. He rubbed his face, nodding slowly. "I can see why you're concerned, but wouldn't it be easier for this killer just to follow the people he victimized and find out what they bought, or even hack into their computers, break into their mailboxes, their homes, jot down their license plate numbers from the street?" "But see, that's the problem. He could, but he'd have to do all of those things to get the information he needed. There have been 4 crimes at a minimum. We think there could probably be more. And that means up-to-date information on the 4 victims and 4 men he's setting up. The most efficient way to get that information would be to go through a data miner." Sterling gave a smile, a delicate wince. Sachs frowned and cocked her head. He said, "Nothing wrong with that term data miner. The press has latched onto it and you see it everywhere. 20 million search engine hits. But I prefer to call SSD a knowledge service provider, a KSP, like an internet service provider." Sachs had a strange sensation. He seemed almost hurt by what she'd said. She wanted to tell him she wouldn't do it again. Sterling smoothed a stack of papers on his organized desktop. At first she thought they were blank, but then she noticed they were all turned face down. "Well, believe me, if anyone at SSD is involved, I want to find out as much as you do. This could look very bad for us. Knowledge service providers haven't been doing very well in the press or in Congress lately." "First of all," Sachs said, "the killer would have bought most of the items with cash, we're pretty sure." Sterling nodded. He wouldn't want to leave any trace of himself. "Right, but the shoes he bought mail order or online. Would you have a list of people who bought these shoes in these sizes in the New York area?" She handed him a list of the Altons, the Bass, and the Sure Tracks. "The same man would have bought all of them." "What time period?" 3 months. Sterling made a phone call. He had a brief conversation, and no more than 60 seconds later he was looking at his computer screen. He swiveled it so Sachs could see, though she wasn't sure what she was looking at. Strings of product information and codes. The CEO shook his head. "Roughly 800 Altons sold, 1,200 Bass, 200 Sure Tracks, but no one person bought all 3, or even 2 pairs." Rhyme had suspected that the killer, if he used information from SSD, would cover his tracks, but they'd hoped this lead would pay off. Staring at the numbers, She wondered if the killer had used the identity theft techniques he'd perfected on Robert Jorgensen to order the shoes. "Sorry." She nodded. Sterling uncapped a battered silver pen and pulled a notepad toward him. In precise script, he wrote several notes Sachs couldn't read, stared at it, nodded to himself. "You're thinking, I'd imagine, that the problem is an intruder, an employee, one of our customers, or a hacker, right?" Ron Pulaski glanced at Sachs and said, "Exactly." "All right, let's get to the bottom of it." He checked his Seiko watch. "I want some other people in here. It may take a few minutes. We have our spirit circles every Monday around this time." "Spirit circles?" Pulaski asked. "Inspirational team meetings by the group leaders. They should be finished soon. We start at 8 on the dot, but some go a little longer than others, depending on the leader," he said. "Command, intercom, Martin." Sachs laughed to herself. He was using the same sort of voice recognition system that Lincoln Rhyme had. "Yes, Andrew." The voice came from a tiny box on the desk. "I want Tom, Security Tom, and Sam. Are they in spirit circles?" "No, Andrew, but Sam's probably going to be in Washington all week. He won't be back till Friday. Mark, his assistant's in." "Him, then." "Yes, sir." "Command, intercom, disconnect." To Sachs, he said, "Should just be a moment." She imagined that when Andrew Sterling summoned you, you materialized pretty quickly. He jotted a few more notes. As he did, she glanced at the company logo on the wall. When he was through writing, she said, "I'm curious about that. The tower and the window. What's the significance of it?" "On one level, it just means observing data, but there's a second meaning." He smiled, pleased to be explaining this. "Do you know the concept of the broken window in social philosophy?" "No. I learned about it years ago and never forgot it. The thrust is that in order to improve society, you should concentrate on the small things. If you control those or fix them, then the bigger changes will follow. Take housing projects with a high crime problem. You can sink millions into increased police patrols and security cameras, but if the projects still look dilapidated and dangerous, they'll stay dilapidated and dangerous. Instead of millions of dollars, put thousands into fixing the windows, painting, cleaning the halls. It may seem cosmetic, but people will notice. They'll take pride in where they live. They'll start to report people who are threats and who don't look after their property. As I'm sure you know, that was the thrust of crime prevention in New York in the 90s, and it worked." "Andrew," came Martin's voice from the intercom. "Tom and Mark are here." Sterling ordered, "Send them in." He set the paper he'd been jotting notes on directly in front of him. He gave Sachs a grim smile. "Let's see if anybody's been peeking through our window." Chapter 19. The doorbell rang, and Tom ushered in a man in his early 30s, disheveled brown hair, jeans, a weird Al Yankovic t-shirt under a shabby brown sports coat. You couldn't be in the forensics game nowadays without being computer literate, but both Rhyme and Cooper recognized their limitations. When it was clear that there were digital implications of the 522 case, Salito had requested some help from the NYPD Computer Crimes Unit, an elite group of 32 detectives and support staff. Rodney Sarnik strode into the room, glanced at the nearest monitor, and said, "Hey," as if he were speaking to the hardware. Similarly, when he glanced toward Rhyme, he expressed no interest in his physical condition whatsoever, only in the wireless environmental control unit attached to the armrest. He seemed impressed. "Your day off?" Salito asked, glancing at the slim young man's outfit, his voice making it clear he didn't approve. Rhyme knew the detective was old school. Police officers should dress appropriately. "Day off," Sarnik replied, missing the dig. "No, why would I have a day off?" "Just wondering." "Heh. So, now, what's the story?" "We need a trap." Lincoln Rhyme's theory about strolling into SSD and just plain asking about a killer wasn't as naive as it seemed. When he'd seen on the company website that SSD's Public Sure Division supported police departments, his hunch was that NYPD was a customer. If that was the case, then the killer might have access to the department files. A fast call revealed that, yes, the department was a client. Public Sure software and SSD consultants provided data management services for the city, including consolidation of case information, reports, and records. If a patrolman on the street needed a warrant check, or a detective new to a homicide needed the case's history, Public Sure helped get the information to his desk or squad car computer, or even his PDA or cell phone, in minutes. By sending Sachs and Pulaski to the company and asking who might have accessed the data files about the victims and fall guys, 522 could learn they were onto him and try to get into the NYPD system through Public Sure to look at the reports. If he did, they might be able to trace who had accessed the files. Rhyme explained the situation to Zarnek, who nodded knowingly, as if he set up traps like this every day. He was taken aback, though, when he learned what company the killer might have a connection to. SSD, the biggest data miner in the world? They got the scoop on all of God's children. Is that a problem? His carefree geek image faltered, and he answered softly, I hope not. And he set to work with their trap, explaining what he was doing. He stripped from the files any details about the case they didn't want 522 to know, and manually transferred those sensitive files to a computer that had no internet access. He then put an alarmed visual traceroute program in front of the Myra Weinberg sexual assault homicide file on the NYPD server, and added subfiles to tempt the killer, like suspect's whereabouts, forensic analysis, and witnesses, all of which contained only general notes about crime scene procedures. If anyone accessed it, either hacking in or through authorized channels, a notice of the person's ISP and physical location would be instantly sent to Zarnek. They could tell immediately if the one checking out the file was a cop with a legitimate inquiry or was somebody on the outside. If so, Zarnek would notify Rhyme or Salido, who would have the ESU team head to the location immediately. Zarnek also included a large amount of material and background, such as public information on SSD, all of it encrypted, to make sure that the killer spent plenty of time in the system deciphering the data and giving them a better chance to find him. How long will it take? 15, 20 minutes. Good. And when you've got that finished, I also want to see if somebody could have hacked in from the outside. Cracked SSD? Uh-huh. Heh, they'll have firewalls on their firewalls on their firewalls. Still, we need to know. But if one of the people is the killer, I assume you don't want me to call the company up and coordinate with them. Right. Sarnik's face clouded. I'll just try to break in, I guess. You can do that legally? Yes and no. I'll only test the walls. It's not a crime if I don't actually get into their system and bring it crashing down in a really embarrassing media event that lands us all in jail. He added ominously, or worse. Okay, but I want the trap first, ASAP. Rhyme glanced at the clock. Sachs and Pulaski were already spreading the word about the case down at the Grey Rock. Sarnek pulled a heavy portable computer out of his satchel and set it on a table nearby. Any chance I could get a... Oh, thanks. Tom was bringing around a coffee pot and cups. Just what I was going to ask for. Extra sugar, no milk. You can't take the geek out of the geek even when he's a cop. Never got in the habit of this thing called sleep. He dumped in sugar, swirled it, and drank half while Tom stood there. The aide refilled the cup. Thanks. Now, what do we got here? He was looking over the workstation where Cooper was perched. Ouch. Ouch? You're running on a cable modem with 1.5 Mbps? You know, they make computer screens in color now, and there's this thing called the Internet. Funny, Rhyme muttered. Talk to me when the case is over. We'll do some rewiring and LAN readjustment. Set you up with FE. Weird Al, FE, LAN. Sarnek pulled on tinted glasses, plugged his computer into ports on Rhyme's computer, and began pounding on the keys. Rhyme noticed certain letters were worn off, and the touchpad was seriously sweat-stained. The keyboard seemed to be dusted with crumbs. The look Salido shot Rhyme said, It takes all kinds. The first of the two men who joined them in Andrew Sterling's office was slender, middle-aged, with an unrevealing face. He resembled a retired cop. The other, younger and cautious, was pure corporate junior exec. He looked like the blonde brother on that sitcom Frasier. Regarding the first, Sachs was near the mark. He hadn't been blue, but was a former FBI agent and was now head of SSD security, Tom O'Day. The other was Mark Whitcomb, the assistant head of the company's compliance department. Sterling explained, Tom and his security boys make sure people on the outside don't do anything bad to us. Mark's department makes sure we don't do anything bad to the general public. We navigate a minefield. I'm sure that the research you did on SSD showed you we are subject to hundreds of state and federal laws on privacy. The Graham-Leach-Bliley Act about misuse of personal information and pretexting, the Fair Credit Reporting Act, the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, the Driver's Privacy Protection Act, a lot of state laws, too.
The compliance department makes sure we know what the rules are and stay within the lines. Good, she thought. These two would be perfect to spread the word about the 522 investigation and encourage the killer to sniff out the trap on the NYPD server. Doodling on a yellow pad, Mark Whitcomb said, "We want to make sure that when Michael Moore makes a movie about data purveyors, we're not center stage." "Don't even joke," Sterling said, laughing, though with genuine concern evident in his face. Then he asked Sachs, "Can I share with them what you told me?" "Sure, please." Sterling gave a succinct and clear account. He'd retained everything she told him, even down to the specific brands of the clues. Whitcomb frowned as he listened. O'Day took it all in, unsmiling and silent. Sachs was convinced that FBI reserve was not learned behavior, but originated in the womb. Sterling said firmly, "So, that's the problem we're facing. If there is any way SSD is involved, I want to know about it, and I want solutions. We've identified 4 possible sources of the risk: hackers, intruders, employees, and clients. Your thoughts?" O'Day, the former agent, said to Sachs, "Well, let's deal with hackers first. We have the best firewalls in the business, better than Microsoft and Sun. We use ICS out of Boston for internet security. I can tell you we're a duck in an arcade game. Every hacker in the world would like to crack us, and nobody's been able to do it since we moved to New York 5 years ago. We've had a few people get into our administrative servers for 10, 15 minutes, but not a single breach of inner circle, and that's what your unsub would have to get into to find the information he needed for these crimes. And he couldn't get in through a single breach. He'd have to hit at least 3 or 4 separate servers." Sterling added, "As for an outside intruder, that'd be impossible too. We have the same physical perimeter protections used by the National Security Agency. We have 15 full-time security guards and 20 part-time. Besides, no visitor could get near the inner circle servers. We log everybody and don't let anyone roam freely, even customers." Sachs and Pulaski had been escorted to the sky lobby by one of those guards, a humorless young man whose vigilance wasn't diminished one bit by the fact they were police. O'Day added, "We had one incident about 3 years ago, but nothing since." He glanced at Sterling. "The reporter?" The CEO nodded. "Some hotshot journalist from one of the metro papers. He was doing an article on identity theft and decided we were the devil incarnate. Axiom and ChoicePoint had the good sense not to let him into their headquarters. I believe in free press, so I talked to him. He went to the restroom and claimed he got lost. He came back here, cheerful as could be, but something didn't seem right. Our security people went through his briefcase and found a camera. On it were pictures of trade secret protected business plans and even passcodes." O'Day said, "The reporter not only lost his job, but was prosecuted under criminal trespass statutes. He served 6 months in state prison. And, as far as I know, he hasn't had a steady job as a journalist since." Sterling lowered his head slightly and said to Sachs, "We take security very, very seriously." A young man appeared in the doorway. At first she thought it was Martin, the assistant, but she realized that was only because of the similarity in build and the black suit. "Andrew, I'm sorry to interrupt." "Ah, Jeremy." So this was the second assistant. He looked at Pulaski's uniform, then at Sachs. Then, as with Martin, when he realized he wasn't being introduced, he ignored everyone in the room except his boss. "Carpenter," Sterling said, "I need to see him today." "Yes, Andrew." After he was gone, Sachs asked, "Employees, is there anyone you've had disciplinary problems with?" Sterling said, "We run extensive background checks on our people. I won't allow hiring anybody who's had any convictions other than traffic violations, and background checks are one of our specialties. But even if an employee wanted to get into Inner Circle, it would be impossible for him to steal any data. Mark, tell her about the pens." "Sure, Andrew." To Sachs he said, "We have concrete firewalls." "I'm not a technical person," Sachs said. Whitcomb laughed. No, it's very low-tech, literally concrete, as in walls and floors. We divide up the data when we receive them and store them in physically separate places. You'll understand better if I tell you how SSD operates. We start with the premise that data is our main asset. If somebody was to duplicate Inner Circle, we'd be out of business in a week. So, number 1, protect our asset, as we say here. Now, where does all this data come from?
from thousands of sources: credit card companies, banks, government records offices, retail stores, online operations, court clerks, DMV departments, hospitals, insurance companies. We consider each event that creates data a, quote, transaction, which could be a call to an 800 number, registering a car, a health insurance claim, filing a lawsuit, a birth, wedding, purchase, merchandise return, a complaint. In your business, a transaction could be a rape, a burglary, a murder, any crime. Also, the opening of a case file, selecting a juror, a trial, a conviction. Whitcomb continued, anytime data about a transaction comes to SSD, it goes first to the intake center where it's evaluated. For security, we have a data masking policy, separating the person's name and replacing it with a code. Social Security number? A flicker of emotion crossed Sterling's face. No. Those were created solely for government retirement accounts, ages ago. It was a fluke that they became identification. Inaccurate, easy to steal or buy, dangerous, like keeping a loaded gun unlocked around the house. Our code is a 16-digit number. 98% of adult Americans have SSD codes. Now, every child whose birth is registered anywhere in North America automatically gets a code. Why 16 digits? Pulaski asked. Gives us room for expansion, Sterling said. We never have to worry about running out of numbers. We can assign nearly 1 quintillion codes. The Earth will run out of living space before SSD runs out of numbers. The codes make our system much more secure, and it's far faster to process data than using a name or social. Also, using a code neutralizes the human element and takes the prejudice out of the equation. Psychologically, we have opinions about Adolf or Brittany or Shaquilla or Diego before we even meet them simply because of their name. A number eliminates that bias and improves efficiency. Please go on, Mark. Sure, Andrew. Once the name is swapped for the code, the intake center evaluates the transaction, decides where it belongs, and sends it to one or more of 3 separate areas, our data pens. Pen A is where we store personal lifestyle data. Pen B is financial. That includes salary history, banking, credit reports, insurance. Pen C is public and government filings and records. Then the data is cleansed. Sterling took over once again. The impurities are weeded out and it's made uniform. For instance, on some forms your sex is given as F, in others it's female. Sometimes it's a 1 or a 0. You have to be consistent. We also remove the noise. That's impure data. It could be erroneous, could have too many details, could have too few details. Noise is contamination, and contamination has to be eliminated. He said this firmly, another dash of emotion. Then the cleansed data sits in one of our pens until a client needs a fortune teller. How do you mean? Asked Pulaski. Sterling explained. In the 1970s, computer database software gave companies an analysis of past performance. In the 90s, the data showed how they were doing at any given moment, more helpful. Now we can predict what consumers are going to do and guide our clients to take advantage of that. Sachs said, then you're not just predicting the future, you're trying to change it. Exactly. But what other reason is there to go to a fortune teller? His eyes were calm, almost amused. Yet Sachs felt uneasy, thinking back to the run-in with the federal agent yesterday in Brooklyn. It was as if 522 had done just what he was describing, predicted a shootout between them. Sterling gestured to Whitcomb, who continued. Okay, so data, which contain no names but only numbers, go into these 3 separate pens on different floors and different security zones. An employee in the public records pen can't access the data in the lifestyle pen or the financial pen, and nobody in any of the data pens can access the information in the intake center and link the name and address to the 16-digit code. Sterling said, that's what Tom meant when he said that a hacker would have to breach all of the data pens independently. O'Day added, and we monitor 24/7. We'd know instantly if someone unauthorized tried to physically enter a pen. They'd be fired on the spot and probably arrested. Besides, you can't download anything from the computers in the pens. There are no ports, and even if you managed to break into a server and hardwire a device, you couldn't get it out. Everybody's searched, every employee, senior executive, security guard, fire warden, janitor, even Andrew. We have metal and dense material detectors at every entrance and exit to the data pens and intake, even the fire doors. Whitcomb took up the narrative. And a magnetic field generator that you have to walk through. It erases all digital data on any medium you're carrying, iPod, phone, or hard drive. No, nobody gets out of those rooms with a kilobyte of information on them. Sachs said, So, stealing the data from these pens, either by hackers outside or intruders or employees inside, would be almost impossible. Sterling was nodding. Data are our only asset. We guard them religiously. What about the other scenario, somebody who works for a client? Like Tom was saying, the way this man operates, he'd have to have access to the inner circle dossiers of each of the victims and the men arrested for the crimes. Right. Sterling lifted his hands like a professor. But customers don't have access to dossiers. They wouldn't want them anyway. Inner Circle contains raw data and wouldn't do them any good. What they want is our analysis of the data. Customers log on to Watchtower, that's our proprietary database management system, and other programs like Expectation or Fort. The programs themselves search through Inner Circle, find the relevant data, and put them into usable form. If you want to think of the mining analogy, Watchtower sifts through tons of dirt and rock and finds gold nuggets. She said in response, But if a client bought a number of mailing lists, say, they could come up with enough data about one of our victims to commit the crimes, couldn't they? She nodded at the evidence list she'd shown Sterling earlier. For instance, our perp could get lists of everyone who bought that kind of shave cream and condoms and duct tape and running shoes and so on. Sterling lifted an eyebrow. It would be a huge amount of work, but it's theoretically possible. All right. I'll get a list of all our customers who've bought any data that included your victims' names. In the past, say, 3 months? No, maybe 6. That should do it. She dug through her briefcase, considerably less organized than Sterling's desktop, and handed him a list of the victims and fall guys. Our client agreement gives us the right to share information about them. There won't be a problem legally, but it will take a few hours to put together. Thanks. Now, one final question about employees. Even if they're not allowed in the pens, could they download a dossier in their office? He was nodding, impressed by her question, it seemed, even though it suggested an SSD worker might be the killer. Most employees can't. Again, we have to protect our data, but a few of us have what's called all-access permission. Whitcomb gave a smile. Well, but look who that is, Andrew. If there's a problem here, we need to explore all possible solutions. Whitcomb said to Sachs and Pulaski, The thing is, the all-access employees are senior people here. They've been with the company for years. We're like a family. We have parties together. We have our inspirational retreats. Sterling held up a hand, cutting him off, and said, We have to follow up on it, Mark. I want this rooted out, whatever it takes. I want answers. Who has all-access rights? Sachs asked. Sterling shrugged. I'm authorized. Our head of sales, the head of technical operations. Our human resources director could put together a dossier, I suppose, though I'm sure he never has. And Mark's boss, our compliance department director. He gave her the names. Sachs glanced at Whitcomb, who shook his head. I don't have access. O'Day didn't either. Your assistants? Sachs asked Sterling, referring to Jeremy and Martin. No. Now, as for the repair folks, the techies, the line people couldn't assemble a dossier, but we have 2 service managers who could, one on the day shift, one at night. He gave her their names, too. Sachs looked over the list. There's one easy way to tell whether or not they're innocent. How? We know where the killer was on Sunday afternoon. If they have alibis, they'll be off the hook. Let me interview them right now if we can. Good, Sterling said, and gave an approving look at her suggestion. A simple solution to one of his problems. Then she realized something. Every time he'd looked at her this morning, his gaze had met her eyes. Unlike many, if not most, men Sachs met, Sterling hadn't once glanced over her body, hadn't offered a bit of flirt. She wondered what the bedroom story was. She asked, Could I see the security in the data pens for myself? Sure. Just leave your pager, phone, and PDA outside, and any thumb drives. If you don't, all the data will be erased, and you'll be searched when you leave. Okay. Sterling nodded to O'Day, who stepped into the hall and returned with the stern security guard who'd walked Sachs and Pulaski here from the massive lobby downstairs. Sterling printed out a pass for her, signed it, and handed it to the guard, who led her out into the halls. Sachs was pleased that Sterling hadn't resisted her request. She had an ulterior motive for seeing the pens for herself. Not only could she make yet more people aware of the investigation, in the hope they'd go for the bait, but she could question the guard about the security measures to verify what O'Day, Sterling, and Whitcomb had told her. But the man remained virtually silent, like a child told by his parents not to speak to strangers. Through doorways, up corridors, down a staircase, up another one, she was soon completely disoriented. Her muscles shivered. The spaces were increasingly confined, narrow, and dim. Her claustrophobia began to kick in. While the windows were small throughout the gray rock, here, approaching the data pens, they were non-existent. She took a deep breath. It didn't help. She glanced at his name badge. "Say, John." "Yes, ma'am?" "What's the story with the windows? They're either small or there aren't any." "Andrew's concerned that people might try to photograph information from outside, like passcodes or business plans." "Really? Could somebody do that?" "I don't know. We're told to check sometimes, scan nearby observation decks, windows of buildings facing the company. Nobody's ever seen something suspicious, but Andrew wants us to keep doing it." The data pens were eerie places, all color-coded. Personal lifestyle was blue, financial red, governmental green. They were huge spaces, but that did nothing to allay her claustrophobia. The ceilings were very low, the rooms dim, and aisles narrow between the rows of computers. A constant churning filled the air, a low tone like a growl. The air conditioning was working like mad, given the number of computers and the electricity they'd require, but the atmosphere was close and stifling. As for the computers, she'd never seen so many in her life. They were massive white boxes, and were identified, curiously, not by numbers or letters, but by decals depicting cartoon characters like Spider-Man, Batman, Barney, the Roadrunner, and Mickey Mouse. "SpongeBob?" she asked, nodding at one. John offered his first smile. "It's another layer of security Andrew thought of. We have people looking online for anybody talking about SSD and Inner Circle. If there's a reference to the company and a cartoon name like Wile E. Coyote or Superman, it might mean somebody's a little too interested in the computers themselves. The names jump out more than if we just numbered the computers." "Smart," she said, reflecting on the irony that Sterling preferred people to be numbered and his computers named. They entered the intake center, painted a grim gray. It was smaller than the data pens and boosted her claustrophobia even further. As in the pens, the only decorations here were the logo of the watchtower and illuminated window, and a large picture of Andrew Sterling, a posed smile on his face. Below it was the caption, "You're number one." Maybe it referred to market share or to an award the company had won, or maybe it was a slogan about the importance of employees. Still, to Sachs, it seemed ominous, as if you were at the top of a list you didn't want to be on. The breathing was coming quickly as the sense of confinement grew. "Gets to you, doesn't it?" the guard asked. She gave a smile. "A little. We make our rounds, but nobody spends more time in the pens than we have to." Now that she'd broken the ice and gotten John to answer in more than monosyllables, she asked him about the security, to verify if Sterling and the others were being straight. They were, it seemed. John reiterated what the CEO had said. None of the computers or workstations in the rooms had a slot or port to download data, merely keyboards and monitors. And the rooms were shielded, the guard said. No wireless signals could get out. And he explained, too, what Sterling and Whitcomb had told her earlier about data from each pen being useless without the data from the others and from intake. There wasn't much security on the computer monitors, but to get into the pens, you needed your ID card, a passcode, and a biometric scan, or, apparently, a big security guard watching your every move, which was just what John had been doing, and not so subtly. The security outside the pens was tight, too, as the executives had told her. Both she and the guard were searched carefully when they left each one and had to walk through both a metal detector and a thick frame called a data clear unit. The machine warned, "Passing through this system permanently erases all digital data on computers, drives, cell phones, and other devices." As they returned to Sterling's office, John told her that, to his knowledge, nobody had ever broken into SSD. Still, O'Day regularly had them run drills to prevent security intrusions. Like most of the guards, John didn't carry a gun, but Sterling had a policy that at least 2 armed guards be present 24 hours a day. Back in the CEO's office, she found Pulaski sitting on a huge leather sofa near Martin's desk. Though not a small man, he seemed dwarfed, a student who'd been sent to the principal's office. In her absence, the young officer had taken the initiative to check on the compliance department head, Samuel Brockton, Whitcomb's boss, who had all-access rights. He was staying in Washington, D.C. Hotel records showed he'd been at brunch in the dining room at the time of the killing yesterday. She noted this, then glanced over the all-access permission list. Andrew Sterling, President, Chief Executive Officer. Sean Cassell, Director of Sales and Marketing. Wayne Gillespie, Director of Technical Operations. Samuel Brockton, Director, Compliance Department. Alibi, hotel records confirm presence in Washington. Peter Alonzo Kemper, Director of Human Resources. Stephen Schrader, Technical Service and Support Manager, Day Shift. Farouk Mamida, Technical Service and Support Manager, Night Shift. She said to Sterling, "I'd like to interview them as soon as possible." The CEO called his assistant and learned that, other than Brockton, everyone was in town, though Schrader was handling a hardware crisis in the intake center, and Mamita would not be coming in until 3 that afternoon. He instructed Martin to have them come upstairs for interviews. He'd find a vacant conference room. Sterling told the intercom to disconnect and said, "All right, Detective, it's up to you now. Go clear our name, or find your killer." Chapter 20. Rodney Sarnak had their mousetrap in place, and the young shaggy-haired officer was happily trying to hack into SSD's main servers. His knee bobbed, and he whistled from time to time, which irritated Rhyme, but he let the kid alone. The criminalist had been known to talk to himself when searching crime scenes and considering possible approaches to a case. Takes all kinds. The doorbell rang. It was an officer from the CS lab in Queens with a present, some evidence from one of the earlier crimes. The murder weapon, a knife, used in the coin theft and killing. The rest of the physical evidence was in storage somewhere. A request had been made, but no one could say when or if it could be located. Rhyme had Cooper sign the chain of custody form. Even after trial, protocols must be followed. "That's strange. Most of the other evidence is missing," Rhyme remarked, though he realized that, being a weapon, the knife would have been retained in a locked facility in the lab's inventory, rather than archived with non-lethal evidence. Rhyme glanced at the chart about the crime. "They found some of that dust in the knife handle. Let's see if we can figure out what it is. But first, what's the story on the knife itself?" Cooper ran the manufacturer's information through the NYPD weapons database. "Made in China, sold in bulk to thousands of retail outlets. Cheap, so we can assume he paid cash for it." "Well, hadn't expected much. Let's move on to the dust." Cooper donned gloves and opened the bag. He carefully brushed the handle of the knife, whose blade was dark brown with the victim's blood, and it shed traces of white dust onto the examination paper. Dust fascinated Rhyme. In forensics, the term refers to solid particles less than 500 micrometers in size and made up of fibers from clothing and upholstery, dander from human and animal skin, fragments of plants and insects, bits of dried excrement, dirt, and any number of chemicals. Some types are aerosol, others settle quickly on surfaces. Dust can cause health problems like black lung and be dangerously explosive, flour dust in grain elevators, for instance, and can even affect the climate. Forensically, thanks to static electricity and other adhesive properties, dust is often transferred from perpetrator to crime scene and vice versa, which makes it extremely helpful to police. When Rhyme was running the crime scene division of the NYPD, he'd created a large database of dust, gathered from all 5 boroughs of the city and parts of New Jersey and Connecticut. Only small amounts adhered to the knife handle, but Mel Cooper collected enough to run a sample through the gas chromatograph mass spectrometer, which breaks substances down into their component parts, then identifies each one. This took time. It wasn't Cooper's fault. His hands, surprisingly large and muscular for such a slight man, moved quickly and efficiently. It was the machines that plodded away slowly, performing their methodical magic. While they waited for the results, Cooper ran additional chemical tests on another sample of the dust to reveal materials the GCMS might not find. Eventually, the results were available, and Mel Cooper explained the combined analysis as he wrote the details on the whiteboard. "All right, Lincoln. We've got vermiculite, plaster, synthetic foam, glass fragments, paint particles, mineral wool fibers, glass fibers, calcite grains, paper fibers, quartz grains, low-temperature combustion material, metal flakes, chrysotile asbestos, and some chemicals. Looks like polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, paraffin, olefin, naphthene, octanes, polychlorinated biphenyls, dibenzodioxins, don't see those very often, and dibenzofurans. Oh, and some brominated diphenyl ethers. The Trade Center, Rhyme said. It is? Yep. The dust from the collapsed World Trade Towers in 2001 had been the source of health problems for workers near Ground Zero, and variations of its composition had been in the news lately. Rhyme was well aware of its composition. So he's downtown? Possibly, Rhyme said, but you could find the dust all over the 5 boroughs. Let's leave it a question mark for the time being. He grimaced. So, our profile so far, a man who might be white or a light-skinned ethnic, who might collect coins and might like art, and his residence or place of work might be downtown. He might have children, might smoke. Rhyme squinted at the knife. Let me see it up close. Cooper brought the weapon to him, and Rhyme stared at every millimeter of the handle. His body was defective, but his eyesight was as good as a teenager's. There, what's that? Where? Between the hasp and the bone. It was a tiny fleck of something pale. You could see that? The tech whispered. I missed it completely. With a needle probe, he worked it out and put it on an examination slide. He looked at it through a microscope. He started with lower magnifications, which are enough, 4 to 24 power, unless you need the magic of a scanning electron microscope. Crumb of food, looks like, something baked, orange tint. Spectrum suggests oil, maybe junk food, like Doritos or potato chips. Not enough to run through the GCMS. No way, Cooper confirmed. He wasn't going to plant something as small as that at the Fall Guy's house. It's some other bit of real information about 522. What the hell was it? Something from his lunch the day of the killing? I want to taste it. What? There's blood on it. The handle, not the blade, just where that fleck is. I want to find out what it is. There's not enough to taste. This little chip? You can hardly see it. I didn't see it. No, the knife itself. Maybe I can find a flavor or spice that'll tell us something. You can't lick a murder weapon, Lincoln. Where's that written down, Mel? I don't remember reading that. We need information about this guy. Well, okay. The tech held the knife close to Rhyme's face, and the criminalist leaned forward and touched his tongue to the place where they'd found the fleck. Jesus Christ! He reared his head back. What's wrong? Cooper asked, alarmed. Get me some water. Cooper tossed the knife onto the examination table and went to call Tom as Rhyme spit on the floor. His mouth was on fire. Tom came running. What's wrong? Man, that hurts. I asked for water. I just ate some hot sauce. Hot sauce? Like Tabasco? I don't know what kind. Well, you don't want water. You want milk or yogurt. Then get some. Tom came back with a carton of yogurt and fed Rhyme several spoonfuls. To his surprise, the pain went away immediately. Phew, that hurt. Okay, Mel, we've learned something else. Maybe. Our boy likes his chips and salsa. Well, let's just go with a snack food and hot sauce. Put it on the chart. As Cooper wrote, Rhyme glanced at the clock and snapped, Where the hell is Sachs? Well, she's at SSD. Cooper looked confused. I know that. What I mean is, why the hell isn't she back here? And Tom, I want some more yogurt. Unsub 522 profile. Male. Possibly smokes or lives, works with someone who does, or near source of tobacco. Has children or lives, works near them or near source of toys. Interest in art, coins. Probably white or light-skinned ethnic. Medium build. Strong, able to strangle victims. Access to voice disguise equipment. Possibly computer literate, knows our world. Other social networking sites. Takes trophies from victims. Sadist. Portion of residence workplace dark and moist. Lives in near downtown Manhattan. Eats snack food hot sauce. Non-planted evidence. Old cardboard. Hair from doll, BASF B35 nylon 6. Tobacco from Tareyton cigarettes. Old tobacco, not Tareyton, but brand unknown. Evidence of Stachybotrys chartarum mold. Dust from World Trade Center attack, possibly indicating residence job downtown Manhattan. Snack food with hot sauce. Chapter 21. The conference room where Sachs and Pulaski had been led was as minimalist as Sterling's office. She decided a good way to describe the entire company would be austere deco. Sterling himself escorted them to the room and gestured to 2 chairs beneath the logo of the window atop the watchtower. He said, "I don't expect to be treated any differently than anyone else. Since I have all access rights, I'm a suspect too. But I have an alibi for yesterday. I was on Long Island all day. I do that a lot. Drive to some of the big discount stores and the membership shopping clubs to see what people are buying, how they buy, what times of day. I'm always looking for ways to make our business more efficient, and you can't do that unless you know our clients' needs." "Who are you meeting with?" "Nobody. I never tell anyone who I am. I want to see the operation the way it actually works. Blemishes and everything. But my car's E-ZPass record should show that I went through the Midtown Tunnel toll booth about 9 a.m. eastbound and then came back through about 5:30. You can check with DMV. He recited his tag number. "Oh, and yesterday I called my son. He took the train up to Westchester to go hiking at some forest preserve. He went by himself, and I wanted to check on him. I called about 2 in the afternoon. The phone records will show a call from my Hampton house. Or you can take a look at the incoming call list on his mobile. It should have the date and time. His extension is 7187. Sachs wrote this down along with the number of Sterling's summer house phone. She thanked him, then Jeremy, the outside assistant, arrived and whispered something to his boss. "I have to take care of something. If there's anything you need, anything at all, just let me know." A few minutes later, the first of their suspects arrived. Sean Cassell, the director of sales and marketing. He struck her as quite young, probably mid-30s, but she'd seen very few people in SSD who were over 40. Data was perhaps the new Silicon Valley, a world of youthful entrepreneurs. Cassell, with a long face, classically handsome, seemed athletic. Solid arms, broad shoulders. He was wearing the SSD uniform, in his case a navy suit. The white shirt was immaculate, and the cuffs clasped with heavy gold links. The yellow tie was thick silk. He had curly hair, rosy skin, and peered steadily at Sachs through glasses. She hadn't known Dolce & Gabbana made frames. "Hi." "Hello, I'm Detective Sachs. This is Officer Pulaski. Have a seat." She shook his hand, noting the firm grip that lingered longer than the clasp with Pulaski. "So, you're a detective?" The sales director had not a shred of interest in the patrolman. "That's right. Would you like to see my ID?" "Oh, that's okay. Now, we're just getting information about some of the employees here. Do you know a Myra Weinberg?" "No. Should I?" "She was the victim of a murder." "Oh." A flash of contrition as the hip facade vanished momentarily. "I heard something about a crime. I didn't know it was a murder, though." "I'm sorry. Was she an employee here?" "No, but the person who killed her might have had access to information in your company's computers. I know you have full access to Inner Circle. Is there any way somebody who works for you could assemble an individual's dossier?" He shook his head. "To get a closet, you need 3 passcodes, or a biomet in 1. "Closet?" He hesitated. "Oh, that's what we call a dossier. We use a lot of shorthand in the knowledge service business." "Like secrets in a closet," she assumed. "But nobody could get my passcode. Everyone's very careful about keeping them secret. Andrew insists on it." Cassell removed his glasses and polished them with a black cloth that appeared magically in his hand. "He's fired employees who've used other people's passcodes even with their permission. Fired on the spot." He concentrated on his glass polishing task, then looked up. "But let's be honest, what you're really asking about isn't passcodes, but alibis. Am I right?" "We'd like to know that, too. Where were you from noon to 4 p.m. yesterday?" "Running. I'm training for a mini triathlon." "You look like you run, too. You're pretty athletic." If standing still while punching holes in targets at 25 and 50 feet is athletic, then yeah. "Could anybody verify that?" "That you're athletic? It's pretty obvious to me." Smile. Sometimes it was best to play along. Pulaski stirred, which Cassell noted with amusement, but she said nothing. Sachs didn't need anybody to defend her honor. With a sideways glance at the uniformed officer, Cassell continued, "No, I'm afraid not. A friend stayed over, but she left about 9:30. Am I a suspect or anything?" "We're just getting information at this point," Pulaski said. "Are you now?" He sounded condescending, as if he were talking to a child. "Just the facts, ma'am. Just the facts." A line from an old TV show. Sachs couldn't remember which one. Sachs asked where he'd been at the times of the other killings, the coin dealer, the earlier rape, and the woman who'd owned the Prescott painting. He replaced the glasses and told her he didn't recall. He seemed completely at ease. "How often do you go into the data pens?" "Maybe once a week." Do you take any information out? He frowned slightly. Well, you can't. The security system won't let you. And how often do you download dossiers? I don't know if I ever have. It's just raw data. Too noisy to be helpful for anything I do. All right, well, I appreciate your time. I think that'll do it for now. The smile and flirt faded. So, this is a problem? Something I should be worried about? We're just doing some preliminary investigation. Ah, not giving anything away. A glance at Pulaski. Play it close to the chest, right, Sergeant Friday? Ah, that was it, Sachs realized. Dragnet, the old police show she and her father would watch and rerun years ago. After he'd left, another employee joined them. Wayne Gillespie, who oversaw the technical side of the company, the software and hardware. He didn't exactly fit Sachs's impression of a geek. Not at first. He was tanned and in good shape, wore an expensive silver or platinum bracelet. His grip was strong. But on closer examination, she decided he was a classic techie after all, somebody dressed by his mother for class photographs. The short, thin man wore a rumpled suit and a tie that wasn't knotted properly. His shoes were scuffed, his nails ragged and not properly scrubbed. His hair could use a trim. It was as if he was playing the role of a corporate exec, but infinitely preferred to be in a dark room with his computer. Unlike Cassell, Gillespie was nervous, hands constantly in motion, fiddling with 3 electronic devices on his belt, a BlackBerry, a PDA, and an elaborate cell phone. He avoided eye contact. Flirt was the last thing on his mind, though, like the sales director, his wedding ring finger was bare. Maybe Sterling preferred single men in positions of power at his company, loyal princes rather than ambitious dukes. Sachs's impression was that Gillespie had heard less than Cassell about their presence here, and she snagged his attention when she described the crimes. Interesting. Okay, interesting. That's sleek. He's pianoing data to commit crimes. He's what? Gillespie flicked his fingers together with nervous energy. I mean, he's finding data, collecting it. No comment about the fact that people had been murdered. Was this an act? The real killer might have feigned horror and sympathy. Sachs asked his whereabouts on Sunday, and he too had no alibi, though he launched into a long story of code he was debugging at home and some role-playing computer game he was competing in. So there'd be a record of when you were online yesterday? A hesitation now. Oh, I was just practicing, I wasn't online. I looked up and suddenly it was late. You're so nod, everything else kind of disappears. Nod? He realized he was speaking a foreign language. Oh, I mean like you're in a zone, you get caught up in the game, like the rest of your life dozes off? He claimed not to know Myra Weinberg either, and no one could have gotten access to his passcodes, he assured her. As for cracking my words, good luck. They're all 16-digit random characters. I've never written them down. I'm lucky, I've got a good memory. Gillespie was on his computer, in the system all the time. He added defensively, I mean, it's my job, though he frowned in confusion when asked about downloading individual dossiers. There's, no point. Reading about everything John Doe bought last week at his local grocery store? Hello, I've got better things to do. He also admitted that he spent a lot of time in the data pens tuning the boxes. Her impression was that he liked it there, found it comfortable, the same place that she couldn't escape from fast enough. Gillespie, too, was unable to recall where he'd been at the times of the other killings. She thanked him, and he left, pulling his PDA off his belt before he was through the doorway and typing a message with his thumbs faster than Sachs could use all her fingers. As they waited for the next all-access suspect to arrive, Sachs asked Pulaski, Impressions? Okay, I don't like Cassell. I'm with you there. But he seems too obnoxious to be 522. Too yuppie, If he could kill somebody with his ego, then yeah, in a minute. As for Gillespie, I'm not so sure. He tried to seem surprised about Myra's death, but I'm not sure he was. And that attitude of his, pianoing and nod, you know what those are? Expressions from the street. Pianoing means looking for crack, like your fingers are all over the place. Frantic. And nod means being drugged out on smack or a tranquilizer. It's how kids from the burbs talk, trying to sound cool when they're scoring from dealers in Harlem or the Bronx. You think he's into drugs? Well, he seemed pretty twitchy. But my impression? I asked. It's not drugs he's addicted to, it's this. The young officer gestured around him. The data. She thought about this and agreed. The atmosphere in SSD was intoxicating, though not in a pleasant way. Eerie and disorienting. It was like being on painkillers. Another man appeared in the doorway. He was the Human Resources Director, a young, trim, light-skinned African-American. Peter Alonzo Kemper explained that he rarely went into the data pens, but had permission to, so that he could meet with employees at their job stations. He did go online into Inner Circle from time to time on personnel-related issues, but only to review data on employees of SSD, never the public. So he had accessed closets, despite what Sterling had said about him. The intense man pasted a smile on his face and answered in monotones, frequently changing the subject, the gist of his message being that Sterling, always Andrew, Sachs had noticed, was the kindest, most considerate boss anybody could ask for. Nobody would ever think about betraying him or the ideals of SSD, whatever those might be. He couldn't imagine a criminal within the hallowed halls of the company. His admiration was tedious. Once she got him off the worship, he explained that he had been with his wife all day on Sunday, making him the only married employee she talked to, and he'd been cleaning out his recently deceased mother's house in the Bronx on the date Alice Sanderson had been killed. He'd been alone, but imagined he could find someone who'd seen him. Alonzo Kemper couldn't recall where he'd been during the times of the other killings. When they had finished the interviews, the guard escorted Sachs and Pulaski back to Sterling's outer office. The CEO was meeting with a man about Sterling's age, solid and with combed-over dark blonde hair. He sat slouching in one of the stiff wooden chairs. He wasn't an SSD employee. He wore a polo shirt and a sports jacket. Sterling looked up and saw Sachs. He ended the meeting and rose, then escorted the man out. Sachs looked at what the visitor was holding, a stack of papers with the name Associated Warehousing on top, apparently the name of his company. "Martin, could you call a car for Mr. Carpenter?" "Yes, Andrew." "We're all together, are we, Bob?" "Yes, Andrew." Carpenter, towering over Sterling, somberly shook the CEO's hand, then turned and left. A security guard led him down the hall. The officers accompanied Sterling back into his office. "What did you find?" he asked. "Nothing conclusive. Some people have alibis, some don't. We'll keep pursuing the case and see if the evidence or witnesses lead us anywhere. There's one thing I was wondering. Could I get a copy of a dossier? Arthur Rhymes?" "Who?" "He's one of the men on the list, one that we think was wrongly arrested." "Of course." Sterling sat at his desk, touched his thumb to a reader beside the keyboard, and typed for a few seconds. He paused, eyes on the screen. Then more keyboarding, and a document began printing out. He handed the 30 or so pages to her. "Arthur Rhymes' closet." "Well, that was easy," she noted. Then Sachs nodded at the computer. "Is there a record of you doing that?" "A record? Oh, no, we don't log our internal downloads." He looked over his notes again. "I'll have Martin pull the client list together. It might take 2 or 3 hours." As they walked into the outer office, Sean Cassell stepped inside. He wasn't smiling. "What's this about a list of clients, Andrew? You're going to give that to them?" "That's right, Sean." "Why clients?" Pulaski said, "We were thinking that somebody who works for an SSD client got information he used in the crimes." The young man scoffed. "Obviously, that's what you think. But why? None of them has direct inner circle access. They can't download closets." Pulaski explained. "They might have bought mailing lists that had the information in them." "Mailing lists? Do you know how many times a client would have to be in the system to assemble all the information you're talking about? It'd be a full-time job. Think about it." Pulaski blushed and looked down. "Well..." Mark Whitcomb of the compliance department was standing near Martin's desk. "Sean, he doesn't know how the business works." "Well, Mark, I'm thinking it's more about logic, really. Doesn't it seem each client would have to buy hundreds of mailing lists, and there are probably 300-400 of them who've been in the closets of the 16s they're interested in." "16s?" Sachs asked. "It means people." He waved vaguely toward the narrow windows, presumably suggesting humanity outside the gray rock. "It comes from the code we use." More shorthand. Closets, 16s, pianoing. There was something smug, if not contemptuous, about the expressions. Sterling said coolly, "We need to do everything we can to find the truth here." Cassell shook his head. "It's not a client, Andrew. Nobody would dare use our data for a crime. It'd be suicide." "Sean, if SSD's involved in this, we have to know." "All right, Andrew, whatever you think best." Sean Cassell ignored Pulaski. gave a cold, non-flirtatious smile to Sachs, and left. Sachs said to Sterling, "We'll pick up that client list when we come back to interview the tech managers." As the CEO gave instructions to Martin, Sachs heard Mark Whitcomb whisper to Pulaski, "Don't pay any attention to Casal. He and Gillespie, they're the golden boys of this business. Young Turks, you know. I'm a hindrance. You're a hindrance." "Not a problem," the young officer said noncommittally, though Sachs could see he was grateful. He has everything but confidence, she thought. Whitcomb left, and the two officers said goodbye to Sterling. Then the CEO touched her arm gently. "There's something I want to say, Detective." She turned to the man, who stood with his arms at his side, feet spread, looking up at her with his intense green eyes. It was impossible to look away from his focused, mesmerizing gaze. "I'm not going to deny that I'm in the knowledge service provider field to make money, but I'm also in it to improve our society. Think about what we do. Think about the kids who are going to get decent clothes and nice Christmas presents for the first time because of the money their parents saved thanks to SSD. Or about the young marrieds who can now find a bank that'll give them a mortgage for their first house because SSD can predict that in fact there'll be acceptable credit risks. Or the identity thieves that are caught because our algorithms see a glitch in your credit card spending patterns. Or the RFID tags in a child's bracelet or wristwatch that tell the parents where they are every minute of the day. The intelligent toilets that diagnose diabetes when you don't even know you're at risk. And take your line of work, Detective. Say you're investigating a murder. There are traces of cocaine on a knife, the murder weapon. Our Public Sure program can tell you who, with a cocaine arrest in his background, used a knife in the commission of a felony any time in the past 20 years, in any geographic area you like, and whether they were right or left-handed and what their shoe sizes are. Before you even ask, their fingerprints pop up on the screen, along with their pictures and details of their MOs, distinguishing characteristics, disguises they've used in the past, distinctive voice patterns, and a dozen more attributes. We can also tell you who bought that particular brand of knife, or maybe even that very knife. And possibly, we know where the purchaser was at the time of the crime and where he is now. If the system can't find him, it can tell you the percentage likelihood of his being at a known accomplice's house and display their fingerprints and distinguishing characteristics. And this whole bundle of data comes to you in a grand total of about 20 seconds. Our society needs help, Detective. Remember the broken windows? Well, SSD is here to help. He smiled. That's the wind-up. Here's the pitch. I'm asking that you be discreet in the investigation. I'll do whatever I can, especially if it seems this is somebody from SSD. But if rumors get started about breaches here, careless security, our competitors and critics would jump on that, and jump hard. It could badly interfere with SSD's job to fix as many windows as we can and make this world better. Are we in agreement? Amelia Sachs suddenly felt bad about this duplicitous mission, planting the seeds to encourage their perp to go after the trap without telling Sterling. She struggled to maintain eye contact as she said, "I think we're in complete agreement." "Wonderful. Now, Martin, please show our guests out." Chapter 22. Broken windows? Sachs was telling Rhyme about the SSD logo. "I like that." "You do?" "Yeah, think about it. It's a metaphor for what we do here. We find the small bits of evidence, and that leads us to the big answer." Salito nodded toward Rodney Sarnek, sitting in the corner, oblivious to everything but his computer, and still whistling. "Kid in the t-shirt's got the trap in place, and he's trying to hack in now." He called, "Any luck, officer?" Those folk know what they're doing, but I got a dozen tricks up my sleeve." Sachs told them that the head of security didn't believe that anyone could hack into Inner Circle. "Only makes the game sweeter," Sarnek said. He finished another coffee and resumed the faint whistling. Sachs then told them about Sterling, the company, and how the data mining process worked. Despite what Tom had explained yesterday, and despite their preliminary research, Rhyme hadn't realized how extensive the industry was. "He's acting fishy," Salito said. "This Sterling?" Rhyme grunted at the, to him, pointless question. "No, he's cooperative. And good for us, he's a true believer. Data's his god. Anything that jeopardizes his company he wants to root out." Sachs then described the tight security at SSD, how very few people had access to all 3 data pens, and how it was impossible to steal data even if you got inside. They've had one intruder, a reporter. It was just after a story, not even stealing trade secrets. He did time, and his career is over with. Vindictive, Sachs considered this. No, I'd say protective. Now, as for employees, I interviewed most of them who had access to people's dossiers. There are a few that weren't accounted for yesterday afternoon. Oh, and I asked if they log downloads. They don't, and we'll be getting a list of clients who've bought data about the VIX and Fall Guys. But the important thing is you let them know about an investigation, gave them all the name Myra Weinberg. Right. Then Sachs took a document from her briefcase. Arthur's dossier, she explained. Thought it might be helpful. If nothing else, you might be interested in it, seeing what your cousin's been up to. Sachs removed the staple and mounted it on the reading frame near Rhyme, a device that turned pages for him. He glanced at the document, then back to the charts. Don't you want to look through it? She asked. Maybe later. She returned to her briefcase. Here's the list of SSD employees who have access to the dossiers. They're called closets. As in secrets? Right. Pulaski's out checking their alibis. We have to go back to talk to the 2 technical managers, but here's what we have so far. On a whiteboard, she wrote their names and some comments. Andrew Sterling, President, Chief Executive Officer. Alibi, on Long Island, to be verified. Sean Cassell, Director of Sales and Marketing, no alibi. Wayne Gillespie, Director of Technical Operations, no alibi. Samuel Brockton, Director, Compliance Department, alibi. Hotel records confirm presence in Washington. Peter Alonzo Kemper, Director of Human Resources, alibi, with wife, to be verified. Stephen Schrader, Technical Service and Support Manager, day shift, to be interviewed. Farouk Mamida, Technical Service and Support Manager, night shift, to be interviewed. Client of SSD, a waiting list from Sterling. Mel, Rhyme called, check NCIC and the department. Cooper ran the names through the National Crime Information Center and the NYPD equivalent, as well as the Justice Department's Violent Criminal Apprehension Program. Wait, may have a hit here. What is it? Sachs asked, moving forward. Alonzo Kemper, juvie in Pennsylvania, assault 25 years ago, the record's still sealed. The age would be right, he's about 35 and he's light-skinned. Sachs nodded at the 522 profile chart. Well, get the record unsealed, or at least find out if it's the same guy. I'll see what I can do. Cooper typed some more. Any references to the others? Rhyme nodded toward the suspect list. Nope, just him. Cooper ran various state and federal database searches and checked some professional organizations. The tech shrugged. Went to UC Hastings, no connection with Pennsylvania that I can find. Seems like a loner. Aside from college credentials, his only organization is the National Association of Human Resource Professionals. He was on the Technology Task Force 2 years ago, but hasn't done much since. Okay, here's what they have on the juvie. He attacked another kid in a detention home. Oh. Oh, what? It's not him, no hyphen. The name's different. The juvenile was first name Alonzo, last name Kemper. He glanced at the chart. He's Peter, last name Alonzo Kemper. I typed it in wrong. If I'd included the hyphen, it wouldn't have shown up at all. Sorry. Not the worst of sins. Rhyme shrugged. This was a sobering lesson about the nature of data, he reflected. They seemingly had found a suspect, and even Cooper's characterization of him suggested he might be the one. He seems to be a loner. Yet the lead was completely wrong, due to the minuscule error of missing a single keystroke. They might have come down hard on the man and misdirected resources if Cooper hadn't realized his mistake. Sachs sat down beside Rhyme, who, seeing her eyes, asked, What is it? Funny, but now that I'm back, I feel like some kind of spell's been broken. I think I want an outside opinion about SSD. I lost perspective when I was there. It's a disorienting place. How so? Salito asked. You ever been to Vegas? Salito and his ex had. Rhyme gave a brief laugh. Las Vegas, where the only question is how much disadvantage you have, and why would I want to give money away? Sachs continued. Well, it was like a casino.
The outside doesn't exist. Small or no windows, no water cooler conversation, nobody laughing. Everybody's completely focused on their jobs. It's like you're in a different world. And you want somebody else's opinion on the place, Solito said. Right, Rhyme suggested. Journalist? Tom's partner, Peter Hoddens, was a former reporter for the New York Times and was now writing nonfiction books about politics and society. He'd probably know people from the business desk who covered the data mining industry. But she shook her head. No, somebody who's had first-hand contact with them. A former employee, maybe. Good. Lon, can you call somebody at unemployment? Sure. Solito called the New York State Unemployment Department. After 10 minutes or so of bouncing around from office to office, he found the name of a former SSD assistant technical director. He'd worked for the data miner for a number of years, but had been fired a year and a half ago. Calvin Geddes was his name, and he was in Manhattan. Solito got the details and handed the note to Sachs. She called Geddes and arranged to see him in about an hour. Rhyme had no particular opinion about her mission. In any investigation, you need to cover all bases, but leads like Geddes and Pulaski's checking on alibis were, to Rhyme, like images seen in an opaque window's reflection. Suggestions of the truth, but not the truth itself. It was only the hard evidence, scant though it was, that held the real answer to who their killer was. And so, he turned back to the clues. Move. Arthur Rhyme had given up being scared of the Lats, who were ignoring him anyway, and he knew the big black guy wasn't any threat. It was the tattooed white guy who bothered him. The tweaker, what meth heads were apparently called, scared Arthur a lot. Mick was his name. His hands twitched. He scratched his welty skin, and his eerie white eyes jumped like bubbles in boiling water. He whispered to himself. Arthur had tried to avoid the man all yesterday, and last night he'd lain awake and in between bouts of depression spent a lot of time wishing Mick away, hoping that he'd go to trial today and vanish from Arthur's life forever. But no such luck. He was back this morning and seemed to be staying close. He continued to glance at Arthur. You and me, he once muttered, sending a chill right down to Arthur's tailbone. Even the Lats didn't want to hassle Mick. Maybe he had to follow certain protocols in jail, some unwritten rules of right and wrong. People like this skinny, tattooed druggie might not play by those rules, and everybody here seemed to know it. Everybody know everything round here, except you. You don't know nothing. Once he laughed, looked at Arthur as if recognizing him, and started to rise, but then seemed to forget what he'd intended and sat down again, picking at his thumb. Yo, Jersey man! A voice in his ear. Arthur jumped. The big black guy had come up behind him. He sat down next to Arthur. The bench creaked. Antoine Johnson. Should he make a fist and tap it? Don't be an idiot, he told himself, and just nodded. Arthur. I know. Johnson glanced at Mick and said to Arthur, That tweaker screwed up. Don't do that meth. Screw you up forever. After a moment, he said, So, you a brainy guy? Sort of. The hell sort of mean? Don't play games. I have a physics degree and one in chemistry. I went to MIT. MIT? It's a school. Good one? Pretty good. So you know science, chemistry and physics and everything? This line of questioning wasn't at all like that of the two Lats, the ones who tried to extort him. It seemed like Johnson was really interested. Some things, yeah. Then the big guy asked, So you know how to make bombs? One big enough to blow that wall down? Heart thudding again, harder than before. Well, Antoine Johnson laughed. I'm screwing with you, man. Screwing with you. Oh, Arthur laughed and wondered if his heart would explode right at this moment or it would wait till later. He hadn't gotten all of his father's genes, but had the faulty cardiac messages been included in the package? Mick said something to himself and took an intense interest in his right elbow, scratching it raw. Both Johnson and Arthur watched him. Tweaker. Johnson then said, Yo, Jersey man, let me ask you something. Sure. My mama, she's religious, you know what I'm saying? And she telling me one time the Bible was right. I mean, all of it was exactly the way that stuff was wrote. Okay, but listen up. I'm thinking, where's the dinosaurs in the Bible?
God created man and woman and earth and rivers and donkeys and snakes and stuff. Why didn't it say God created dinosaurs? I mean, I seen their skeletons, so they was real. So what's the truth, man? Arthur Rhyme looked at Mick, then at the nail pounded in the wall. His palms were sweating, and he was thinking that of all the things that could happen to him in jail, he was going to get killed because he took a scientist's moral stand against intelligent design. Oh, what the hell? He said, it would be against all the known laws of science, laws that have been acknowledged by every advanced civilization on Earth for the Earth to be only 6,000 years old. It would be like you sprouting wings and flying out that window there. The man frowned. I'm dead. Johnson fixed him with an intense gaze. Then he nodded. I knew it. Didn't make no sense at all, 6,000 years. Damn! I can give you the name of a book to read about it. There's this author Richard Dawkins, and he... Don't want to read no book. Take your word for it, Mr. Jersey man. Arthur really felt like tapping fists now, but he refrained. He asked, What's your mother going to say when you tell her? The round black face screwed up in astonishment. I ain't going to tell her. That'd be screwed up. You never win no arguments against your mother. Or your father, Arthur said to himself. Johnson then grew serious. He said, Yo, word up you didn't do what they busted you for. Of course not. But you got your ass collared anyway? Yep. The hell that happened? I wish I knew. I've been thinking about it since I got arrested. It's all I think about. How could he have done it? Who's he? The real killer. Yo, like in The Fugitive or O.J.? The police found all kinds of evidence linking me to the crime. Somehow the real killer knew everything about me, my car, where I lived, my schedule. He even knew things I bought, and he planted them as evidence. I'm sure that's what happened. Antoine Johnson considered this and then laughed. Man, that your problem. What's that? You went out and you bought everything. Should have just boosted it, man. Then nobody know nothing what you about. Chapter 23. Another lobby, but a lot different from SSD's. Amelia Sachs had never seen anything quite so messy. Maybe when she was a beat officer responding to domestics among druggies in Hell's Kitchen, but even then a lot of those people had dignity. They made the effort. This place made her cringe. The not-for-profit organization Privacy Now, located in an old piano factory in the city's Chelsea district, won the prize for slovenly. Stacks of computer printouts, books, many of them law books and yellowing government regulations, newspapers and magazines. Then cardboard boxes which contained more of the same. Phone books, too, federal registers. And dust. A ton of dust. A receptionist in blue jeans and a shabby sweater pounded furiously on an old computer keyboard and spoke, sotto voce, into a hands-free telephone. Harried people in jeans and T-shirts or corduroys and wrinkled work shirts walked into the office from up the hall, swapped files or picked up phone message slips and disappeared. Cheap printed signs and posters filled the walls. Bookstores. Burn your customers' receipts before the government burns their books. On one wrinkled rectangle of artboard was the famous line from George Orwell's novel 1984 about a totalitarian society. Big Brother is watching you. And sitting prominently on the scabby wall across from Sachs, Guerrilla's Guide to the Privacy War. Never give out your social security number. Never give out your phone number. Hold loyalty card swap parties before you go shopping. Never volunteer for surveys. Opt out every chance you can. Don't fill out product registration cards. Don't fill out warranty cards. You don't need one for the warranty. They're information gathering devices. Remember, the Nazis' most dangerous weapon was information. Stay off the grid as much as possible. She was digesting this when a scuffed door opened and a short, intense-looking man with pale skin strode up to her, shook her hand, and then led her back into his office, which was even messier than the lobby. Calvin Geddes, the former employee of SSD, now worked for this privacy rights organization. I went over to the dark side, he said, smiling. He had abandoned the conservative SSD dress code and was wearing a yellow button-down shirt without a tie, jeans, and running shoes. The pleasant grin faded quickly, though, as she told him the story of the murders. Yep, he whispered, his eyes hard and focused now. I knew something like this would happen. I absolutely knew it. Geddes explained that he had a technical background and had worked with Sterling's first company, SSD's predecessor, in Silicon Valley, writing code for them. He moved to New York and lived a nice life as SSD skyrocketed to success. But then the experience had soured. We had problems. We didn't encrypt data back then and were responsible for some serious identity thefts. Several people committed suicide, and a couple of times stalkers signed up as clients, but only to get information from Inner Circle. 2 of the women they were looking for were attacked. One almost died. Then some parents in custody battles used our data to find their exes and kidnap the children. It was tough. I felt like the guy who helped invent the atom bomb and then regretted it. I tried to put more controls in place at the company, and that meant that I didn't believe in the, quote, SSD vision, according to my boss. Sterling? Ultimately, yes, but he didn't actually fire me. Andrew never gets his hands dirty. He delegates the unpleasantries. That way he can appear to be the most wonderful, kindest boss in the world, and as a practical matter, there's less evidence against him if other people do his butchery. Well, when I left, I joined Privacy Now. The organization was like EPIC, the Electronic Privacy Information Center, he explained. PN challenged threats to individuals' privacy from the government, businesses, and financial institutions, computer providers, telephone companies, and commercial data brokers and miners. The organization lobbied in Washington, sued the government under the Freedom of Information Act to find out about surveillance programs, and sued individual corporations that weren't complying with privacy and disclosure laws. Sachs didn't tell him about the data trap Rodney Sarnek had put together, but explained in general terms how they were looking for SSD customers and employees who might be able to patch together dossiers. The security seems very tight, but that was what Sterling and his people told us. I wanted an outside opinion. Happy to help. Mart Whitcomb told us about the concrete firewalls and keeping the data divided up. Who's Whitcomb? He's with their compliance department? Never heard of it. It's new. Sachs explained. The department is like a consumer advocate within the company to make sure all government regulations are complied with. Geddes seemed pleased, though he added, that didn't come about out of the goodness of Andrew Sterling's heart. They probably got sued once too often and wanted to make a good show for the public and Congress. Sterling's never going to give 1 inch if he doesn't have to. But about the data pens, that's true. Sterling treats data like the Holy Grail. And hacking in? Probably impossible. And there is no way anybody could physically break in and steal data. He told me that very few employees can log on and get dossiers from Inner Circle. As far as you know, is that true? Oh, yeah. A few of them have to have access, but nobody else. I never did, and I was there from the beginning. Do you have any thoughts? Maybe any employees with a troubling past? Violent? It's been a few years, and I never thought anybody was particularly dangerous. Though, I've got to say, despite the big happy family facade Sterling likes to put on, I never really got to know anyone there. What about these individuals? She showed him the list of suspects. Geddes looked it over. I worked with Gillespie. I knew Cassell. I don't like either of them. They're caught up in the whole data mining curve, like Silicon Valley in the 90s. Hot shots. I don't know the others, sorry. Then he studied her closely. So you've been there? He asked with a cool smile. What'd you think of Andrew? Her thoughts jammed as she tried to come up with a brief summary of her impressions. Finally, determined, polite, inquisitive, smart, but... Her voice petered out. But you don't really know him. Right, because he presents the great stone face. In all the years I worked with him, I never really knew him. Nobody knows him. Unfathomable. I love that word. That's Andrew. I was always looking for clues. You notice something odd about his bookshelves? You couldn't see the spines of the books. Exactly. I snuck a peek once. Guess what? They weren't about computers or privacy or data or business. They were mostly history books, philosophy, politics. The Roman Empire, Chinese emperors, Franklin Roosevelt, John Kennedy, Stalin, Idi Amin, Khrushchev. He read a lot about the Nazis. Nobody used information the way they did, and Andrew doesn't hesitate to tell you. First major use of computers to keep track of ethnic groups. That's how they consolidated power. Sterling's doing the same in the corporate world. Notice the company name, SSD? The rumor is he chose it intentionally. SS, for the Nazi elite army. SD, for their security and intelligence agency. You know what his competitors say it stands for? Selling souls for dollars. Geddes laughed grimly. Oh, don't get me wrong. Andrew doesn't dislike Jews or any other group. politics, nationality, religion, and race mean nothing to him. I heard him say once, "Data have no borders." The seat of power in the 21st century is information, not oil or geography. And Andrew Sterling wants to be the most powerful man on Earth. I'm sure he gave you the data mining is God speech. Saving us from diabetes, helping us afford Christmas presents and houses, and solving cases for the police? That's the one, and all of it's true. But tell me if those benefits are worth somebody knowing every detail about your life. Maybe you don't care, provided you save a few bucks, but do you really want consumer choice lasers scanning your eyes in a movie theater and recording your reactions to those commercials they run before the movie? Do you want the RFID tag in your car key to be available to the police to know that you hit 100 miles an hour last week when your route only took you along roads that were posted 50? Do you want strangers knowing what kind of underwear your daughter wears? Or exactly when you're having sex? What? Well, Inner Circle knows you bought condoms and KY this afternoon and your husband was on the 6:15 E-train home. It knows you've got the evening free because your son's at the Mets game and your daughter's buying clothes at the Gap in the Village. It knows you put on cable TV porn at 7:18 and that you order some nice, tasty post-coital takeout Chinese at 9:45. That information, it's all there. Oh, SSD knows if your children are maladjusted in school and when to send you direct mail flyers about tutors and child counseling services. If your husband is having trouble in the bedroom and when to send him discreet flyers about erectile dysfunction cures. When your family history, buying patterns, and absences from work put you in a pre-suicidal profile. But that's good, so a counselor can help you. Geddes gave a cold laugh. Wrong, because counseling potential suicide victims isn't profitable. SSD sends the name to local funeral homes and grief counselors, who could snag all of the family as customers, not just a single depressed person after he shoots himself. And by the way, that was a very lucrative venture. Sachs was shocked. Did you hear about tethering? No. SSD has defined a network based just on you. Call it Detective Sachs World. You're the hub and the spokes go to your partners, spouses, parents, neighbors, coworkers, anybody it might help SSD to know about and profit from that knowledge. Everybody who has any connection is tethered to you, and each one of them is his or her own hub, and there are dozens of people tethered to them. Another thought in his eyes flashed. You know about metadata? What's that? Data about data. Every document that's created by or stored on a computer, letters, files, reports, legal briefs, spreadsheets, websites, emails, grocery lists, is loaded with hidden data. Who created it, where it's been sent, all the changes that have been made to it, and who made them and when, all recorded there second by second. You write a memo letter to your boss, and for a joke you start out with, "Dear stupid jerk," then delete it and write it correctly. Well, the stupid jerk part is still in there. Seriously? Oh, yes. The disk size of a typical word processing report is much larger than the text in the document itself. What's the rest? Metadata. The Watchtower database management program has special bots, software robots, that do nothing but find and store metadata from every document it collects. We call it the shadow department because metadata is like a shadow of the main data, and it's usually much more revealing. Shadow, 16s, pens, closets. This was a whole new world to Amelia Sachs. Geddes enjoyed having a receptive audience. He leaned forward. You know that SSD has an education division? She thought back to the chart in the brochure that Mel Cooper had downloaded. Yes, EduServe. But Sterling didn't tell you about it, did he? No. Because he doesn't like to let on that its main function is to collect everything it possibly can about children, starting with kindergarten. What they buy, what they watch, what computer sites they go to, what their grades are, medical records from school. And that's very, very valuable information for retailers. But you ask me, what's scarier about EduServe is that school boards can come to SSD and run predictive software on their students and then gear educational programs to them in terms of what's best for the community or society, if you want to be Orwellian about it. Given Billy's background, we think he should go into skilled labor. Susie should be a doctor, but only in public health. Control the children, and you control the future. Another element of Adolf Hitler's philosophy, by the way. He laughed. Okay, no more lecturing, but you see why I couldn't stomach it anymore? But then Geddes frowned. Just thinking about your situation, we had an incident once at SSD, years ago, before the company came to New York. There was a death. Probably just a coincidence, but... No, tell me. In the early days, we farmed out a lot of the actual data collection part of the business to scroungers. To what? Companies or individuals who procure data. A strange breed. They're sort of like old-time wildcatters, prospectors, you could say. See, data have this weird allure. You can get addicted to the hunt. You can never find enough. However much they collect, they want more, and these guys are always looking for new ways to collect it. They're competitive, ruthless. That's how Sean Cassell started in the business. He was a data scrounger. Anyway, one scrounger was amazing. He worked for a small company. I think it was Rocky Mountain Data in Colorado. What was his name? Getty squinted. Maybe Gordon somebody, or that might have been his last name. Anyway, we heard that he wasn't too happy about SSD taking over his company. The word is he scrounged everything he could find out about the company and Sterling himself. Turned the tables on them. We thought maybe he was trying to dig up dirt and blackmail Sterling into stopping the acquisition. You know Andy Sterling, Andrew Jr., works for the company. She nodded. We'd heard rumors that Sterling had abandoned him years ago and the kid tracked him down, but then we also heard that maybe it was another son he abandoned. Maybe by his first wife or a girlfriend, something he wanted to keep secret. We thought maybe Gordon was looking for that kind of dirt. Anyway, while Sterling and some other people were out there negotiating the purchase of Rocky Mountain, this Gordon guy dies. An accident of some kind, I think. Well, that's all I heard. I wasn't there. I was back in the valley writing code. And the acquisition went through? Yep. What Andrew wants, Andrew shall have. Now, let me throw out one thought about your killer, Andrew Sterling himself. He has an alibi. Does he? Well, don't forget he is the king of information. If you control data, you can change data. Did you check out that alibi real carefully? We are right now. Well, even if it's confirmed, he has men who work for him and would do whatever he wants. I mean, anything. Remember, other people do his dirty work. But he's a multimillionaire. What's his interest in stealing coins or a painting, then murdering the victim? His interest? Getty's voice rose as if he were a professor talking to a student who just wasn't getting the lesson. His interest is in being the most powerful person in the world. He wants his little collection of businesses to include everybody on Earth. And he's particularly interested in law enforcement and government clients. The more crimes that are successfully solved using Inner Circle, the more police departments here and abroad are going to sign on. Hitler's first task when he came to power was to consolidate all the police departments in Germany. What was our big problem in Iraq? We disbanded the army and the police. We should have used them. Andrew doesn't make mistakes like that. Geddes laughed. Think I'm a crank, don't you? But I live with this stuff all day long. Remember, it's not paranoia if somebody's really out there watching everything you do every minute of the day. And that's SSD in a nutshell. Chapter 24. Awaiting Sachs's return, Lincoln Rhyme listened absently as Lon Solito explained that none of the other evidence in the earlier cases, the rape and coin theft, could be located. That's weird. Rhyme agreed, but his attention veered from the detective's sour assessment to his cousin's SSD dossier, sitting beside him on the turning frame. He tried to ignore it. But the document drew him, needle to magnet. Looking at the stark sheets, black type on white paper, he told himself that, as Sachs had suggested, perhaps something helpful could be found in it. Then he admitted that he was simply curious. Strategic Systems Data Corps Incorporated Inner Circle Dossiers. Arthur Robert Rhyme. SSD subject number 3480-9021-4966-2083. Lifestyle. Dossier 1A, Consumer Products Preferences. Dossier 1B, Consumer Services Preferences. Dossier 1C, Travel. Dossier 1D, Medical. Dossier 1E, Leisure Time Preferences. Financial, Educational, Professional. Dossier 2A, Educational History. Dossier 2B, Employment History with Income. Dossier 2C, Credit History, Current Report and Rating. Dossier 2D, Business Products and Services Preferences. Government Legal. Dossier 3A, Vital Records. Dossier 3B, Voter Registration. Dossier 3C, Legal History. Dossier 3D, Criminal History. Dossier 3E, Compliance. Dossier 3F, Immigration and Naturalization. The information contained herein is the property of Strategic Systems Data Corp. Incorporated, SSD. The use hereof is subject to the licensing agreement between SSD and customer, as defined in the Master Client Agreement. Strategic Systems Data Corp. Incorporated, all rights reserved. Instructing the turning frame to flip through the pages, he skimmed the dense document, all 30 pages of it. Some categories were full, some sparse. The voter registration was redacted, and the compliance and portions of the credit history referred to separate files, presumably because of legislation limiting access to such information. He paused at the extensive lists of the consumer products bought by Arthur and his family. They were described by the creepy phrase, tethered individuals. There was no doubt that anybody reading the dossier could have learned enough about his buying habits and where he shopped to implicate him in the murder of Alice Sanderson. Rhyme learned about the country club Arthur belonged to until he had quit several years ago, presumably because he'd lost his job. He noted the package vacations he'd bought. Rhyme was surprised he'd taken up skiing. Also, he or one of the children might have a weight problem. Somebody had joined a dieting program. A health club membership for the entire family, too. Rhyme saw a layaway purchase for some jewelry around Christmas time, a chain jewelry store in a New Jersey mall. Rhyme speculated small stones socketed in a large setting, a make-do gift until times were better. Seeing one reference, he gave a laugh. Like him, Arthur seemed to favor single malt whiskey. Rhyme's new favorite brand, in fact, Glenmorangie. His cars were a Prius and a Cherokee. The criminalist's smile faded at that reference, though, as he recalled another vehicle. He was picturing Arthur's red Corvette, the car he'd received from his parents on his 17th birthday, the car in which Arthur had driven off to Boston to attend MIT. Rhyme thought back to the boys' respective departures for college. It was a significant moment for Arthur and for his father, too. Henry Rhyme was ecstatic that his son had been accepted by such a fine school. But the cousins' plans, rooming together, jousting over girls, outshining the other nerds, didn't work out. Lincoln wasn't accepted by MIT, but went instead to the University of Illinois Champaign-Urbana, which offered Lincoln a full scholarship and had some panache back then because it was located in the town where Hal, the narcissistic computer in Stanley Kubrick's 2001: A Space Odyssey, was born. Teddy and Anne were pleased their son was going to a home state school, as was his uncle. Henry had told his nephew that he hoped the boy would return to Chicago often and continue to help him with his research, possibly even assist in his classes from time to time. "Sorry you and Arthur won't be rooming together," Henry said, "but you'll see each other summers, holidays, and I'm sure your father and I can swing some trips out to Beantown for a visit." "That might work out," Lincoln had said, keeping to himself that while he was devastated he hadn't been accepted by MIT, there was an upside to the rejection, because he wanted never to see his damn cousin ever again. All because of the red Corvette. The incident had occurred not long after the Christmas Eve party at which he'd won the concrete piece of history, on a breathlessly cold day in February, which, sun or cloud, is Chicago's most heartless month. Lincoln was competing in a science fair at Northwestern in Evanston. He asked Adriana if she wanted to accompany him, thinking that he might go for the marriage proposal afterward. But she couldn't make it. She was going shopping with her mother at Marshall Field's department store in the Loop, lured by a big sale. Lincoln had been disappointed, but thought nothing more of it and concentrated on the fair. He won first place in the senior division. Then he and his friends packed up their projects and carted everything outside. Fingers blue and breath clouding around them in the painful air, they loaded the gear in the belly of the bus and sprinted for the door. It was then that somebody called, "Hey, check it out! Excellent wheels!" A red Corvette was streaking through campus. His cousin Arthur was at the wheel, which wasn't odd. The family lived nearby. What did surprise Lincoln, though, was that the girl beside Arthur, he believed, was Adriana. Yes? No? He couldn't be sure. The clothes matched, a brown leather jacket and a fur hat, which looked identical to the one Lincoln had given her at Christmas. "Link, Jesus, get your ass in here. We got to close the door." Still, Lincoln remained where he was, staring at the car as it fishtailed around the corner on the gray-white street. Could she have lied to him? The girl he was considering marrying? It didn't seem possible. And cheating on him with Arthur? Trained in science, He examined the facts objectively. Fact 1. Arthur and Adriana knew each other. His cousin had met her months ago in the counselor's office where she worked after class at Lincoln's high school. They could very easily have exchanged phone numbers. Fact 2. Arthur, Lincoln now realized, had stopped asking about her. This was odd. The boys had spent plenty of time talking about girls, but recently Art hadn't once mentioned her. Suspicious. Fact 3. On reflection, he decided that Adie sounded evasive when she demurred about the science fair, and he hadn't mentioned its site as Evanston, which meant she wouldn't hesitate to cruise around the gridded streets with Art. Lincoln was slammed with jealousy. I was going to give her a piece of Stag Field, for God's sake, a splinter of the true cross of modern science. He considered other times when she'd begged off seeing him under circumstances that, in retrospect, seemed strange. He counted 3 or 4. Still, he refused to believe it. He crunched through the snow to a payphone and called her house and asked to speak to the girl. Sorry, Lincoln, she's out with friends, said Adriana's mother. Friends. Oh, I'll try her later. Say, Mrs. Valeska, did you two ever get downtown for that sale at Fields today? No, the sale's next week. I have to get supper ready, Lincoln. You stay warm. It's freezing outside. It sure is. Lincoln knew this for a fact. He was standing at a phone kiosk, his jaw shivering, no desire to pick up the 60 cents that had leapt from his quivering hands into the snow after he tried repeatedly to feed the coins into the phone. Jesus Christ, Lincoln, get in the bus! Later that night he called and managed to maintain a normal conversation for a time before asking how her day had gone. She explained that she'd enjoyed the shopping with Mom, but the crowds were terrible. Garrulous, rambling, digressive. She sounded dead guilty. Still, he couldn't take the matter on faith. And so he kept up appearances. The next time Art was visiting, he left his cousin in the rec room downstairs and slipped outside with a dog hair roller, exactly the sort used now by crime scene teams, and collected evidence from the Corvette's front seat. He slipped the tape into a baggie, and when he saw Adriana next, he took samples of fur from her hat and coat. He felt cheap, scalded with shame and embarrassment, but that didn't stop him from comparing the strands with one of the high school's compound microscopes. They were the same. Both fur from the hat and synthetic fibers from the coat. The girlfriend he was considering marrying had been cheating on him, and from the quantity of fibers in Arthur's car, he concluded she'd been there more than once. Finally, a week later, he spotted them in the car, leaving no doubt. Lincoln didn't bow out graciously or angrily, he just bowed out. Without the heart for a confrontation, he let his relationship with Adriana wind down. The few times they went out were stiff and riddled with awkward silences. To his further dismay, she actually seemed upset about his growing distance. Damn it, did she think she could have it both ways? She seemed mad at him, even while she was cheating. He distanced himself from his cousin, too. Lincoln's excuse was final exams, track meets, and the blessing in disguise, Lincoln's rejection by MIT. The two boys saw each other occasionally, familial obligations, graduation ceremonies, but everything had changed between them, changed fundamentally. And of Adriana, neither boy had said a single word, at least not for many years after that. My whole life changed. If it weren't for you, everything would have been different. Even now, Rhyme found his temple throbbing. He couldn't feel any coolness on his palms, but he supposed they were sweating. These hard thoughts, though, were interrupted by Amelia Sachs striding through the door. "Any developments?" she asked. A bad sign. If she'd had a breakthrough with Calvin Geddes, she would have said so up front. "No," he admitted. "Still waiting to hear from Ron about the alibis, and no bites on the trap that Rodney put together." Sachs took the coffee Tom offered and lifted half a turkey sandwich from a tray. "The tuna salad's better," said Lon Salito. "He made it himself." "This'll do." She sat beside Rhyme, offered him a bite. He had no appetite and shook his head. "How's your cousin doing?" she asked, glancing at the open dossier on the turning frame. "My cousin? How's he doing in detention? This has to be hard for him." "Haven't had a chance to talk to him." "He's probably too embarrassed to contact you. You really should call." "I will. What did you find out from Geddes?" She admitted that the meeting had yielded no grave revelations. Mostly it was a lecture on the erosion of privacy. She gave him some of the more alarming bullet points: the personal data collected daily, the intrusions, the danger of EduServe, the immortality of data, the metadata records of computer files. "Anything useful to us?" he asked acerbically. "Two things. First, he's not convinced Sterling's innocent." "You said he's got an alibi," Salito pointed out, taking another sandwich. "Well, maybe not him personally. He might be using somebody else." "Why? He's the CEO of a big company. What's in it for him?" "The more crime, the more society needs SSD to protect them. Getty says he wants power. Described him as the Napoleon of data." "So he's got a hired gun breaking windows so he can step in and fix them?" Rhyme nodded, somewhat impressed with the idea. "Only it backfired. He never thought we'd tip to the fact the SSD database was behind the crimes. Okay, put it on the list of suspects. An UD sub working for Sterling." "Now, Getty's also told me that a few years ago SSD acquired a Colorado data company. Their main scrounger, that's a data collector, was killed." "Any link between Sterling and the death?" "No idea, but it's worth checking out. I'll make some calls." The doorbell rang and Tom answered. Ron Pulaski entered. He was grim-faced and sweaty. Rhyme sometimes had an urge to tell him to take it easier, but since the criminalist himself didn't, he figured the suggestion would be hypocritical. The rookie explained that most of the alibis for Sunday checked out. "I checked with the Easy Pass people, and they confirmed Sterling went through the Midtown Tunnel when he said. I tried his son to see if his dad called from Long Island just to double-check, but he was out." Pulaski continued. "Something else, the Human Resources Director? His only alibi was his wife. She backed him up, but she was acting like a scared mouse, and she was like her husband. SSD is the greatest place in the world, blah, blah, blah." Rhyme, distrustful of witnesses in any event, didn't make much of this. One thing he'd learned from Catherine Dance, the body language and kinesics expert with the California Bureau of Investigation, was that even when people are telling the God's truth to police, they often look guilty. Sachs went to their suspect list and updated it. Andrew Sterling, President, Chief Executive Officer, alibi, on Long Island, verified, awaiting son's confirmation. Sean Cassell, Director of Sales and Marketing, no alibi. Wayne Gillespie, Director of Technical Operations, no alibi. Samuel Brockton, Director, Compliance Department, alibi, hotel records, confirmed presence in Washington. Peter Alonzo Kemper, Director of Human Resources, alibi, with wife, verified by her, biased. Stephen Schrader, Technical Service and Support Manager, day shift, to be interviewed. Farouk Mamida, Technical Service and Support Manager, night shift, to be interviewed. Client of SSD, a waiting list from Sterling. Unsub recruited by Andrew Sterling? Sachs looked at her watch. "Ron, Mamita should be in by now. Could you go back and talk to him and Schrader, see where they were yesterday at the time of the Weinberg murder? And Sterling's assistant should have the client list ready. If not, perch in his office until he gets it. Look important. Better yet, look impatient." "Go back to SSD?" "Right." For some reason he didn't want to, Rhyme could see. "Sure, just let me call Jenny and check up on things at home." He pulled out his phone and hit speed dial. Rhyme deduced from part of the conversation that he was talking to his young son, and then, sounding even more childish, presumably the baby girl. The criminalist tuned it out. It was then that his own phone rang. 44 was the first number on caller ID. Oh, good. "Command, answer phone." "Detective Rhyme? Inspector Longhurst. I know you're working on that other case of yours, but I thought you might like an update." "Of course, please, go ahead. How's the Reverend Goodlight?" "He's fine, if a bit scared. He's insisting that no new security people or officers come into the safe house. He only trusts the ones who've been with him for weeks." "Hardly blame him." "I have a man screening everyone who gets close. Former SAS chap. They're the best in the business. Now, we went through the Oldham safe house from top to bottom. Wanted to share with you what we found. Traces of copper and lead consistent with bullets that had been milled or shaved. A few grains of gunpowder. And a few very small traces of mercury. My ballistics expert says he might be making a dum-dum bullet." "Yes, that's right. Liquid mercury's poured into the core. Causes hideous damage." "They also found some grease used in lubricating the receivers of rifles. And there were traces of hair bleach in the sink, and several dark gray fibers, cotton quite thick with laundry starch. Our databases suggest they match the fabric and uniforms. Do you think that the evidence was planted? Our forensics people say not. The traces were quite minuscule. Blonde sniper? Uniform? Now, one other incident set off alarms here. An attempted break-in at an NGO near Piccadilly. That's a non-governmental organization, a non-profit. The office was the East African Relief Agency, Reverend Goodlight's outfit. Guards came by and the culprit fled. He threw away his lockpick down the sewer. But we had a stroke of luck. Fellow on the street saw where. Well, to summarize, our people found it and discovered some soil on the tool. It contained a type of hop that's grown exclusively in Warwickshire. This hop had been processed for use in making bitter. Bitter, like beer? Ale, yes. Now, it so happens that we have a database of alcoholic drinks here at the Met, and their ingredients. Just like mine, he reflected. You do? Put that together myself, she said. Excellent, and? The only brewery that uses this hop is near Birmingham. Now, we got an image of the NGO intruder on CCTV, and because of the hop, I thought I'd check the Birmingham CCTV tapes. Indeed, the same man arrived at New Street Station several hours later, getting off the train with a large rucksack. We lost him in the crowds, I'm afraid. Rhyme considered this. The big question was, were the hops planted on the tool to lead them off? That was the sort of thing that he could only get a feel for if he had examined the scene himself or had possession of the evidence. But now it was just down to what Sachs called a gut feel. Planted or not? Rhyme decided. Inspector, I don't believe it. I think Logan's pulling a double reversal. He's done this before. He wants us focused on Birmingham while he goes ahead with the hit in London. I'm glad you say that, Detective. I was leaning that way myself. We should play along. Where is everyone on the team? Danny Kruger's in London with his people. So's your FBI man. The French agent and the Interpol chap were checking out leads in Oxford and Surrey. They didn't play out, though. I'd get them all to Birmingham immediately, in a subtle but obvious way. The inspector laughed. Making sure Logan thinks we've swallowed the bait? Exactly. I want him to think we believe we have a chance to catch him there. And send some tactical people, too. Make a noise about it. Make it look as if you're pulling them back from the shooting zone in London. But, in fact, beef up the surveillance there. Right. And tell them he's going for the long shot. He'll be blonde and dressed in a grey uniform. Brilliant, Detective. I'll get right to it. Keep me posted. Cheers! Rhyme ordered the phone to disconnect, just as a voice from across the room intruded. Heh, the long and short of it is your friends at SSD are good. I can't get to first base hacking in. It was Rodney Sarnek. Rhyme had forgotten about him. He rose and joined the officers. Inner Circle's tighter than Fort Knox, and so is their database management system, Watchtower. I really doubt somebody could break in without a massive array of supercomputers, which you just aren't going to find at Best Buy or Radio Shack. But... Rhyme could see that his face was troubled. Well, SSD's got some security on the system I've never seen before.